The saloon, like every other room in Arnside House, was large and lofty, and had been furnished, possibly some 20 years earlier, in what had then been the first style of elegance. This, however, had become outmoded, and although the room bore no such signs of penury as a ragged carpet or patched curtains, the bright brocades had faded, the paint on the panelled walls had cracked, and the gilded picture frames had long since become tarnished. To a casual visitor, it might have seemed that Mr. Pennycook, who owned the house, had fallen upon evil days. But 2 of the 3 gentlemen assembled in the saloon at 6:30 on a wintry evening of late February were in no danger of falling into this error. They knew that great-uncle Matthew, who had made a fortune in the large enterprise of draining the fen country, was one of the warmest men in England, and suffered merely from a rooted dislike of spending money on anything that did not administer directly to his own comfort. The 3rd gentleman gave no indication of thinking about it at all. He did not, like his cousin, Lord Biddenden, level a disapproving eyeglass at a spotted mirror. He did not, like his younger cousin, the Honourable and Reverend Hugh Rattery, comment acidly on the inadequacy of the small wood fire burning in the hearth. Throughout dinner, which had been served at the unfashionable hour of 5, and had been chosen, as Lord Biddenden pointed out to his brother, more with a regard to the host's digestive difficulties than to the tastes of his guests, he had maintained a silence that might have been unbroken had his cousin Hugh not addressed a series of kind and simple remarks to him, which could be easily understood and almost as easily answered. Upon entering the saloon, he had drifted to a chair on one side of the fireplace, where he now sat, chewing a corner of his handkerchief, and staring with an expression of vacuity at his elder cousin. Lord Biddenden knew that this gaze betokened nothing but blankness of mind, but he found it disconcerting, and muttered fretfully, "I wish the silly fellow would not stare so." "He is doing you no harm," his brother said gravely. However, he picked up a book of engravings from one of the tables and gave it to Lord Dolphinton, directing him to look at the pictures and telling him that he would find them very pretty and interesting. Lord Dolphinton, who was accustomed to being told far less kindly by his mother what he must do, received the book gratefully, and began to turn over the pages. Lord Biddenden said, still in that complaining undervoice, "I cannot conceive what should have prevailed with Uncle Matthew to have invited him. It is absurd to suppose that he can have an interest in this business." He received no other answer than one of his brother's annoyingly reproving looks, and with an exclamation of impatience walked over to the table and began to toss over 1 or 2 periodicals which had been arranged upon it. "It is excessively provoking that Claude should not be here," he said, for perhaps the 7th time that day. "I should have been very glad to have seen him comfortably established." This observation being met with the same unencouraging silence, his lordship said with a good deal of asperity, "You may not consider Claude's claims, but I am not one to be forgetting my brother's, I am thankful to state. I'll tell you what it is, Hugh. You are a cold-hearted fellow, and if you depend upon your countenance to win you a handsome fortune, you may well be disappointed, and there will all my trouble be spent for nothing." "What trouble?" inquired the rector, in accents which lent some colour to his brother's accusation. "If it had not been for my representations of what you owe to the family, you would not be here this evening." The Reverend Hugh shrugged his broad shoulders and replied repressively, "The whole of the affair seems to me to be most improper. If I make poor Kitty an offer, it will be from compassion, and in the belief that her upbringing and character are such as must make her a suitable wife for a man in orders." "Humbug," retorted Lord Biddenden. "If Uncle Matthew makes the girl his heiress, she will inherit, I dare say, as much as £20,000 a year. He cannot have spent a tithe of his fortune since he built this place, and when one considers how it must have accumulated, my dear Hugh, I do beg of you to use a little address. If I were a single man... But there, it does not do to be repining, and I am sure I am not the man to be grudging a fortune to either of my brothers." "We have been at Arnside close upon 24 hours, said Hugh, and my great-uncle has not yet made known to us his intentions." "We know very well what they are," replied Lord Biddenden irritably, "and if you do not guess why he has not yet spoken, you are a bigger fool than I take you for. Of course he hoped that Jack would come to Arnside, and Freddie too," he added perfunctorily. "Not that Freddie signifies a whit more than Dolphinton here, but I dare say the old man would wish him not to be excluded. No, it is Jack's absence which has made him hold his tongue. And I must say, Hugh, I never looked for that, and must hold it to be a piece of astonishing good fortune. Depend upon it, had the opportunity offered, the girl must have chosen him." "I do not know why you should say so," replied the rector stiffly. "Indeed, I am at a loss to understand why you should be so anxious to have me offer for a lady whom you apparently hold in such poor esteem. If I did not believe her to be a well-brought-up young woman to whom such persons as my cousin Jack must be repugnant—" "Yes, well, that is more of your humbug," interrupted his lordship. "You may be a handsome fellow, Hugh, but you are not an out-and-outer like Jack." "I have no wish to be an out-and-outer, as you term it," said Hugh, more stiffly still. "Nor do I regard his absence or his presence as being of any particular consequence." "Oh, don't sham it so," exclaimed Biddenden, flinging down a copy of the Gentleman's Gazette. "If you fancy, my dear brother, that because he gave you your living my uncle prefers you above his other great-nephews, you very much mistake the matter. I wonder you will talk such gammon. I do indeed. Jack has always been my uncle's favourite, and so you know. He means Kitty to choose him, depend upon it, and that is why he is so devilish out of humour. I marvel at his having invited any of the rest of us. Upon my soul, I do." Lord Dolphinton, who occasionally disconcerted his relations by attending to what they said, here raised his eyes from the book on his knees and interpolated. "Uncle said he didn't invite you, George. Said he didn't know why you came. Said—" "Nonsense. You know nothing of the matter," said Lord Biddenden. Lord Dolphinton's understanding was not powerful, nor was it one which readily assimilated ideas, but once it had received an impression, it was tenacious. "Did say so?" he insisted. "Said it last night when you arrived. Said it again this morning. Said it—" "Very well, that will do," said his cousin testily. Lord Dolphinton was not to be so easily silenced. "Said it when we sat down to luncheon," he continued, ticking the occasion off on one bony finger. "Said it at dinner. Said if you didn't care for your mutton, you needn't have come, because he didn't invite you. I ain't clever like you fellows, but when people say things to me once or twice, I can remember them." He observed that this simple declaration of his powers had bereft his cousin of words, and retired again, mildly pleased, into his book. Lord Biddenden exchanged a speaking look with his brother, but Hugh merely remarked that it was very true, and that in such a contemptuous voice that Biddenden was goaded into saying, "Well, at all events, it is as much to the purpose that I've come as that Dolphinton has. Folly." "I'm an earl," said Lord Dolphinton, suddenly re-entering the conversation. "You ain't an earl. Hugh ain't an earl. Freddie ain't—" "No, you are the only earl amongst us," interposed Hugh soothingly. "George is only a baron," said Dolphinton. Lord Biddenden cast him a glance of dislike, and said something under his breath about impoverished Irish peers. He had less patience with Dolphinton than any of the cousins, and the remark, moreover, had slightly wounded his sensibilities. He was a man of more pride than genius, liked to think himself the head of a family of great consequence, and was ambitious to improve his condition. However poorly he might think of Irish titles, he could never see Dolphinton without suffering a pang. A juster providence, he felt, must have reversed their positions. Not that he wished to exchange more with Dolphinton than his title, certainly not his snug inheritance for Dolphinton's Irish acres, mortgaged to the hilt, as he had good reason to suppose they were. Dolphinton was an only child, too, and that would not have suited his cousin. Lord Biddenden's instincts were patriarchal. He liked to see his brothers and sisters under his roof, and to feel that they depended upon him for guidance, and he was almost as anxious for their advancement as his own. It had been a source of considerable chagrin to him that circumstances had made it impossible for him to bestow his first living upon Hugh. He and not Matthew Pennycook should have been Hugh's benefactor, and he could never quite forgive the valetudinarian who was nursing Hugh's rectory for having grossly outlived expectation. That Hugh's presence within walking distance of Biddenden Manor might not be conducive either to his happiness or to his self-esteem, he did not allow to weigh with him, for he was a man with a strong sense of propriety, and he knew that it was his duty to feel affection for all his brothers and sisters. But the melancholy truth was that he could never be long in company with Hugh without becoming vexed with him. He was a just man, and he did not blame Hugh for being a head taller than himself, and very much slimmer. But he did think that Hugh was to be blamed for supposing that his cloth gave him the right to adopt a censorious attitude towards his elders. Regretfully, Lord Biddenden thought of his second brother, Claude, and wished that he were not, at this particular moment, serving with his regiment in the Army of Occupation in France. He would have been glad to have helped Claude to a fortune, for he liked him, and he foresaw, too, that he would be obliged at no very distant date to help him to buy his promotion, if not to do the thing outright. Captain Rattery, though deferential to the head of his house, was expensive. These reflections were disturbed by Lord Dolphinton, who raised his head again, and gave utterance to the thought which had been slowly germinating in his brain. "I'd as lief not be an earl," he said heavily, "or a viscount. Freddie's going to be a viscount. I wouldn't wish to be. I wouldn't wish to be a baron, though that's not much. George, yes, we all know I am a baron. You need not enumerate the degrees of nobility," said Biddenden in an exasperated tone. "You had as lief not be a peer of any degree. I am sure I don't know what maggot has got into your head now, but that, at least, I have understood." "There is no occasion for you to speak so roughly," said Hugh. "What would you like to be, Foster?" Lord Dolphinton sighed. "That's just it," he said mournfully. "I wouldn't like to be a military man, or a parson, or a doctor, or—" The rector, realizing that the list of the occupations his cousin did not desire to engage in was likely to be a long one, intervened, saying in his grave way, "Why don't you wish to be an earl, Foster?" "I just don't," said Dolphinton simply. Fortunately, since his elder cousin showed signs of becoming apoplectic, any further remarks which he might have felt impelled to make were checked by the arrival on the scene of his great-uncle and host. Mr. Pennycook, who had retired to his bedchamber after dinner for the purpose of having all the bandages which were bound round a gouty foot removed and replaced, made an impressive entrance. His butler preceded him, bearing upon a silver salver a box of pills and a glass half filled with an evil-looking mixture. Mr. Pennycook himself hobbled in, supported on one side by a stalwart footman, and upon the other by his valet, and a maidservant brought up the rear carrying a heavy walking-stick, several cushions, and a shawl. Both Lord Biddenden and his brother started helpfully towards their infirm relative, and were cursed for their pains. The butler informed Lord Dolphinton in a reproachful whisper that he was occupying the master's chair. Much alarmed, Dolphinton removed himself to an uncomfortable seat at some distance from the fire. Mr. Pennycook, uttering sundry groans, adjurations, and objurgations, was lured into his favourite chair. His gouty foot was laid tenderly upon a cushion placed on the stool before him. Another cushion was set at his back, and his nephew Hugh disposed the shawl about his shoulders, rather unwisely inquiring, as he did so, if he was comfortable. "No, I'm not comfortable, and if you had my stomach and my gout, you wouldn't ask me a damn silly question like that," retorted Mr. Pennycook. "Stophill, where's my cordial? Where are my pills? They don't do me any good, but I've paid for them, and I won't have waste. Where's my stick? Put it where I can reach it, girl, and don't stand there with your mouth at half-cock. Pack of fools. Don't keep on hovering round, Miss Spittle. I can't abide hoverers.
And don't go out of hearing of the bell, for very likely I shall go to bed early, and I don't want to be kept waiting while you're searched for all over. Go away, all of you. No, wait. Where's my snuff-box?
I fancy, sir, that you placed it in your pocket upon rising from the dinner-table, said Stobhill apologetically.
More fool you to have let me sit down before I took it out again, said Mr. Pennycook,
making heroic efforts to get a hand to his pocket, and uttering another anguished groan. An offer of Lord Biddenden's special salt, put up in an elegant enamel box, was ungratefully rejected. Mr. Pennycook said that he had used nut brown for years and wanted nobody's new-fangled mixture. He succeeded, with assistance from two of his henchmen, in extricating his box from his pocket, said that the room was as cold as a tomb, and roundly denounced the footman for not having built up a better fire. The footman, who was new to his service, foolishly reminded Mr. Pennycook that he had himself given orders to make only a small fire in the saloon.
"Man's an idiot," said Mr. Pennycook. "Small fire be damned. Not when I'm going to sit in here myself, clodpole."
He waved the servants away and nodded to his young relatives.
"In general, I don't sit here," he informed them. "Never sit anywhere but in the library. But I didn't want the pack of you crowding in there."
He then glanced round the room, observed that it needed refurbishing, but that he was not going to squander his money on a room he might not enter again for a 12-month, and swallowed 2 pills and the cordial. After this he took a generous pinch of snuff, which seemed to refresh him, and said,
"Well, I told you all to come here for a purpose, and if some of you don't choose to do what's to their interest, I wash my hands of them. I've given 'em a day's grace, and there's an end to it. I won't keep you all here, eating me out of house and home to suit the convenience of a couple of damned jackanapes. Mind, I don't mean they shan't have their chance. They don't deserve it, but I said Kitty should have her pick, and I'm a man of my word."
"I apprehend, sir," said Biddenden, "that we have some inkling of your intentions. You will recall that one amongst us is absent through no fault of his own."
"If you're talking about your brother Claude, I'm glad he isn't here," replied Mr. Pennycook. "I've nothing against the boy, but I can't abide military men. He can make Kitty an offer if he chooses, but I can tell you now she'll have nothing to say to him. Why should she? Hasn't clapped eyes on him for years. Now you may all of you keep quiet and listen to what I have to say. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I've decided what's the right thing for me to do. So now I'll put it to you in plain terms. Dolphinton, do you understand me?"
Lord Dolphinton, who was sitting with his hands loosely clasped between his knees, and an expression on his face of the utmost dejection, started and nodded.
"I don't suppose he does," Mr. Pennycook told Hugh in a lowered voice. "His mother may say what she pleases, but I've always thought he was touched in his upper works. However, he's as much my great-nevy as any of you, and I've settled it with myself that I'd make no distinctions between you."
He paused and looked at the assembled company with all the satisfaction of one about to address an audience without fear of argument or interruption.
"It's about my will," he said. "I'm an old man now, and I dare say I shan't live for very much longer. Not that I care for that, for I've had my day, and I don't doubt you'll all be glad to see me into my coffin."
Here he paused again, and with the shaking hand of advanced senility helped himself to another pinch of snuff. This performance, however, awoke little response in his great-nephews. Both Dolphinton and the Reverend Hugh certainly had their eyes fixed upon him, but Dolphinton's gaze could not be described as anything but lacklustre, and Hugh's was frankly sceptical. Biddenden was engaged in polishing his eyeglass. Mr. Pennycook was not, in fact, so laden with years as his wizened appearance and his conversation might have led the uninitiated to suppose. He was indeed the last representative of his generation, as he was fond of informing his visitors. But as 4 sisters had preceded him into the world, and out of it, this was not such an impressive circumstance as he would have wished it to appear.
"I'm the last of my name," he said sadly, shaking his head. "Outlived my generation. Never married. Never had a brother."
These tragic accents had their effect upon Lord Dolphinton. He turned his apprehensive eyes towards Hugh. Hugh smiled at him in a reassuring way, and said in a colourless voice, "Precisely so, sir." Mr. Pennycook, finding his audience to be unresponsive, abandoned his pathetic manner and said with his customary tartness, "Not that I shed many tears when my sisters died, for I didn't. I will say this for your grandmother, you two. She didn't trouble me much. But Dolphinton's grandmother, she was my sister Cornelia, and the stupidest female. Well, never mind that. Rosie was the best of them. Damn me, I liked Rosie. And I liked Jack. Spit an image of her. I don't know why the rascal ain't here tonight." This recollection brought the querulous note back into his voice. He sat in silence for a moment or two, brooding over his favourite nephew's defection. Biddenden directed a look of long suffering at his brother, but Hugh sat with his eyes on Mr. Pennycook's face, courteously waiting for him to resume his discourse. "Well, it don't signify," Mr. Pennycook said snappishly. "What I'm going to say is this. There's no reason why I shouldn't leave my money where I choose. You've none of you got a ha'porth of claim to it, so don't think it. At the same time, I was never one to forget my own kith and kin. No one can say I haven't done my duty by the family. Why, when I think of the times I've let you all come down here, nasty, destructive boys you were, too, besides giving Dolphinton's mother, who's no niece of mine, a lot of advice she'd have done well to have listened to when my nevy Dolphinton died. Well, there it is. I've got a feeling for my own blood there's no explaining. George has it, too. It's the only thing I like about you, George. So it seemed to me that my money ought to go to one of you. At the same time, there's Kitty, and I'm not going to deny that I'd like her to have it. And if I hadn't a sense of what's due to the family, I'd leave it to her, and make no more ado about it." He glanced from Biddenden to Hugh and gave a sudden cackle of mirth. "I dare say you often asked yourselves if she wasn't my daughter, eh? Well, she ain't. No relation of mine at all. She was poor Tom Charing's child, all right and tight, whatever you may have suspected. She's the last of the Charings, more's the pity. Tom and I were lads together, but his father left him pretty well in the basket, and mine left me plump enough in the pocket. Tom died before Kitty was out of leading strings, and there weren't any Charings left, beyond a couple of sour old cousins, so I adopted the girl. Nothing havey-cavey about the business at all, and no reason why she shouldn't marry into any family if she chooses. So I've settled it that one of you shall have her, and my fortune into the bargain." "I must say, sir, it is an odd, whimsical notion," Biddenden remarked, "and one which—" "Whimsical?" exclaimed Hugh in tones of disgust. "I had rather have called it outrageous." "Very well, my lad, if that's what you think, don't offer for her," retorted Mr. Pennycook. "Pray be silent, Hugh. May I inquire, sir, whether the whole of your estate is to be bequeathed to the, fortunate suitor?" "To Kitty, once she's safely married. I don't hold with cutting up property." "And in the event of no offers being received?" Mr. Pennycook gave vent to another of his cackles. "I ain't afraid of that." Hugh rose to his feet and stood towering above his great-uncle. "I will not be silenced. The whole of this scheme must be repugnant to any female of delicacy. Pray, which of us do you mean to compel her to marry?" "Don't stand there giving me a crick in my neck," said Mr. Pennycook. "I shan't compel her to marry any of you. I don't say I wouldn't rather she had one than another, naming no names, but I'm not an unreasonable man, and I'm willing to let her have her pick amongst you. Plenty of you to choose from." "But what if she should refuse, sir?" asked Biddenden anxiously. "Then I'll leave my money to the Foundling Hospital, or some such thing," replied Mr. Pennycook. "She won't be such a zany." "Am I correct in assuming, sir, that Kitty has no fortune of her own?" demanded Hugh. "Not a farthing piece," said Mr. Pennycook cheerfully. Hugh's eyes flashed. "And you say you do not compel her? I marvel at you, sir.
I may say that I am profoundly shocked. Without a fortune, what hope can any female, circumstanced as Kitty is, have of achieving a respectable alliance? She can't have any, of course, said Mr. Pennycook, becoming momentarily more affable as his great-nephew's choler rose. No, indeed, exclaimed Lord Biddenden, almost shuddering at the thought of marriage with a portionless female. Really, Hugh, you go too far. I don't know where you learned your fantastic notions. One would say there had never been a marriage arranged before, yet you must be well aware that in our circles such things are always done. Your own sisters. I have yet to learn that my sisters were forced into marriages that were distasteful to them. Mr. Pennycook opened his snuff-box again. What makes you think marriage to one of you would be distasteful to the girl? He asked blandly. Maybe she don't fancy you, but that ain't to say there isn't one amongst you she might not be glad to pick. She don't know any other men, so there's bound to be. Inhaling too large a pinch of nut brown, he sneezed violently several times. When he had recovered from his seizure, he said, Going to be open with you. Everyone knows the Charings. Good stock, fit to couple with any family. The thing is, Kitty has French blood in her. This information was well known to the company, but he disclosed it with all the air of one making a damaging admission. Evron was the name. Never knew much about the family myself. They were émigrés, but not noble, at least. If they were, it's more than Tom ever told me. They won't trouble you. I saw to that. Fellow who said he was Kitty's uncle came here once, years ago. Brought his sons with him. Couple of scrubby schoolboys, they were. I soon sent him to the right about. A very neat article, I thought him. No use his trying to bamboozle me, and so I told him. A sponge, that's what he was, if he wasn't worse. However, to the best of my belief, he took himself off to France again. I never heard any more of him, at all events. But Désirée, Kitty's mother. He broke off, and his gaze, which had been flickering from Biddenden's face to the Reverend Hugh's, transferred itself to the smouldering logs in the grate. He did not finish his sentence, but said, after a pause, Pretty little thing, Kitty. But she'll never be the equal of her mother. Favours poor Tom too much. Got something of her mother's look. I see it now and then. But Mrs. Charing. Well, never mind. That ain't to the purpose. He stretched out his hand towards the bell rope and pulled it vigorously. I'll have her in, he said. But mind now, I ain't compelling her to choose any of you three. Well, she can't choose you, George, because you're married already. I don't know what brings you here. I never invited you. Lord Dolphinton, pleased to hear his words thus confirmed, turned his eyes towards his elder cousin and remarked succinctly, Told you so? Chapter 2. A few minutes later, Miss Catherine Charing entered the room, accompanied by an elderly lady whose sparse grey locks had been crimped into ringlets, which dangled on either side of an amiable, if not comely, countenance. The absence of a cap proclaimed her spinsterhood. She wore a high gown of an unbecoming shade of puce, and carried a reticule in one bony hand. Mr. Pennycook no sooner saw her than he exclaimed with unnecessary violence, Not you, woman, not you. Think I haven't had a bellyful of your face today? Go away, go away. The elderly lady made a faint clucking noise, but although she looked frightened, she did not seem to be surprised by this unconventional greeting. She said, Oh, Mr. Pennycook, at such a time, such a delicate occasion. Kitty, interrupted Mr. Pennycook, throw that fish out of the room. The elderly lady uttered a protesting shriek. Miss Charing, however, pushed her gently but inexorably over the threshold, saying, I told you how it would be. Then she closed the door, favoured the company with a wide-eyed and thoughtful gaze, and advanced into the middle of the room. Good girl, approved Mr. Pennycook. Sit down. Take this chair, urged Lord Biddenden. "You will be comfortable here, my dear Kitty," said the Reverend Hugh, indicating the chair from which he had risen at her entrance. Not to be outdone, Lord Dolphinton gulped and said, "Take mine. Not comfortable, but very happy to... Pray take it." Miss Charing bestowed a small, prim smile upon her suitors, and sat down on a straight chair by the table and folded her hands in her lap. Miss Charing was a rather diminutive brunette. She had a neat figure, very pretty hands and feet, and a countenance which owed much to a pair of large, dark eyes. Their expression was one of candour and of innocence, and she had a habit of fixing them earnestly, and sometimes disconcertingly, upon the face of any interlocutor. She had a slightly retroussé nose, a short upper lip, a decided chin, and a profusion of dusky curls, which were dressed in the demure style which found favour in the eyes of her guardian and her governess. She wore a round robe of green cambric with a high waist and long sleeves and one narrow flounce. A small gold locket was suspended round her throat by a ribbon. It was her only ornament. If Lord Biddenden, a man of fashionable inclinations, felt that a few trinkets and a more modish gown would have improved her, it was plain that his brother surveyed her modest appearance with approbation. "Well, Kitty," said Mr. Pennycook, "I've told these three what my intentions are, and now they may speak for themselves. Not Biddenden, of course. I don't mean him, though I don't doubt he'd speak fast enough if he could. What brought him here, I don't know." "I expect," said Miss Charing, considering his lordship, "he came to bring Hugh up to the mark." "Really, Kitty, upon my word," ejaculated Biddenden, visibly discomposed, "it is time you learned to mend your tongue." Miss Charing looked surprised, and directed an inquiring glance at Hugh. He said with grave kindness, "George means that such expressions as 'up to the mark' are improper when uttered by a female cousin." "Huh," said Mr. Pennycook. "So that's what he meant, is it? Then I'll thank him to keep his nose out of what don't concern him. What's more, I won't have you teaching the girl to be mealy-mouthed. Not while she lives under my roof. I have quite enough of that from that fish." "I must observe, sir, that my cousin would be perhaps well advised to model her conversation rather upon Miss Fishguard's example than upon that set her by, I conjecture, Jack," returned Hugh, pointedly enunciating each syllable of the governess's name. "Gammon," said Mr. Pennycook rudely. "It ain't Jack's example she follows, it's mine. I knew how it would be. I shan't get a wink of sleep tonight. Damn me, I never knew a fellow turn my bile as you do, Hugh, with that starched face of yours and your prosy ways. If I hadn't made up my mind to it that... Never mind that. I did make it up, and I won't go back on my word. Never have, never will. However, there's no reason for Kitty to be in a hurry to decide which of you she'll have, and if she takes my advice, she'll wait and see whether... Not that either of them deserves she should... And if they think they can keep me dangling on their whims, they will very soon discover their mistake." With these suddenly venomous words, Mr. Pennycook once more tugged at the bell-rope, and with such violence that it was not surprising that not only the butler, but his valet as well, appeared in the saloon before the echo of the clapper had died away. Mr. Pennycook announced his determination to retire to the library, adding that he had had enough of his relations for one day, but would see them again upon the morrow, unless, as was more than probable, he was then too ill to see anyone but the doctor. "Not that it'll do me any good to see him," he said. He uttered a sharp yelp as he was hoisted out of his chair, cursed his valet, and cast a malevolent look at Lord Biddenden. "And if I were to sleep all night and wake up without a twinge of this damn gout, I still wouldn't want to see you, George," he declared. Lord Biddenden waited until he had been supported out of the room before observing, with a significant look, "It is not difficult to understand what has cast him into this ill humour, of course." "Didn't invite you," said Dolphinton, showing his understanding. "Oh, hold your tongue!" exclaimed Biddenden, quite exasperated. My uncle must be in his dotage. A more ill-managed business. Ill-managed indeed, said Hugh. There has been a want of delicacy which must be excessively disagreeable, not to you, but to our cousin here. She is not our cousin. My dear brother, we have thought of her as our cousin ever since she was in her cradle. Yes, I know we have, said Biddenden, but you heard what my uncle said. She's not. Hugh said arctically, That was not what I meant. I am happy to be able to say that such a suspicion has never crossed my mind. Coming it rather too strong, Hugh, said Biddenden with a short laugh. You forget your company, said Hugh, allowing annoyance to lend an edge to his voice. Recollecting it, Lord Biddenden reddened, and cast an apologetic look at Kitty. I beg your pardon, but this business has so much provoked me, done in such a scrambling way. However, I do not mean to put you to the blush, and I am sure we have all of us been in such habits of easy intercourse that there is no reason why you should feel the least degree of mortification. Oh, no, I don't, Kitty assured him. In fact, it is a thing I have wondered about very often. Only Hugh told me he was persuaded it could be no such thing, which, I must own, I was very glad of. Well, upon my word, said Lord Biddenden, torn between diversion and disapproval. Hugh told you, did he? So much for your fine talking, my dear brother. No suspicion, indeed. I wonder you will be forever trying to humbug us all. You should not be talking of such things to Hugh, my dear Kitty, but I shall say nothing further on that head. No doubt you have a comfortable understanding with him, and I am sure I am glad to know that this is so. Well, I knew it would be useless to ask poor Fish, said Kitty naively. So I spoke to Hugh, because he is a clergyman. Has Uncle Matthew told you that I am not his daughter? She turned her eyes towards Hugh as she spoke, and he replied a little repressively. You are the daughter of the late Thomas Charing, Kitty, and of his wife, a French lady. Oh, I knew my mother was French, said Kitty. I remember when my Uncle Armand brought my French cousins to see us. Their names were Camille and André, and Camille mended my doll for me, which no one else was able to do, after Claude said she was an aristo and cut her head off. Miss Charing's eyes darkened with memory. She added in a brooding tone, For which I shall never forgive him. This speech did not seem to augur well for the absent Captain Rattery's chances of winning an heiress. Lord Biddenden said fretfully, My dear Kitty, that must have been years ago. Yes, but I have not forgotten, and I shall always be grateful to my cousin Camille. Ridiculous. Hugh interposed, saying, It is you who are ridiculous, George. However, I must agree with you that my uncle has shown a lack of delicacy in this affair which renders the present situation distasteful to any person of refinement. I am persuaded that it would be more agreeable to our cousin if you and Dolphinton were to withdraw into some other apartment. I dare say it would be more agreeable to you, retorted his lordship, and I should be very glad to oblige you, but if you imagine that I am going to bed at 7 o'clock, you are the more mistaken. There is not the smallest necessity for you to go to bed. Really, George? Oh, yes, there is, said his lordship with considerable acerbity. No doubt my uncle has a very comfortable fire built up in the library, but if there is one in any other room in the house, I have yet to discover it. Well, there is one in his bedchamber, of course, said Kitty. And if you did not object to sitting with Fish, there is a fire in the schoolroom. Only I dare say you would not like it very much. No, I should not. And poor Dolph wouldn't like it either. Besides, he wants to say something, pursued Kitty, who had been observing with an indulgent eye the spasmodic opening and shutting of Lord Dolphinton's large mouth. Well, Foster, what is it? Said Hugh encouragingly. I won't go with George, announced Dolphinton. I don't like George. Didn't come to see him. Oughtn't to be here. Wasn't invited. "Oh, my God, now we're back at that," muttered Biddenden. "You might just as well take yourself off to bed, Dolphinton, as remain here." "No, I might not," returned Dolphinton with spirit. "I ain't a married man. What's more, I'm an earl." "What has that to say to anything, pray? I wish you will—" "Important," said Dolphinton. "Good thing to marry an earl. Be a countess." "This, I collect, is a declaration," said Biddenden sardonically. "Pretty well, Foster, I must say." "Are you being so obliging as to make me an offer, Dolph?" inquired Miss Charing, in no way discomposed. Lord Dolphinton nodded several times, grateful to her for her ready understanding. "Very happy to oblige," he said. "Not at all plump in the pocket. No, not to mention that. Just say, always had a great regard for you. Do me the honour to accept of my hand in marriage." "Upon my word," ejaculated Biddenden, "if one did not know the truth, one would say you were 3 parts disguised, Foster." Lord Dolphinton, uneasily aware of having lost the thread of a prepared speech, looked more miserable than ever, and coloured to the roots of his lank brown locks. He cast an imploring glance at Miss Charing, who at once rose and went to seat herself in a chair beside him, patting his hand in a soothing way, and saying, "Nonsense. You said it very creditably, Dolph, and I perfectly understand how it is. You have offered for me because your mamma ordered you to do so, haven't you?" "That's it," said his lordship, relieved. "No wish to vex you, Kitty. Really very fond of you, but must make a push." "Exactly so. Your estates are shockingly mortgaged, and your pockets are quite to let, so you have offered for me. But you don't really wish to marry me, do you?" His lordship sighed. "No help for it," he said simply. "Yes, there is, because I won't accept your offer, Dolph," said Miss Charing in a consoling tone. "So now you may be comfortable again." The cloud lifted from his brow, only to descend again. "No, I shan't," said his lordship wretchedly. "She'll take a pet. Say I must have made poor work of it." "What astonishes me," said Biddenden, in an aside to his brother, "is that my Aunt Augusta permitted him to come here without her." "Didn't want to," said Dolphinton, once more startling his relatives by his ability to follow the gist of remarks not addressed to himself. "Uncle Matthew said he wouldn't let her cross his threshold. Said I must come alone. I didn't object, only she'll say I didn't do the thing as she told me. Well, I did. Offered for you, said I was an earl, said I should be honoured. Won't believe it. That's all." "Oh, don't distress yourself," said Biddenden. "We 3 are witnesses to testify to your having expressed yourself with all the ardour and address imaginable." "You think I did?" said Dolphinton hopefully. "Oh, heaven grant me patience," exclaimed his cousin. "Indeed, you stand in need of it," said Hugh sternly. "You may be quite easy, my dear Foster. You have done just as my aunt bade you. I believe I may say that no persuasions of hers could have prevailed upon our cousin to have changed her nay to yea." "Well, you may," conceded Miss Charing. "Only I am very well able to speak for myself, I thank you, Hugh. Are you wishful of making me an offer?" Lord Dolphinton, his mission honourably discharged, turned an interested gaze upon his clerical cousin. Lord Biddenden exclaimed, "This is intolerable," and Hugh himself looked a trifle out of countenance. He hesitated before saying, with a constrained smile, "There is a degree of awkwardness attached to this situation which might, I fancy, be more easily overcome were we to converse alone together." "Yes, but you cannot expect George and poor Dolph to remove to a room where there is no fire," objected Miss Charing reasonably. "It would be useless to apply to Uncle Matthew for leave to kindle any more fires tonight. You must know that. Nothing puts him into such a taking as habits of wasteful extravagance, and he would be bound to think it a great waste of coals to make a fire for George or for Dolph. And as for our situations being awkward, if I do not regard that, I am sure you need not. In fact, I am happy to be able to tell as many of you as I can that I have not the smallest wish to marry any of you." "Very likely you have not, Kitty, but that you should express yourself with such heat, or, I may say, at all, is very unbecoming in you. I am astonished that Miss Fishguard, an excellent woman, I am sure, should not have taught you a little more conduct." It occurred to Lord Biddenden that a quarrel with Kitty would scarcely forward the project he had in view, and he added in a more cordial tone, "But indeed I must own that such a situation as this must be considered in itself to have passed the bounds of propriety. Believe me, Kitty, I feel for you. You have been made the object of what I cannot but deem a distempered freak." "Yes, but fortunately I am very well acquainted with you all, so that I need have no scruple in speaking the truth to you," Kitty pointed out. "I don't want Uncle Matthew's odious fortune, and as for marrying any gentleman who offered for me only because I have the advantage of a handsome dependence, I would rather wear the willow all my days. And let me tell you, Hugh, that I did not think that you would do such a thing." The rector, not unnaturally, was a little confounded by this sudden attack, and made her no immediate reply. Lord Dolphington, who had listened intently to what she had to say, was pleased to find that he was able to elucidate. "Shouldn't have come," he told his rigid cousin. "Not the thing for a man in orders. George shouldn't have come either, not in orders, but not invited." "Not want to inherit a fortune?" exclaimed Biddenden, the enormity of such a declaration making it possible for him to ignore Dolphington's unwelcome intrusion into the argument. "Pooh, nonsense! You do not know what you are saying." "On the contrary," said the rector, making a recovery, "her sentiments do her honour. My dear Kitty, none is more conscious than myself of what must be your reflections upon this occasion. Indeed, you must believe that I share them. That my great-uncle would make me the recipient of his fortune was a thought that has never crossed my head. If I have ever indulged my brain with speculations on the nature of his intentions, I have supposed that he would bequeath to his adopted child a respectable independence, and the residue of his estate to that member of the family whom we know to be his favourite great-nephew. None of us, I fancy, could have called in question the propriety of such a disposition. None of us can have imagined that he would, whatever the event, have left that adopted child destitute upon the world." He saw the startled look in Miss Charing's eyes and said, with great gentleness, "That, my dearest Kitty, is what he has assured us he will do, should we or you refuse to obey his, I do not scruple to say, monstrous command." "Destitute," repeated Kitty, as though the word were unknown. Lord Biddenden pulled a chair forward and sat down beside her, possessing himself of one of her hands and patting it. "Yes, Kitty, that is the matter in a nutshell," he said. "I do not wonder that you should look shocked. Your repugnance must be shared by any man of sensibility. The melancholy truth is that you were not born to an independence. Your father, a man of excellent family, of course, was improvident. But for the generosity of my uncle in adopting you, you must have been reared in such conditions as we will not dwell upon. A stranger to all the elegancies of life, a penniless orphan without a protector to lend you consequence. My dear Kitty, you might even have counted yourself fortunate today to have found yourself in such a situation as Miss Fishguard's." It was plain, from the impressive dropping of his voice, that he had described to her the lowest depths in which his fancy was capable of imagining her. His solemn manner had its effect. She looked instinctively towards the rector, upon whose judgment she had been accustomed of late years to depend. "I cannot say that it is untrue," Hugh responded in a low tone. "Indeed, I must acknowledge that whatever may be my uncle's conduct today, however improper in my eyes, You are very much beholden to him for his generosity in the past." She pulled her hand out of Lord Biddenden's warm, plump clasp and jumped up, saying impulsively, "I hope I am not ungrateful, but when you speak of generosity, I feel as though my heart must burst." "Kitty, Kitty, do not talk in that intemperate style," Hugh said. "No, no, but you do not understand," she cried. "You speak of his fortune, and you know it to be large. Everyone says that, but I have no cause to suspect it. If he yielded to a generous impulse when he adopted me, at least he has atoned for that during all these years. No, Hugh, I won't hush. Ask poor Fish what wage she has received from him for educating me. Ask her what shifts she has often and often been put to contrive that I should not be dressed in rags. Well, perhaps not rags precisely, but only look at this gown I am wearing now." All three gentlemen obeyed her, but perhaps only Lord Biddenden recognized the justice of her complaint. Hugh said, "You look very well, Kitty, I assure you. There is a neatness and a propriety." "I do not want neatness and propriety," interrupted Kitty, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. "I want elegant dresses, and I want to have my hair cut in the first style of fashion, and I want to go to assemblies and rout parties and to the theatre and to the opera, and not to be a poor little squab of a dowdy." Again, only Biddenden was able to appreciate her feelings. "Very understandable," he said. "It is not at all to be wondered at. Why, you have been kept so cooped up here that I dare say you may never have attended so much as a concert." "Very true," Hugh concurred. "I have frequently observed to my uncle that the indulgence of some degree of rational amusement should be granted to you, Kitty. Alas, I fear that his habits and prejudices are fixed. I cannot flatter myself that my words have borne weight with him." "Exactly so," Biddenden said, "and so it must always be while you remain under this roof, Kitty. However little you may relish the manner of my uncle's proposals, you must perceive all the advantages attached to an eligible marriage. You will have a position of the first respectability. You will be mistress of a very pretty establishment, able to order things as you choose. With the habits of economy you have learned, you will find yourself at the outset most comfortably circumstanced, and in the course of time you will be able to command every imaginable extravagance." From his lengthening upper lip it was to be deduced that this sketch of the future made little appeal to the rector. He said, "I do Kitty the justice to believe that the tone of her mind is too nice to allow of her hankering after extravagance. I am not a Puritan. I sympathize to the full in her desire to escape from the restrictions imposed upon her by my uncle's valetudinarian habits." "Oh," cried Kitty wistfully, "I should like so much to be extravagant." "You will allow me to know you better than you know yourself, dear Kitty," responded Hugh with great firmness. "Most naturally you desire to become better acquainted with the world. You would like to visit the metropolis, I dare say, and so you shall. You yearn to taste the pleasures enjoyed by those persons who constitute what is known as the ton. It is only proper that you should do so. I venture to prophesy that in a very short space of time you would find many of these pleasures hollow cheats. But do not imagine that if you were to bestow your hand upon me in marriage, you would find me opposed to the occasional gratification of your wish for more gaiety than is to be found in a country parish. I am no enemy to the innocent recreation of dancing. I have frequently derived no small enjoyment from a visit to the playhouse. And while I must hold gaming in abhorrence, I am not so bigoted that I cannot play a tolerable game of whist or quadrille, or bear my part in a private loo party." "Hugh," interrupted Kitty, "George must have constrained you to make me this offer." "I assure you, upon my honour, it is not so." "You do not wish me to be your wife? You don't love me," she said in a suffocating voice, and with tears starting to her eyes. He replied stiffly, "My regard for you is most sincere. Since I was inducted into a parish not so far distant as to make it impossible for me frequently to visit my great-uncle, I have had ample opportunity of observing you, and to my regard has been added respect. I am persuaded that there is nothing in your character which could preclude your becoming a most eligible wife to any man in orders." She gazed up at him in astonishment. "I?" she exclaimed. "When you have been forever scolding me for levity, and frowning every time I don't mind my tongue to your liking, and telling me I ought not to be discontented with my lot. How can you talk so?" He possessed himself of her hand, saying with a smile, "These are the faults of youth, Kitty. I own I have tried to guide you. It was never my intention to scold." "If you are not constrained by George, it must be by Uncle Matthew," she declared, snatching her hand away. "Yes, in some sort," he replied. "It is hard for you to understand the motives." "No, I assure you." "Yes," he said steadily. "You must know, Kitty, you must realize, however painful it may be, that George has spoken only the truth. Your whole dependence is upon my uncle. Were he to die, leaving you unwed, unbetrothed to one of us, your situation must be desperate indeed. I hesitate to wound you, but I must tell you that, the world being what it is, a respectable marriage is hard to achieve for a direless and orphaned female. What could you do to maintain yourself if left alone upon the world? George has spoken of such a position as that held by Miss Fishguard, but surely without reflection. Miss Fishguard is an excellent woman, but she is lacking in such accomplishments as a governess seeking employment in the first circles is today expected to impart to her pupils. Her knowledge is not profound. Her performance upon the pianoforte is not superior. She has no skill with watercolours, little mastery over the French tongue, none at all over the Italian." She turned her face away, a blush of mortification spreading over her cheeks. "You mean that I am lacking in accomplishments?" "Since my uncle neglected to provide masters to supply the deficiencies of your education, it must necessarily be so," he replied calmly. "You know, my dear Kitty, how often I have recommended you to pursue your studies, even though you have left the schoolroom." "Yes," acknowledged Kitty, without enthusiasm. "It would afford me much pleasure to be able to direct your studies and to read with you," he said. "I believe I may say that I am accounted a good scholar, and I am very sure that to guide the taste and to enlarge the knowledge of so intelligent a pupil as you, dear cousin, must be an agreeable task." Lord Biddenden, who had been listening to his brother's measured speeches in growing disapprobation, could no longer contain his impatience. "Well, really, Hugh," he ejaculated, "a fine offer to be making the poor girl, I must say. Enough to set her against marriage with you from the outset." "Kitty understands me," Hugh said, rather haughtily. "Well, yes, I think I do," said Kitty. "And George is perfectly right. I should dislike excessively to be turned into a scholar, and I cannot feel, Hugh, that I am at all the kind of girl you should marry. And now I come to think of it, I dare say there is one way in which I could earn my bread. I could seek a post as a housekeeper. There is something in which I need no instruction. I have had the management of this house ever since I was 16, and able to relieve poor Fish of duties for which she is quite unsuited. I expect anyone would be very happy to employ me, too, because if there is one thing I know all about, it is the strictest economy." "Now, Kitty, don't talk nonsense," begged Lord Biddenden testily. The rector made a silencing gesture with one shapely hand. "If your youth, Kitty, did not render you ineligible for such a post, your birth and your breeding most assuredly do. I hardly think, moreover, that you would find it congenial." "No, I shouldn't," she said frankly. "But I shouldn't find it congenial to be married to you either, Hugh." "There, what did I tell you?" interpolated Biddenden. "I am sorry," said Hugh, grave but kind. For my part, I should count myself happy to be able to call you my wife."
"Well, it is very obliging of you to say so," retorted Kitty. "But if you are speaking the truth, I cannot conceive why you should never have given me the least suspicion of it until today." It was his turn to redden, but he did not allow his eyes to waver from hers, and he replied with scarcely a moment's hesitation.
"The thought, however, has frequently been in my mind. I believe it is not in my nature to fall in love, as the common phrase has it, but I have long felt for you the sincerest esteem and affection. You are young. You have not yet reached your 20th birthday. I believed that the time to declare myself was not yet. I have sometimes suspected, too, that you had a partiality for another member of the family, decided enough to make it useless for me to address you. It was in the expectation of finding all 3 of my cousins gathered here that I came to Arnside. I have found only Dolphinton, and in these circumstances I do not hesitate to beg you, Kitty, to accept of my hand in marriage, and to believe that at Garsfield Rectory you may be sure of a safe and an honourable asylum."
"It is not, then, for the sake of Uncle Matthew's fortune that you have offered for me, but from chivalry towards a penniless creature whom you suppose to have been rejected by everyone else?" demanded Kitty breathlessly. I would rather marry Dolph." At these alarming words, Lord Dolphinton, who had for some time been sucking the hilt of a paper-knife, which he had found conveniently to hand, sat up with a jerk and dropped the knife from his suddenly nerveless fingers.
"Eh?" he uttered. "But said you wouldn't. Remember it distinctly. Said I might be comfortable again."
"And so you may, for I meant it," said Kitty fiercely. "There is no one for whom I have the least partiality, and I don't wish to marry anyone in your odious family. I think Hugh is a humbug, and Claude has a cruel nature, and Dolph and Freddie are just stupid. And as for Jack, I am truly thankful that he was not coxcomb enough to come here, because I dislike him more than all the rest of you together. Good night." The door slammed behind her, causing Lord Dolphinton to start nervously. Biddenden said, "A ramshackle business you made of it, Hugh, with your damned long-winded periods and your fine talk of educating the girl. Much good will your scholarship do you while you have less than common sense. What in the devil's name possessed you to bring Jack up? Of course she's fancied herself in love with him for years." "It is time she left such childish folly behind her," said Hugh coldly. "There can be little in Jack to recommend him to a female of sense and principles, after all. If that's what you think, my dear brother, I would advise you to put your nose outside your rectory and go about the world a little," returned Biddenden with a short laugh. "And don't talk fustian to me about his gaming and his libertine ways. I know it's on the tip of your tongue. Jack may be anything you please, but he's a devilish handsome fellow, and an out-and-outer, what they call top of the trees. Of course Kitty has a tendre for him." "No, she hasn't," interrupted Dolphinton, who had been following this interchange with a puzzled frown on his brow. "Can't have been listening. She said she disliked him more than all the rest of us together. Come to think of it," added his lordship, attacked by a sudden thought, "not sure she ain't right." He nodded, pleased with his flash of insight, and said with unimpaired affability, "Don't see much of him, which accounts for my thinking it was you I disliked the most, George." Lord Biddenden, after glaring at him in an impotent way for several seconds, strode to the bell-rope and jerked it vigorously. "Since that miserly old bag of bones has given no orders for our refreshment, I shall make so bold as to tell the servant to bring some brandy to this room," he announced bitterly. Chapter 3. Shortly before 7 o'clock that evening, at about the moment when Miss Charing entered the saloon to receive the proposals of 2 of her cousins,
A hired post-chaise and pair drew up before the Blue Boar, a small but excellent hostelry, situated rather more than a mile from Arnside House, where 4 roads joined. The young gentleman who alighted from the chaise must have been recognised at sight by the discerning as a pink of the ton, for although his judgment, which in all matters of fashion was extremely nice, had forbidden him to travel into the country arrayed in the long-tailed coat of blue superfine, the pantaloons of delicate yellow, and the tasselled Hessian boots which marked him in the metropolis as a veritable tulip or Bond Street beau, none but a regular dash, patronising the most exclusive of tailors, could have presented himself in so exquisitely moulded a riding-coat, such peerless breeches, or such effulgent top-boots. The white tops of these, which incontrovertibly proclaimed his dandyism, were hidden by the folds of a very long and voluminous driving-coat, lined with silk, embellished with several shoulder-capes, and secured across his chest by a double row of very large buttons of mother-of-pearl. Upon his brown locks, carefully anointed with Russian oil, and cropped à la Titus, he wore a high-crowned beaver hat, set at an exact angle between the rakish and the precise. On his hands were gloves of York tan. Under one arm he carried a Malacca cane. When he strolled into the inn and shed the somewhat deceptive driving-coat, he was seen to be a slender young gentleman of average height and graceful carriage. His countenance was unarresting but amiable, and a certain vagueness characterized his demeanour. When he relinquished his coat, his hat, his cane, and his gloves into the landlord's hands, a slight look of anxiety was in his face, but as soon as a penetrating glance at the mirror had satisfied him that the high points of his shirt-collar were uncrumpled, and the intricacies of a virgin cravat no more disarranged than a touch would set to rights, the anxious look disappeared, and he was able to turn his attention to other matters. The landlord, who had greeted him with a mixture of the deference due to a wealthy man of fashion and the tolerant affection of one who, having been acquainted with him since the days when he wore nankeens and frilled shirts, knew all his failings, said for a second time, "Well, sir, this is a pleasant surprise, I'm sure. Quite a period it is since we've seen you in these parts. You'll be on your way to Arnside, I don't doubt." "Yes," acknowledged the traveller. "Dashed nearly dished myself up, what's more. Devilish early hours my great-uncle keeps Pluckley. Fortunate thing, remembered it a mile back. Better dine here." The Blue Boar was not much in the habit of catering for the polite world, but the landlord, secure in the knowledge that his helpmate, a North Country woman, was a notable housewife, received this announcement with unruffled equanimity. "Well, sir, I won't say you're wrong," he remarked, with the wink of the privileged. "A most respected gentleman, Mr. Pennycook, I'm sure. But they do say as he don't keep what I call a liberal table, nor, by what I hear from Mr. Stobhill, he don't let the bottle go round like it should. Now, if you'll step into the coffee-room, sir, you'll find a good fire, and no one but yourself likely to come in. I'll just make so bold as to fetch you in a glass of as soft a sherry as you'll find this side of London town, and while you're drinking it, my rib shall tuss you up some mushroom fritters by way of a relish. For you know we don't have any call for French kickshawses here, not in the ordinary way, and aside from the fritters, there's only a serpent of mutton and one of our goose and turkey pies, which I'll be bound you've not forgot, and a bit of crimped cod, and a curd pudding, if you should fancy it." This modest repast being approved, Mr. Pluckley then withdrew, and within a short space of time the covers were laid in the coffee-room, and the guests sat down to an excellent dinner, the bare skeleton which had been described by the landlord being reinforced by oysters in batter, some Flemish soup, and, as side dishes, some calf's fry and a boiled tongue with turnips. A bottle of Burgundy, which had formed part of a particularly successful run, washed the meal down, and the whole was rounded off by some cognac, the young gentleman of fashion waving aside with a horrified shudder an offer of port. It was while he was sipping this revivifying cordial that the landlord, who had lingered in the coffee-room to regale him with various items of local gossip, was drawn from his side by the sound of an opening door. Informing his guest that he would take care no ungenteel person intruded upon him, Mr. Pluckley departed. A murmur of voices penetrated confusedly to the coffee-room, and in another minute Mr. Pluckley reappeared, looking very much astonished, and saying, "Well, sir, and little did I think who it might be at this hour of the evening and the snow beginning to fall, and her coming on foot without a servant nor nothing. It's Miss Charing, sir." "Eh?" said the willowy gentleman, slightly startled. The landlord held the door wide, and Miss Charing, a serviceable if not beautiful cloak huddled about her form, appeared on the threshold, and there halted. The strings of her hood were tied tightly under her chin, and the resulting frill of drab woolen cloth unbecomingly framed a face whose nose was pink-tipped with cold. There was nothing romantic about Miss Charing's appearance, but her entrance would not have shamed a Siddons. "You!" she uttered in accents of loathing. "I might have known it." The Honourable Frederick Standen was faintly puzzled. It seemed to him that Miss Charing was both surprised and displeased to see him. He expostulated, "Dash it, Kitty, I was invited." "I thought better of you," said Miss Charing tragically. "You did?" said Mr. Standen, sparring for wind. His gaze, not wholly unlike that of a startled hare, alighted on the table. He fancied he could perceive a glimmer of light. "Yes, but you know what my uncle is," he said. "Dines at 5. Oh, he did when I was last down here. Nothing for it but to snatch a mouthful on the way." "That," said Miss Charing with withering scorn, "I don't care where you dine, Freddie, but that you should have come to Arnside gives me a very poor notion of you, let me tell you. Not that I ever had anything else, for you're as bad as Dolph. Worse." Mr. Standen, considering the matter, was moved to expostulate again. "No, really, Kitty, pitching it too strong," he said. "The poor fellow's queer in his attic." It occurred to him that Mr. Pluckley's interested presence might with advantage be dispensed with. He indicated this briefly and simply, and Mr. Pluckley regretfully withdrew. Miss Charing, who shared with her governess a taste for romantic fiction, toyed with the idea of remaining, a statue of persecuted virtue, by the door, but succumbed to the lure of a fire. Seating herself on the settle beside it, she untied the strings of her cloak, pushed back the hood from her ruffled curls, and stretched her benumbed hands to the blaze. "I'll tell you what it is," offered Mr. Standen. "You're cold. Put you in a miff. Have some brandy." Miss Charing declined the invitation contemptuously. She added, "You need not have put yourself to the trouble of travelling all the way from London. You have quite wasted your time, I assure you." "Well, that don't surprise me," returned Freddie. "I rather thought it was a hum. Uncle Matthew pretty stout?" "No, he is not. Dr. Fenwick said he could be cured of his stomach trouble by magnetism and warm ale, but it only did him a great deal of harm. At least he said it did. And also that we were all in a plot to kill him." "Gout bad too?" inquired Mr. Standen anxiously. "Very bad." "You know, I think I made a mistake to come," confided Mr. Standen. "Not at all sure I won't rack up for the night here and go back to London in the morning. The thing is, the old gentleman don't like me above half, and if his gout's plaguing him, I'd as lief not meet him. Besides, he won't let me bring my man, and I find it devilish awkward. It ain't my neckcloths, of course. Never let Icklesham do more than hand 'em to me. It's my boots. The last time I stayed here, the fellow who cleaned 'em left a dashed great thumb mark on one of them. I'm not bamming, Kitty. Gave me a nasty turn, I can tell you." "You might as well go back to London now," said Kitty. "You made a great mistake to come. In fact, when I think of your circumstances, I am quite shocked that you should have done so." "That's all very well," objected Mr. Standen, "but I don't like travelling at night. Besides, it ain't a posting-house, and I need a change. Yes, and now I come to think of it, what have my circumstances to say to anything?" "You are as rich as—" "I can't remember the name," said Miss Charing crossly. "I expect you mean golden ball," said Freddie. "And I ain't."
"No, I do not. I mean somebody out of history. At least, I think he was. Because when you wish to signify that a person is excessively wealthy, you say he is as rich as him."
"Well, I don't," said Freddie. "Never heard of the fellow. Nice cake I should make of myself if I went around talking about people out of history. Anyone would think you'd been in the sun, Kitty."
"Sun? It is snowing," cried Miss Charing.
"In that case, I'll be dashed if I'll go back to London tonight," said Freddie. "Not that that's what I meant, but never mind. What's more, I ain't as wealthy as all that."
"You are wealthy enough not to be obliged to offer for an heiress," said Miss Charing, darting a glance of scorn at him.
"Well, I ain't going to offer for an heiress," said Freddie patiently. A thought occurred to him. In some concern he added, "Kitty, you haven't got this infectious complaint, have you? Don't know what it is, but it goes very much about, they tell me. My sister Meg was in bed a se'nnight with it."
"Freddie," exclaimed Miss Charing, staring fixedly at him, "don't you know why Uncle Matthew sent for you?"
"Said he had something important to say to me. I thought it was a hum."
"But if you came at all, why did you not come yesterday?" Kitty demanded.
"Been out of town," explained Mr. Standen.
"Oh, Freddie, I have wronged you," uttered Kitty, genuinely remorseful. "But George and Hugh and Dolph all knew, and so, of course, I supposed you must too."
"Eh?" ejaculated Freddie, startled. "You don't mean to tell me they are at Arnside?"
Yes, they have been there since yesterday, and it is too dreadful, Freddie."
"Good God, I should rather think so," he agreed, much struck. "Why, if I hadn't met you, I should have walked smash into them. You know, Kitty, the old gentleman must be in pretty queer stirrups, unless he's been on the mop, and that don't seem likely. Well, what I mean is, he must be dicked in the knob to want such a set of gudgeons at Arnside. Mind, I don't say Hugh ain't a clever fellow, dare say he is, but you can't deny he's a dead bore."
"Yes, he is," agreed Miss Charing with enthusiasm. "And which is worse, he's a saintly bore, Freddie."
"Devilish," agreed Freddie. "Know what he said to me the last time he took a boat to the village? Why, just because he saw me coming away from the Great Go, he started to moralize about the evils of gaming. Seemed to think that I was a regular leg, which, as I told him, is a dashed silly thing to think, because for one thing it ain't at all the thing, and for another you have to be a cursed clever fellow to be a leg. What's brought him to Arnside?"
"Uncle Matthew," replied Kitty. "He is making his will."
"He is? You don't mean he's had notice to quit at last?"
"Of course he has not, but he chooses to think so," said Kitty.
"No need to put yourself in a pucker," said Freddie kindly. "Been saying it any time these past 10 years. Who's he leaving his money-bags to?"
"To me, upon conditions."
"What? Nothing to Jack?" exclaimed Freddie. "If that don't beat the Dutch. Not but what I'm dashed glad to hear it, Kitty. Felicitate you."
"Yes," said Miss Charing, "but it is on condition that I marry one or other of his great-nephews. And that, Freddie, is why you were invited to Arnside. You are to offer for me." The effect of this pronouncement was quite as great as she could have desired, and possibly rather greater. Mr. Standen, who had disposed his slender person gracefully in a chair on the other side of the fireplace, was jerked suddenly upright. An expression of the most profound horror transformed his amiable countenance. His eyes showed an alarming tendency to start from his head, and he said, in a voice approaching a squeak, "What?" Miss Charing was betrayed into an unromantic giggle. Mr. Standen looked suspiciously at her. "Now listen to me, Kitty," he said severely. "If you're trying to roast me—" "No, my God." "So that was it? I might have guessed as much. Well, if I don't serve him trick and tie for this—" "Who?" demanded Kitty. "Jack," said Mr. Standen.
Mind, I thought it was a dashed smoky thing. In fact, I settled it with myself I wouldn't come. Well, what I mean is, I ain't such a green 'un as to fall into one of Jack's take-ins. But you know, Kit, this is a devilish business. Why, if I hadn't chanced to meet you, I should have found myself dished up. You might have warned me, my dear girl."
Miss Charing paid no heed to this, but fixed her eyes most earnestly upon his face and asked, "Did Jack tell you to come?"
"That's it. Met him at Limmer's last night, wearing a coat I didn't like. Told me he let Scott make it for him. Pity. Made him look like a military man."
"Never mind Jack's coat," interrupted Kitty. "What did he say to you?"
"Well, that's it. Said he was tired of Weston's cut, which made me think he must be a trifle above par. Well, I put it to you, Kit. That's all you can think when a fellow says a thing like that."
"What did he say about me?" demanded Kitty.
"Didn't say anything about you. Asked me if I'd had a summons from the old gentleman. Told him I had, and he said I should on no account stay away. That's where I settled not to come. Kept his mouth as prim as a pie, but you know the way he laughs with his eyes."
The very thought of the way Mr. Westrather laughed with his eyes drew a deep sigh from Miss Charing. "Yes," she said wistfully. For a moment she seemed inclined to sink into a reverie, but the melting mood was not of long duration. Once again Mr. Standen became the object of her penetrating gaze. "Did Jack know why he was sent for?" she asked.
"Carlton House to a Charlie's shelter, he knew," said Freddie. "That's why he ain't here, of course."
Miss Charing stiffened. "You think so?" she said coldly.
"Not a doubt of it," responded Freddie. "I must say I call it a shabby thing to do. Might have told me what was in the wind. That's Jack all over, though."
Miss Charing accepted this unflattering speech meekly enough, but said, lifting her chin a little, "For my part, I am very glad he has not come. I should have thought very poorly of him had he obeyed such a command."
"No fear of that," said Freddie. "Very likely to have put up his back."
"Yes, perhaps that was it," said Kitty, brightening. "He is very proud, isn't he, Freddie?"
"Oh, I wouldn't call him proud, precisely. Gets upon his high ropes now and then, but he ain't one of your high sticklers."
Miss Charing meditated for some moments in silence. "I did not wish him to come," she said at last, "but Uncle Matthew is excessively vexed that he has not. It is the most absurd thing, but I am persuaded that Uncle Matthew had not the least notion of my marrying anyone else. He was as mad as fire when only Dolph and the Ratterys came to Arnside."
"Anyone would be," agreed Freddie. "Can't think what possessed the old gentleman to invite 'em," he added modestly. "Or me either, for that matter."
"He has taken a nonsensical notion into his head that he must not favour any of you above another. And you know what he is, Freddie. Once he has said a thing, he will never unsay it. I dare say it may not have occurred to him that Jack would not even come. It would serve him right if I said I would marry Dolph."
"You aren't going to tell me Dolph offered for you?" said Freddie incredulously.
"Yes, he did. If I hadn't been so angry, I must have gone into whoops. Poor Dolph. He looked so miserable, and of course I knew he only did it because that odious woman compelled him."
"Now I see it all," announced Freddie, nodding his head several times. "Accounts for it. Told you I'd settled not to come, didn't I? Well, it was Aunt Dolphington who made me change my mind. If I hadn't met her this morning, I wouldn't have."
Kitty looked very much surprised. "Lady Dolphington made you come? Now, how should she do that? She cannot have wished it."
"Well, that's it. Didn't wish it at all. I was in Bond Street, just on the toddle, you know, when out she popped from Hookham's library and stood there staring at me. Made my bow, of course, nothing else to be done. Nasty moment, I can tell you, because I was wearing a new waistcoat, and I'm not sure that it ain't a thought too dashing. But it wasn't that. Not," he added, considering the matter, "that I feel quite easy about it. Liked it when Weston showed it to me. But as soon as I put it on... Oh, Freddie, do stop talking about coats and waistcoats, begged Miss Charing, quite out of patience. What did Lady Dolphinton say? Said, so you haven't gone to Arnside. Silly thing to say, really, because there I was in the middle of Bond Street. So I said, no, I hadn't gone. And she asked me whether I meant to go, and I said I rather fancied not. And that's when I took a notion she was playing some kind of an undergame, because she gave me a hoaxing sort of smile and said I was wise not to go, for it was all a hum, or some such thing. Seemed devilish anxious to discover whether Jack had gone too. Looked like a cat at a cream pot when I told her he hadn't. Playing the concave suit, that's what I thought. Well, dash it, Kit. I may not be one of these clever fellows talking about a lot of dead people out of history, but a man can't be on the town and not smell out a bubble. Stands to reason. So, I came to see for myself what was in the wind. Mistake, of course. But there's no harm done, as it chances. All the same, Jack served me a damn backhanded turn, and so I shall tell him. A pretty fix I should have been in if I hadn't met you.
No, you wouldn't, said Kitty. Uncle Matthew cannot compel you to offer for me.
Mr. Standen looked dubious. You think he can't? Not sure you're all right there. Fact is, I'm frightened to death of the old gentleman. Always was. I don't say I wouldn't have made a push to come off clear, but it would have been dashed awkward. No, the more I think of it, the more I think it was a fortunate circumstance I met you. Seemed to me rather a queer start when you walked in, but I'm glad you did. Very. This reflection had the effect of causing a problem which had been for some time floating in a rather nebulous way at the back of his mind to assume a more concrete form. He said suddenly, Come to think of it, it is a queer start. What brings you here, Kit? And no wish to offend you, but not quite the thing, you know.
Her lip trembled. She replied with a catch in her voice. I'm running away.
Oh, running away, said Mr. Standen, satisfied.
I could not bear it another instant, declared Kitty, gripping her hands together in her lap.
Very understandable, said Freddie sympathetically. Most uncomfortable house I ever stayed in. Devilish bad cook, too. Not surprised the old gentleman has stomach trouble. Quite right to run away.
It wasn't that. Only when Uncle Matthew put me in that dreadful position and Dolph offered for me, and then Hugh. Hugh! I wished I'd never been born.
Mr. Standen had no difficulty in appreciating this. He said with considerable feeling, By Jupiter, yes. Not to be wondered at. I wouldn't have Hugh if I were you, Kit. You'd find him a dead bore. Handsome fellow, of course, but too mackerel-backed, if you ask me. Never saw anyone make a worse bow. Offered to teach him once, but all he did was look down his nose and say it was very obliging of me, but he wouldn't trouble me. As a matter of fact, it wasn't. Only did it because everyone knows he's a cousin of mine.
Oh, he is the stiffest thing in nature, declared Kitty. But I didn't care for that. Only he said he would marry me because if he didn't I should be left destitute upon the world, and it is all out of chivalry, and not in the least because he loves me or wants to inherit Uncle Matthew's fortune.
Mr. Standen, perceiving that her eyes were swimming in tears, made a praiseworthy attempt to avert a scene, the mere threat of which was already making him acutely uncomfortable. "Well, no need to cry over that," he said. "Never heard such a tale. Bag of moonshine, that's what it is. Lord, though, to think of Hugh's being such a Captain Sharp."
George said it too. And Hugh means to educate me, and he says there is nothing I can do to earn my own bread, and they all of them seem to think I should be glad to marry one of you. And I ran out of the room, and then, what must fish do but say it was romantic? Romantic! It was too much, Freddie. I made up my mind I would just show them.
So I stole the housekeeping money, and I came here because I know the Ashford stage stops here. And from Ashford, you know, I can get to London." "Oh," said Freddie. "Very good notion, I dare say. At least, no wish to throw a damper. But what are you going to do there?"
"That's just it," said Kitty, her face much flushed, and large teardrops trickling down her cheeks. "I was too angry to think of that. But I thought of it when I was walking along the lane, and I don't know what I'm going to do or where I am to stay, for I haven't a friend in the world, and every word you said was true."
"No, no," said Freddie feebly. Miss Charing, after an abortive search for her handkerchief, began to mop her face with the corner of her cloak. Mr. Standon's dismay gave place to shocked disapproval. "Here, Kitty, I say, no," he protested. "Take mine." Miss Charing accepted with a loud sob the delicate handkerchief held out to her, and blew her small nose with determination. Mr. Standon, reflecting that he had several handkerchiefs in his portmanteau, applied himself to the task of consolation. "No sense in crying," he said. "Think of some shift or other. Bound to." This well-meant suggestion caused Kitty's tears to flow faster.
"I've been thinking, and there's nothing I can do. And, oh, I would rather die than go back to Arnside."
At this moment an interruption occurred. The landlord, not unnaturally consumed with curiosity, had hit upon an excuse for re-entering the coffee-room. He came in bearing a steaming bowl of rum punch, which he set down on the table, saying, "Your punch, sir. You did say 9 o'clock, sir, didn't you? Just on 9 now, sir." Mr. Standon could not recall that he had said anything at all, and he was about to repudiate the punch when he realized that it was clearly the moment for him to fortify himself. He was thankful to perceive that Kitty had stopped crying and had turned her face away. He ventured to offer her a glass of ratafia. She shook her head silently, and the landlord, setting 2 glasses down beside the bowl, said, "Perhaps Miss would fancy just a sip of punch, to keep the cold out. Snowing quite fast it is, though not laying, sir. I hope no bad news from Mr. Pennycook, sir." Freddie, who had been hurriedly inventing a tale to account for Miss Charing's unconventional presence in the Blue Boar, now rose to the occasion with considerable address. "Lord, no, nothing of that sort," he said airily. "Stupid looby of a coachman forgot his orders, that's all. Ought to have fetched Miss Charing an hour ago. She's been visiting. Obliged to walk back to Arnside. Started to snow, so she had to seek shelter." If the landlord thought poorly of a story which featured a host so lost to propriety as to permit an unattached damsel to leave his house at dusk, on foot and unescorted, and which left out of account the modest carpet-bag, at present reposing in the passage outside the coffee-room, Kitty, at least, had no fault to find with it. No sooner had Mr. Pluckley departed than she turned to look admiringly at Freddie, and to thank him for his kind offices. "I had no notion you could be so clever," she told him. Mr. Standon blushed and disclaimed. "Made it all up beforehand," he explained. "Dare say you wouldn't think of it, but the fellow was bound to start nosing out your business. Oughtn't to be out alone, you know. Ought to have brought the fish with you." "But, Freddie, you must see that I couldn't run away to London if I brought fish. She would never consent." "Mustn't run away to London," said Freddie. "Been thinking about that, and it won't do. Pity, but there it is."
"You don't feel that there might be something I could do to support myself?" asked Miss Charing with a last flicker of hope. "Of course, I don't wish to starve, but do you think I should, truthfully, Freddie?" Keeping his inevitable reflections to himself, Mr. Standon lied manfully. "Sure of it," he said. "Not if I became a chambermaid," said Kitty, suddenly inspired. "Hugh says I am too young to be a housekeeper, but I could be a chambermaid." Mr. Standon brought her firmly back to earth. "No sense in that. Might as well stay at Arnside. Better, in fact." "Yes, I suppose I might," she said despondently.
Only I would like so much to escape. I do try not to be ungrateful, but, oh, Freddie, if you knew what it is like keeping house for Uncle Matthew, and reading to him, and pouring out his horrid draughts, and never speaking to anyone but him and Fish. It makes me wish he never had adopted me." "Must be devilish," nodded Mr. Standen, ladling punch into one of the glasses. "Can't think why he did adopt you. Often puzzled me." "Yes, it used to puzzle me too, but Fish thinks that he formed a lasting passion for my mamma." "Sort of thing she would think," remarked Freddie. "But if you ask me, he never formed a lasting passion for anyone but himself. I mean, look at him." "Yes, but I do feel she may be right," Kitty insisted. "He hardly ever speaks of her, except when he says I am not nearly as pretty as she was. But he has her likeness. He keeps it in his desk, and he showed it to me once when I was a little girl." "Well, I wouldn't have believed it," said Freddie, apparently convinced. "No, but I fancy it was so, because George, you know, thought I was Uncle Matthew's daughter. Hugh said that he never did so, but I have a strong notion he did." "Shouldn't think so at all," said Freddie. "George might because he's a gudgeon. Dare say Dolph might, but nobody else would. In fact, Dolph wouldn't either, because he don't think anything. If you was my uncle's daughter, he wouldn't behave so shabbily. Wouldn't want to leave his money to one of us, either." "No. I dare say he might wish me to marry one of his great-nephews, but he wouldn't cut me off without a penny if I refused, would he?" "You don't mean to do that?" exclaimed Freddie, shocked. She nodded, and gave a rather watery sniff into his handkerchief. "Yes, he does. And of course I quite see that I can never hope to form an eligible connection if I'm to be a pauper. It makes me feel horribly low." "What you need, Kit, is a drop of something to put some heart into you," said Freddie decidedly. "If you won't take some ratafia, mind, I don't say I blame you, you'd better have a mouthful of this. It ain't the right thing, but who's to know?" Miss Charing accepted a half-filled glass and sipped cautiously. The pungency of the spirit was inclined to catch the back of her throat, but the sweetness and the unmistakable tang of lemon juice reassured her. "I like it," she said. "Yes, but don't go telling my uncle or the Fish that you've been drinking punch with me," he warned her. She assured him that she would not, and since she was now quite warm and was finding the settle uncomfortable, joined him at the table and sat there sipping her punch and brooding over her unhappy circumstances. Freddie, who was grappling with thoughts of his own, rather absent-mindedly refilled both glasses. A frown began to gather on his brow. He broke the silence by demanding suddenly, "Who'll inherit the Ready if you don't marry one of us, Kit?" "Uncle Matthew says he shall leave it to the Foundlings' Hospital," replied Kitty. "All of it." "He does he? Seems to me Dolph ain't the only one who's queer in his attic," said Mr. Standen. He stared fixedly at the play of the candlelight on the golden liquid in his glass. "Wonder if Jack knows that," he said, in a ruminative tone. "You may depend upon it that he does, for I am sure Uncle Matthew would not tell George and Hugh more than he has told Jack, and I am excessively happy to think that it has not weighed with him." "Wonder if he's playing a deep game," said Mr. Standen, pursuing his own meditations. "No saying what might be in his head. A cursed rum touch, Jack. Shouldn't have thought he'd whistle a fortune down the wind, though. Rather fancy he counted the old gentleman's rolls of soft his own. Never knew such a fellow for wasting the Ready. Played wily beguiled with his own fortune." He encountered a startled look of inquiry from Miss Charing, and added succinctly, "Gamester, tulip of the turf. Seems to have come off all right so far, but my father says he'll end under the hatches. Very downy one, my father." He dwelt for a moment on the percipience of Lord Ledgerwood, while Miss Charing eyed him with hostility. Refreshing himself with some more punch, he said, "Maybe shamming it. Don't care to have his hand forced. Must know you wouldn't take Dolph or Hugh. Must know I ain't hanging out for a rich wife. Means to steer the old gentleman to point non plus. He drained his glass and set it down. Still more profound thoughts deepened the frown on his brow. Same time. May have come about again, fresh as ever. Don't need the ready. Don't want to be married. Drop the handkerchief when he chooses.
Drop? Drop? Stammered Kitty. Do you mean he thinks I would pick it up whenever? Oh!
Much confused, Mr. Standen begged pardon. Thinking to myself, he explained. She paid no heed to this, but said fiercely,
Do you mean that?
No, that is... Couldn't blame him, Kit. Handsome phiz, you know, devil of a Corinthian, never at a stand. Dare say you don't know it, but the fact is any number of caps set at him. High flyers, too. Queer creatures, females, mused Mr. Standen, shaking his head. Fellow's only got to be a rake to have 'em all dangling after him. Silly, really, because it stands to reason. Well, never mind that.
Good gracious, Freddie, as though I was not well aware that Jack is a shocking flirt, said Kitty untruthfully, but with spirit. I have not the least doubt that he flirts with all the prettiest ladies in London, which makes it so particularly stupid and diverting of Uncle Matthew to suppose that he wished to offer for me. Indeed, I can't imagine why anyone should think he would do so. I should be astonished to learn that he regards me as anything other than a dowdy schoolgirl.
Yes, I should be too, agreed the Job's comforter on the other side of the table. Miss Charing swallowed another mouthful of punch. A gentle glow was spreading through her veins, dispelling the melancholy which had possessed her. It would have been too much to have said that she was restored to happiness, but she no longer despaired. A certain exhilaration infused her brain, which seemed all at once to be able quite easily to master difficulties that, a few minutes before, had appeared so insoluble. She sat bolt upright in her chair, staring straight ahead, the fingers of one hand tightening unconsciously round her tumbler. Mr. Standen, glad to be left in peace to wrestle with the second of the problems confronting him, meditatively rubbed the rim of his quizzing glass up and down the bridge of his nose. "Freddie!" said Miss Charing suddenly, turning her expressive eyes towards him. He gave a slight start and let his quizzing glass fall. "Thinking of something else," he excused himself. "Freddie, you are quite sure you don't want to marry me, aren't you?" He looked a little alarmed, for she spoke with a degree of urgency which made him feel uneasy. "Yes," he said. He added apologetically, "Very fond of you, Kit, always was. Thing is, not a marrying man." "Then, Freddie, will you be so very obliging as to be betrothed to me?" said Miss Charing, breathlessly. Chapter 4. For a stunned moment, Mr. Standen stared into the dark eyes fixed so beseechingly on his face. His horrified gaze, wavering, fell upon the tumbler still clasped in Miss Charing's hand. A certain measure of relief entered his face. He removed the half-empty glass and set it down safely out of Miss Charing's reach. "Ought never to have given it to you," he said in self-accusatory tones. No, Freddie, indeed. I'm not inebriated." "Lord, no, Kit, nothing of that sort. Just a little bit on the go. Call for some coffee. Soon set you to rights." "I don't want it. I am quite sober, I promise you. Oh, Freddie, please listen to me." Mr. Standen, however undistinguished a scholar, was at home to a peg in all matters of social usage. He knew well that it was useless to expostulate with persons rather up in the world. Miss Charing had stretched out an impulsive hand and was clutching the sleeve of his coat in a way that could not but render him acutely apprehensive, but he refrained from drawing her attention to this. He said soothingly, "Of course, with the greatest pleasure on earth." To his relief, she released him. He smoothed his sleeve carefully, and was inclined to think that no irreparable damage had been done to it. "I cannot and I will not return to Arnside," announced Kitty. At least, I suppose I must for a little while, but I won't remain there meekly waiting for some obliging person to marry me. By hook or by crook, I mean to go to London. Ever since I was 17, I have yearned to go. Uncle Matthew would not let me. He says it would be a great waste of money, and that it is not to be thought of. It is useless to argue with him upon that head. In fact, it is very much worse than useless, because the last time I begged him to let me go with Fish for 1 week, only to see the sights, he went to bed and stayed there for a fortnight, and would do nothing but throw things at Spiddle and poor Fish, and groan in the most affecting way whenever I entered his room. He said he had nourished a serpent in his bosom, and that I did not care how soon he was dead and buried, besides being giddy and selfish and too young to go to London. Of course, the thing was that he could not let me go without Fish, and that would have meant that there would have been no one left at Arnside to order everything as he likes, for he won't employ a housekeeper, you know. Very hard case, said Freddie politely. But it ain't got anything to do with— It has, Freddie, it has, insisted Kitty. Only consider, if you were to offer for me, and I should accept your offer, Lord and Lady Ledgerwood would wish to see me, would they not? Have seen you, Freddie said, entering a caveat. Well, yes, but not at all lately. They would wish to present me to their acquaintance. Freddie, don't you think your mamma would invite me to stay with her in Mount Street, just for 1 little month? Mr. Standen, perceiving a straw, clutched at it. Tell you what, Kit, ask my mother to invite you. Fond of me. Very likely to do it to oblige me. No need to be betrothed. For a moment her eyes brightened, then they clouded again, and she sighed and shook her head. It wouldn't serve. Ever since the buttered lobsters, Uncle Matthew is convinced that he only has a few months to live. He had a dreadful colic, you know, and nothing will persuade him that it was only the lobsters, which he would eat for supper. He says his heart is very weak, and that Dr. Fenwick is a clodpole. That's why there is all this bustle about his will. He is determined to provide for me before he dies, so, you see, he could never be prevailed upon to let me go to London if I was still unbetrothed. He would be bound to suspect I should elope with a half-pay officer. I don't see that, objected Freddie, painfully following the gist of this tumultuous speech. Well, I don't either, admitted Kitty. But it is what he always says whenever I have asked him if I might not go to London. He has the greatest dislike of military men, and when the militia were quartered in the neighbourhood, he would scarcely allow me even to walk to the village. But if I were betrothed to you, Freddie, he could not refuse to let me go on that score. He could not refuse on any score, because if Lady Ledgerwood would be so obliging as to invite me to Mount Street, it would not cost him a penny above my coach fare, and there can be not the least necessity for Fish to go too, so that he may be sure that things will go on at Arnside just as they should. Yes, but— And Freddie, only think. He said that if I became engaged to one of you, he would give me £100 for my bride clothes. £100, Freddie. You know, Kit, said Mr. Standen, momentarily diverted, dashed if he ain't the kind of fellow who behaves scaly to waiters. A plum wouldn't buy the half of your bride clothes. Forget how much blunt my father dropped when Meg was married, but— More than £100, said Kitty, awed. It seems a very great sum to me. But it was quite different in your sister's case. I mean, she is the eldest of you, and I expect your father wished her to have the very best sort of bride clothes. Truly, I think I could contrive very well with £100. I don't want grand dresses, or jewels, or costly furs. Just 1 or 2 pretty ones, so that I need not be a dowd. Freddie, I know I am not beautiful, but don't you think I might be passable if I could be more in the mode? This appeal awoke an instant response in one whose exquisite taste was the envy of the ton. I know what you mean, said Freddie sympathetically. Need a little town bronze. Give you a new touch. Yes, that is it, she said eagerly. I knew you would understand. Well, I do. And what's more, I'd be very happy to do anything in my power to oblige you. Dashed awkward thing to have to say, but not marriage, dear girl. We shouldn't suit. Oh, sure we should not. Besides, I don't want to be married. She broke into a gurgle of laughter. How could you be so absurd? Of course we should not suit. I did not mean we were to be really betrothed, only hoaxing. Oh, said Freddie, relieved. He considered the matter for a moment and perceived a flaw. No, that won't do. Bound to find ourselves in the basket. Can't puff off an engagement and then not get married. Yes, we can. I know people often cry off. Good God, Kitty, you can't ask me to do a thing like that, exclaimed Freddie indignantly. But why should you not? I assure you I shan't take a pet or care for it. Well, I won't do it, that's all, said Freddie with unexpected firmness. Shocking bad ton. Now, don't start disputing about it, Kit, because it ain't a bit of use. Good God, a pretty figure I should cut. He was evidently a good deal moved. Kitty said placably, Oh, very well, I'll cry off. There can be no objection to that. Yes, but it would make me look like a flat, protested Freddie. No, everyone would say you were very well rid of me. Besides, I dare say it would not make such a stir after all. Well, it would. Dash it, notice in the Gazette, friends felicitating one, dress parties, wedding gifts. I hadn't thought of that, admitted Kitty. I don't think we should send a notice to the Gazette. I'm dashed sure we shouldn't, said Freddie with feeling. You may easily hit upon an excuse for our keeping the engagement private. After all, it will only be for 1 month. He blinked. But there's no sense in being engaged for a month. Freddie, she said earnestly, anything may happen in a month. Yes, I know it may. The thing is, I ain't one of these care-for-nothings, and I don't want anything to happen. No, and another thing, I don't want to be roasted all over town, which I should be. Everyone knows I ain't in the petticoat line. No one will know we are engaged, she coaxed him. I mean, no one except the family, because we shan't announce it in a formal way. Now listen, Kit, said Freddie reasonably. If no one's to know of it, there ain't a bit of sense in it. A faint flush stole into her cheeks. Yes, there is, because we are obliged to hoax Uncle Matthew, and I think we won't tell anyone at all, that it is all a hum, because perhaps your father would not like it, and Uncle Matthew might get to hear the truth. I don't see that, said the captious Mr. Standen. Never stirs outside the house. Who's to tell him? Jack would, if he knew the truth, flashed Kitty. Well, he wouldn't if we... He broke off as a brilliant solution presented itself to him. That's it, he said. Wonder I didn't think of it before. Wonder you didn't. Ask Jack to do it for you. Dare say he would. Done a lot of ramshackle things in his time. Likes being the talk of the town, too. Regular cool hand. Ask Jack, she repeated in a very alarming voice. I wouldn't ask Jack. I wouldn't ask Jack even to frank a letter for me. Wouldn't be any use if you did, said Freddie, always practical. He ain't a member of Parliament. I hate Jack, declared Kitty, her bosom heaving. Freddie was surprised. Thought you liked him. Had a notion. Well, I do not. I think he is a great deal worse even than George. In fact, I forbid you, Freddie, to admit him into your confidence about our engagement. Mr. Standen had a vague feeling that he was treading upon dangerous ground. Why Miss Charing should have become so suddenly agitated, he had no idea, but he suspected uneasily that she had some scheme in mind which she had not yet disclosed to him. Her proposal seemed to him absurd, not to say preposterous. He pointed out to her that there was no fear that he might confide in Mr. Westrother. Nothing to confide, he said. There ain't an engagement.
Miss Charing argued in vain. Acutely uncomfortable, more than a little alarmed, he clung obdurately to his refusal. "It is such a little thing to do for me," Kitty said.
"No, it ain't. You can't call making a cake of myself a little thing."
"You will not. There is not the least occasion for anyone to suppose that you have made a cake of yourself."
"Well, it's what they would think. What's more, they'll say I did it to get my fingers on the old gentleman's rolls of soft."
"No, because when nothing comes of the engagement, they will perceive that they were mistaken."
"Won't perceive anything of the sort. Only thing they will perceive is that you've tipped me the double. Dash it, Kit."
"Freddie, you would not condemn me to remain at Arnside, used like a drudge."
"No, of course I wouldn't, but..."
"Or to marry Hugh."
"No, but..."
"But, Freddie, you cannot expect me to accept Dolph's offer."
"No, but..."
"And Claude has not offered at all, besides being an odious person."
"No, is he?" said Freddie, interested. "Haven't seen him myself since he first joined, but I dare say you're right. To tell you the truth, I never liked any of the Ratterys above half. Now, take George, for instance. Know what he..."
"Well, I can't take George, because he is married already," said Kitty, ruthlessly cutting short this discussion. "Besides being quite as odious as Claude. Freddie, you know I would not hold you to it."
"Yes, that's all very well, but..."
"If this one opportunity, the only one I can ever be offered, is denied me," declared Kitty dramatically, "all hope is at an end."
"Yes, but, I mean... No, dash it, Kitty."
"And it will be you, whom I have always believed to be the kindest of my cousins. At least, you are not indeed my cousin, for I am quite alone in the world, but I have ever regarded you as my cousin. It will be you who have inexorably slammed to the gates upon my aspirations."
"Done what?" demanded Freddie.
"Condemned me to a life of misery and of indigent old age."
"No, that's coming it too strong," protested Freddie.
I should not have asked you to help me," said Kitty, stricken by remorse. "Only it seemed to me that here perhaps was a chance offered me of escaping from my wretched existence. I see that it will not do. I beg your pardon, Freddie. Pray do not think of it again." With these noble words, Miss Charing rose from the table and retired to stand before the fire with her back to the room. A stifled sob, a sniff, the flutter of Mr. Standon's maltreated handkerchief, bore witness to the courageous attempt she was making to suppress her tears. Mr. Standon regarded her bowed shoulders with dismay.
"Kit, no, Kit, for God's sake," he said.
"Do not give it another thought," begged Miss Charing, brave but despairing. "I know I am alone in the world. I have always known it. It was stupid of me to suppose that there was one person to whom I might turn. There is no one."
Horrified, Mr. Standon uttered, "No, no, I assure you. Anything in my power. But you must see, my dear girl, dash it, it's impossible."
10 minutes later, Miss Charing, restored to smiles, was thanking him warmly for his exceeding kindness. "And perhaps we ought to return to Arnside," she suggested. "I must say, Freddie, I shall like very much to see Hugh's face when he learns that we are betrothed." Mr. Standon agreed that the prospect of making a pigeon of his cousin went some way towards reconciling him to the pitfalls ahead of him. But Kitty's words recalled to his mind the question which had been for some time troubling him.
"How am I to take you back to Arnside without creating the devil of a dust?" he demanded. "If no one's to know it's all a fudge, it won't do to let it be known you've been here with me this evening. George and Hugh would be bound to guess it was a take-in."
"Oh, there will not be the least difficulty," she declared optimistically. "I will draw my hood well over my face, and if you will stop the chaise at the gates and set me down, I can slip through the shrubbery to the side door and up the back stairs to my own bedchamber.
I told Fish I should lock my door, because I would not see anyone, I was so cross. And you may depend upon it that no one has the smallest notion I am not at this moment laid down upon my bed. And if you pay off the postboy, he will not be able to gossip in the stables. There is no cause for any apprehension." "Yes, but I don't want to pay off the postboy," objected Freddie. "Hired the chaise for the whole journey, you see." "Oh, well, the postboy must take it to the Green Dragon for the night," said Kitty, dealing summarily with this problem. "You may easily contrive that. And when you enter the house, you must say you have come to see me, because I do think, Freddie, we shall go on more prosperously if you do not meet Uncle Matthew until we can confront him together." With this, Mr. Standen found himself to be in entire agreement. And as everything seemed now to be provided for, and the hands of the clock on the mantel-shelf stood at 20 minutes past 9 o'clock, he thought they would be well advised to set forward upon the short journey to Arnside immediately. The last of the punch was disposed of, the chaise bespoken, and Miss Charing once more wrapped in her thick cloak. The travellers climbed into the chaise, the steps were let up, and the door shut. And during the minutes which it took 2 sturdy horses to cover little more than a mile, Miss Charing coached her reluctant swain in the part he had to play. She was set down at the gates of Arnside, and disappeared, a good deal to the postillion's surprise, into the night. Miss Charing had her own ways of entering the jealously guarded grounds of Mr. Pennycook's house. Mr. Standen was obliged to wait until the lodge-keeper came out to open gates which were invariably locked against the outer world at dusk. Since visitors to Arnside were rare, and evening visitors unheard of, it was some time before this individual could be roused. By the time Mr. Standen alighted at the front door of the house, he judged that Miss Charing should have reached the side door, and might even be already in her bedchamber. Stobhill, the butler, was quite as much surprised as the lodge-keeper to see Mr. Standen, but, also like the lodge-keeper, seemed to take an indulgent view of his eccentric conduct. Indeed, as he presently observed to his colleague, Mr. Spiddle, there was never any saying what such a harebrained young gentleman might take into his head to do next. He was perfectly well aware of the errand which had brought Mr. Pennycook's great-nephews to Arnside, but when Mr. Standen asked in the most nonchalant way if Miss Charing would receive him, his sense of propriety was offended, and he said with some severity, "It's the master you should be seeing, sir." "What, is he still up and about?" asked Freddie anxiously. "As to that, sir, I'm sure I could not say. We helped him up to his room half an hour ago, but I dare say he's not yet abed. If you care to step into the saloon, where you will find my Lord Dolphinton, my Lord Biddenden, and the Reverend, I will step up to inquire if the master will see you." "No, you won't," said Freddie. "Bacon-brained thing to do at this hour of the evening. Besides, I want to see Miss Charing." "Miss went up to her room almost immediately after dinner, Mr. Freddie," said Stobhill, still more disapproving. "Yes, I know she did, but—" Freddie paused, encountering an astonished stare. He was momentarily shaken off his balance, but he made a quick recover. "What I mean is, if my cousins are here, of course she did. Anyone would. You go and tell her I'm here, and I beg the honour of a few words with her." He then moved towards the saloon, and Stobhill, saying unencouragingly, "I will have your message conveyed to Miss, sir," opened the door for him. On one side of the fire, the Rattery brothers were playing cribbage. On the other, Lord Dolphinton was doing nothing. Hugh, who had found the cribbage board, and had inaugurated the game with the self-sacrificing intention of alleviating his brother's boredom, wore an expression of determined cheerfulness. Lord Biddenden, to whom cribbage was only less insupportable than an evening passed in talking to Hugh, was frankly impatient, made his discards almost at random, and yawned over the totting up of points. His chair faced the door, and it was thus he who first perceived Freddie. "Oh, the devil!" he exclaimed. Hugh turned to look over his shoulder, and for an instant it seemed as though he doubted the evidence of his eyes. A slight flush mounted to his cheeks. He compressed his austere lips as though to check some hasty utterance, and with deliberation pushed back his chair and rose. By this time Lord Dolphinton had assimilated the fact that another of his cousins had come to Arnside. He looked rather pleased and said helpfully, "Here's Freddie. Hello, Freddie. You here?" "Hello, old fellow," responded Mr. Standen good-naturedly. He drew near the fire, nodding affably to his other cousins, and levelling his quizzing glass at the card table. "You above par, George?" he inquired, mildly surprised. "Never seen you play cribbage before in my life. Well, I mean to say, cribbage." "No, I am not," replied Biddenden crossly. "It's Hugh." "You don't say so," said Freddie, bringing his glass to bear on Hugh's handsome countenance. "Hugh full of frisk? Well, I wouldn't have thought it of you, Hugh." "Do not pretend to be more of a fool than God made you, Freddie," said Hugh coldly. "You know very well that George did not wish to signify that I was inebriated, if, as I apprehend, that is the meaning of the cant you choose to employ." "Something thrown you into gloom?" asked Freddie solicitously. "A trifle out of sorts? Dare say you ate something at dinner that's made you feel queasy. Devilish bad cook, my uncle's. Never eat a meal here if I can avoid it." "Thank you. I was never better in my life," said Hugh. "May we know what has brought you to Arnside?" Lord Biddenden stirred impatiently. "Oh, play off no airs for our benefit," he begged. "It is as plain as a pikestaff why he is here." "I hesitate to contradict you, George, but I am far more inclined to suppose that Freddie does not know for what purpose he was invited here." Mr. Standen, who had turned to observe himself in the spotted mirror over the fireplace, discovered that his neckcloth needed an infinitesimal adjustment. Until this delicate operation had been performed, it was plainly useless to address questions to him. Hugh tapped his foot against the floor, his lip curling disdainfully, and Biddenden, who had himself a great inclination towards dandyism, watched with reluctant appreciation the deft straightening of a cravat which had roused his admiration at the outset. He held the poorest opinion of his cousin Freddie's mental ability, but he always took covert note of any new fashion Freddie adopted, and very often copied it. And he would not for an instant have denied that Freddie's rulings on such matter were worthy of respect. "Schultz make that coat?" he asked. "Western, George. Never let another Snyder cut my coats. Mind, if I wanted sporting toggery—" "You have not yet answered my question," interrupted Hugh. "What has brought you here?" "Hired chaise," said Freddie. "Thought of driving myself down, but too far for the tits. Bad weather, too." "I shall not gratify you by explaining my meaning," said Hugh contemptuously. "You know quite well what it is." "I came in my own carriage," offered Lord Dolphinton. "We changed horses twice, and I had a hot brick to keep my feet warm, and a shawl round my shoulders. I shall have another hot brick put in the carriage when I go back. I shall tell Stobhill to attend to it. My mother said that was what I should do, and I shall do it. Stobhill will know how to set about it." "I imagine the task need not strain his purse unduly," said Biddenden snappishly. "Some people," said Dolphinton, "don't heat the bricks right through." He thought for a moment and added, "Some people heat 'em too much." "Fact of the matter is, old fellow," said Freddie, entering into the spirit of this, "it's a dashed difficult thing to do. You leave it to Stobhill." "Well, that's what I shall do," said Dolphinton, much gratified. "I'm glad you've come, Freddie. Sensible fellow. You going to offer for Kitty?" "That's it," replied Freddie. "You know what," said Dolphinton, "I hope she takes you. Wouldn't take Hugh. Wouldn't take me. George didn't offer. Couldn't, because he's married. Can't think why he came. Wasn't invited, you know." Hugh said, with a certain deepening of his mellifluous voice, We are to believe that, Freddie. You have indeed come for that purpose. I own I had not thought it of you. Well, if it comes to that, said Freddie, I hadn't thought it of you. Never took you for a downy one. Dare say I was misled by those banns of yours. Very likely thing to happen. My motive in offering the protection of my name to our unfortunate young cousin is not, I assure you, a mercenary one. Not our cousin, objected Lord Dolphinton. George said she wasn't. Said my uncle told us so. I didn't follow it all myself, but that's what George said. No one paid any heed to this remark. Biddenden said with some asperity, This is a new come-out for you, Freddie. Pray, since when have you been hanging out for a rich wife? Took a sudden notion to get married, explained Freddie, extemporizing cunningly. Must have an heir. As your father is in the prime of life, said Biddenden with heavy sarcasm, and has 2 other sons beside yourself. Too young to be married, Freddie pointed out. Well, look at it. Charlie's up at Oxford, and Edmund ain't even at Eton yet. I can tell you now that you have wasted your time. If the girl means to marry any other than Jack, you may call me a zany. Now, that's where you're wrong, said Freddie, speaking with authority. It ain't Jack. Doesn't seem to like him above half. Biddenden gave a snort. She's piqued, I don't doubt. That she doesn't hanker after him, you'll find it hard to make me believe. As for her entertaining for an instant the thought of marrying you, upon my soul, I have not been so much diverted since I came to this damn cold house. Lay you a monkey she takes me, offered Freddie. You must be out of your senses. If you imagine she will accept you for the sake of a title, you much mistake the matter. She has refused Dolphinton already, and he, as he will be only too ready to inform you, is an earl. He had no sooner uttered these words than he regretted them. Lord Dolphinton, who had shown signs of relapsing into the state of suspended animation natural to him, responded as to a clarion call. "Only earl in the family," he said. "Thought she'd like it. Good thing to be a countess. Don't see it myself, but that's what my mother says. Must know, because she's a countess. Seems to like it pretty well. No good Freddie's offering. Only a viscount. That's better than a baron, but George don't count in any case. Can't think why he came." "If you say once more that I was not invited," exploded the much-tried Biddenden, "I will not be answerable for the consequences." "Well, what did you want to start him off for?" said Freddie reasonably. "You might have known he'd catch his own name." "That's all right and tight, Dolph. Don't pay any heed to George. He's a gudgeon." "If we are to talk of gudgeons," countered Biddenden, "there is a bigger one in this room even than Dolphinton." "Well, why don't you sport a little blunt on the chance?" suggested Freddie. "I'll lay you handsome odds." "The style of this conversation is quite improper," interposed the rector. "Unless you are in the expectation of being received by my great-uncle tonight, Freddie, I suggest that we should all of us retire to bed. I will add that while I cannot but deprecate the freedom George uses in discussing such a matter, I believe that whatever may be our cousin's sentiments upon the occasion, my uncle is much chagrined at Jack's absence from Arnside, and is very likely to wait upon the chance of his making a belated appearance tomorrow." "No use doing that," replied Freddie. "He don't mean to come." "You are, no doubt, in his confidence." "No, I ain't in his confidence, but I've seen the nice bit of game he's been throwing out lures to this month and more," said Freddie frankly. Hugh looked disgusted, and Biddenden curious. Before either of them could speak, however, the door opened, and to the surprise of everyone except Freddie, Miss Charing tripped into the room. She was still attired in the rather drab gown she had worn earlier in the evening, but she had dignified the occasion by tying up her locks with a red ribbon. All trace of chagrin had departed from her face, and it was with a beaming smile that she greeted Mr. Stanton. "Freddie, how glad I am to see you!" she exclaimed, holding out her hand to him. I had quite given you up." Mr. Standen bowed in his inimitable style over her hand, saying, "Beg 1,000 pardons. Been out of town. Came as soon as I had read my uncle's letter." Miss Charing appeared to be much affected. "You came at once, so late, and with the snow falling. Oh, Freddie." "That's it," agreed Freddie. "No sense in letting these fellows steal a march on me. Came to beg you to do me the honour of accepting my hand." The hand was once more extended to him. Miss Charing said with a sigh and modestly downcast eyes, "Oh, Freddie, I do not know how to answer you." Mr. Standen, unprepared for this improvisation, was put out. "Dash it, Kit," he began. "For I had come to believe that I had mistaken your sentiments," said Kitty hastily. "Now I see that it is not so. You, I am persuaded, would not wish to marry me for the sake of Uncle Matthew's fortune." "Thing is," said Freddie, recognizing his cue, "never thought my uncle would permit it. Thought it was useless to approach him. As soon as I read his letter, bespoke a chaise and came at once. Trust you'll allow me to speak to him in the morning." "Oh, yes, Freddie, it will make me very happy," said Kitty soulfully. Under the bemused stare from 3 pairs of eyes, Mr. Standen, with rare grace, kissed Miss Charing's hand and said that he was very much obliged to her. Chapter 5. The approval and the felicitations which a young lady might have expected to have greeted the news of her betrothal to a man of rank and fortune were denied to Miss Charing. Only Lord Dolphinton was pleased, and as it soon became apparent that his pleasure had its root in the realization that not the most exacting parent could expect him to marry a lady already betrothed to another man, his congratulations were not felt to be particularly gratifying. Lord Biddenden's chagrin found expression in ejaculatory half-sentences spoken largely under his breath, and while he was very angry with Freddie, who had snatched at an heiress without the justification of being himself in straitened circumstances, he was also quite as angry with Hugh for having done so little to make his suit agreeable to Kitty. Whatever of rage or mortification Hugh felt, he concealed, merely saying to Kitty in a grave tone, "I had not thought this of you. I beg you will consider well before you take a step I am persuaded you must regret. I shall say no more. George, I am going to bed. I dare say you too, Foster, are ready to retire." But Lord Dolphinton, scenting an ally in his cousin Freddie, was recalcitrant. He said that he need not go to bed at anyone's bidding, and went so far as to add, in a spirit of great daring, that he was going to drink the happy couple's healths. As Hugh had dissuaded him rather earlier in the evening from pouring himself out a second glass of brandy and water, this announcement was tantamount to a declaration of independence, and frightened Lord Dolphinton quite as much as it surprised all those who knew how much in awe of his clerical cousin he stood. However, the rector refused the challenge, merely favouring the backslider with a long, reproving look before bidding the company good night. This triumph so much elated Dolphinton that he became loquacious, living over again his victory with such pertinacity that Lord Biddenden was soon driven from the room. "Didn't like it, because I gave Hugh a set-down," said Dolphinton with satisfaction. "Silly fellow! Shouldn't have come here." Since his lordship showed every sign of settling down to make a night of it, Freddie, who wished for further guidance from his betrothed, was obliged to exert all his powers of persuasion to induce him to go to bed. But no sooner had he accomplished his design than Miss Fishguard came into the saloon, agog with sentiment, curiosity, and a determination to chaperone her charge. Miss Fishguard's method of entering any room in which she had reason to believe that a tete-a-tete was taking place was first to peep round the door with an arch smile, saying, "Do I intrude?" and then, without awaiting an answer, to trip across the floor on tiptoe, as though she feared to disturb a sick person. The habit arose partly from timidity, and partly from a resolve never to presume upon her position, and it never failed to irritate her employers. However, as Kitty was well aware from Miss Fishguard's fund of reminiscence of the slights and snubs which were a governess's portion, she creditably hid her annoyance, summoned up a welcoming smile, and announced her engagement. Since the news had spread rapidly through the household that the Honourable Freddie had arrived at a dissipated hour of the night, demanding Miss Charing, and that Miss had risen from her bed, dressed herself, and gone down to the saloon immediately, the announcement was not quite unexpected. Miss Fishguard, however, greeted it with upflung hands and ecstatic exclamations. Mr. Standon's tardy arrival and successful suit seemed to her so romantic that, inspiration failing, she was obliged to quote the words of one of her favourite poets. Twittering with excitement as she dropped a curtsy to Freddie, she uttered, "Oh, Mr. Frederick, it reminds one so. He stayed not for brake, and he stopped not for stone. He swam the Esk River, where ford there was none." "Eh?" said Freddie, startled. "Oh, yes, Mr. Frederick, surely you remember. For a laggard in love, and a dastard in war, was to wed the fair Ellen of brave Lochinvar." "Was he, though?" said Freddie, faint but pursuing. Miss Charing, more familiar with the poem than her betrothed, was just about to inquire, in a practical frame of mind, whether her preceptress had the Reverend Hugh Ratteray in mind, or Lord Dolphinton, when Miss Fishguard, in a gush of sensibility, said, "Love swells like the Solway, but ebbs like its tide." Mr. Standon, receiving only a blank look in answer to the anguished glance of inquiry he cast at Miss Charing, said politely, "Just so, ma'am." "Oh," cried Miss Fishguard, clasping her hands over her emaciated bosom and blushing with emotion, "I declare it is the same, only in real life. Only think, Mr. Frederick, one touch to her hand and one word in her ear, when they reached the hall door and the charger was near. So light to the croup the fair lady he swung, so light to the saddle before her he sprung. And then, you know, he rode off with the fair Ellen, and the lost bride of Netherby ne'er did they see, so daring in love, and so dauntless in war. Have ye e'er heard of gallant, like young Lochinvar?" "Sounds to me like a dashed loose screw," said Freddie disapprovingly. Miss Fishguard looked rather daunted. Kitty interpolated in soothing accents, "It comes in Marmion, Freddie." And Mr. Standon said, relieved, "Oh, Marmion," rather spoiling his effect by adding a moment later, "Who was he?" "My dearest Kitty, permit one who has ever had your welfare at heart to wish you happy," said Miss Fishguard, fondly embracing her pupil. She was obliged to search in her reticule, which dangled from her wrist, for her handkerchief, for a gush of sensibility brought the tears to her eyes. Wiping them, and dabbing at the tip of her thin nose, she added in thickened accents, "I do not scruple now to disclose to you the anxiety which has troubled my bosom since I first learned of your honoured guardian's intentions. Delicacy forbade me to unclose my lips, but one question could not but obtrude upon my brain. In the words of that poet whom we both revere, my love, I have trembled before the thought. What shall be the maiden's fate? Who shall be the maiden's mate? If I express myself with unbecoming warmth in telling you how thankful I am to learn that your choice has fallen upon dear Mr. Frederick, steady of heart and stout of hand, I am persuaded, rather than upon another,
I must not be understood to mean the least derogation of one whose calling, indeed, must be thought to place him far above my criticism. Mr. Frederick, most ardently do I felicitate you. You have offered for the hand of one reared in still retreats and flowery solitudes, and never, I dare to assert, will you have cause to regret your choice. You will live to echo the words of the poet, "Domestic happiness, thou only bliss." Dear Kitty, I am quite overcome.
Miss Charing patted her shoulder in a sustaining manner. Yes, dear fish, but pray dry your tears. There is not the least occasion for you to weep, I do assure you. Miss Fishguard, having mopped her withered cheeks, gave a final sniff into the handkerchief, recovered sufficiently to bestow a watery smile and a fervent hand-clasp upon her young charge, and to utter, "The tear that is wiped with a little address may be followed perhaps by a smile." At this point, Mr. Standen, who had been listening in growing dismay to the conversational style affected by his affianced preceptress, excused himself. It was not his custom to seek his couch at such an early hour of the evening, but he had rapidly arrived at the conclusion that any further colloquy with Miss Charing was likely to be punctuated by quotations from a class of persons known to him as writing coves, and he decided that bed before 11 o'clock was a preferable fate. He kissed Kitty's hand, and then, impelled by the expectant look in Miss Fishguard's eye, her cheek. Miss Charing received this embrace with equanimity, merely seizing the opportunity afforded to whisper, "After breakfast, on no account go to Uncle Matthew before we have consulted together." There might have been those who doubted Mr. Standen's ability to shake the world, but none could have been found with the hardihood to declare that he lacked social address. His bow indicated to Kitty that he had perfectly understood her, to Miss Fishguard the depth of his reverence. A second bow directed to this lady was so nicely graded as to draw from her, as soon as he had left the saloon, an encomium upon his gentlemanly deportment. "Such courtesy, my love," she sighed. "Such exquisite regard for the feelings of one who, perhaps believing herself not scorned in heaven, is little noticed here." Miss Charing agreed to this, and, observing that the fire was burning low, announced her intention of seeking her own couch. Miss Fishguard accompanied her upstairs to her bedchamber, so obviously determined to talk the whole matter over that Kitty thoughtfully reminded her to provide herself with a shawl, Mr. Pennycook's parsimony leading him to view with violent disapprobation the lighting of fires in any other bedchamber than his own. Accordingly, Miss Fishguard first sought her own apartment, while Kitty, encountering the arctic temperature of her chamber, made haste to shed her raiment and tumble into the old-fashioned four-poster bed. This had just been warmed for her by a maid bearing a large warming-pan when Miss Fishguard rejoined her, now swathed in a large shawl of nondescript colour and rather tufty appearance. She was in time to see Kitty get between sheets, her nightgown untied and her cap in her hand, and clucked a faint protest. Kitty, fitting the cap over her head and tying its strings under her chin, paid no heed, and indeed the remonstrance lacked conviction. She pulled the quilt round her shoulders and said, sitting up against her banked pillows, "Do you think you should stay, Fish? I'm sure you will be perished with the cold. If ever I should be mistress of a house of my own, I shall have huge fires burning in every room." Miss Fishguard was not unnaturally startled by this remark. "If?" she echoed. "But, my love—" "Oh, yes, of course, to be sure," said Kitty, recollecting herself. The thing is, it seems strange to me just at first." Miss Fishguard could readily understand this. She pressed Kitty's hand in a speaking manner. "A change in your circumstance, dear, but a natural one." Kitty gave an involuntary gurgle. "Well, I must own it doesn't seem a natural thing to me to be engaged to marry Freddie," she said frankly.
Miss Fishguard forbore to reprove her for this outburst of candour. She said, "A very eligible connection. He has 1,000 amiable qualities, most distinguished manners, I am sure, most truly the gentleman. But, oh, my love, when Stobhill dropped a hint in my ear, so very improper, but one scarcely liked to give him a set-down, for I dare say he meant it for the best, I declare I felt ready to drop. Pardon me, my dear Kitty, if I am presumptuous enough to say that I had not the remotest guess, never expected, in short, was amazed almost into a spasm. I do not pretend to any extraordinary quickness in these matters. It has never appeared to me that dear Mr. Frederick had grown particular in his attentions." "No," agreed Kitty, reflecting that since of all Mr. Pennycook's relations, Mr. Standen had been of late years the most infrequent visitor to Arnside, no one could wonder at Miss Fishguard's surprise. "In another, I might almost have supposed this event to have been occasioned by pecuniary considerations," confessed Miss Fishguard. "I hasten, however, to assure you, my love, that in connection with Mr. Frederick such a suspicion has only to occur to one to be banished. I am persuaded that he has too much delicacy of mind and sensibility of heart ever to be swayed by mercenary impulses. Besides," she added, "I cannot but be aware that he was born to the comfort of a handsome fortune. I must say, I do hope that others besides you will think that," remarked Kitty thoughtfully. "I quite see that it would be very disagreeable for poor Freddy to be supposed to have offered for me only to acquire Uncle Matthew's money." "So ignoble a thought," declared Miss Fishguard, "will not for an instant be permitted to obtrude." "I own I cannot imagine how it should," agreed Kitty, hugging her knees, and looking, with one curl escaping from beneath her cap and a bow tied at a skittish angle under her chin, absurdly youthful. "But he seemed to think it would. Oh, well, very likely he quite mistakes the matter, for he is the most foolish creature." She realized that she had shocked her governess, and added hastily, I mean, he takes odd notions into his head." "Kitty," said Miss Fishguard, her voice sinking a tone, and her cheeks suffused with colour, "can it be that you have mistaken your heart?" Kitty made haste to assure her that she had not. Miss Fishguard, her fingers writhing together and her eyes cast upwards, said tremulously, "Let one whose vernal hopes were blighted by the ambition of a parent assure you that love will still be lord of all. Dear Kitty, do not, I implore you, be seduced by thoughts of worldly advancement." No, I promise you I will not," Kitty said. "But what were your vernal hopes, dear Fish?" "Alas," sighed Miss Fishguard, "his situation was inferior, and although I must always hold to the belief that his character was respectable, I could not but acquiesce in my dear father's decision that it might not be." She met Miss Charing's inquiring gaze, and sank her head, saying in a stricken undervoice, "He was an apothecary's assistant. He was a very handsome young man, my dear, and looked quite the gentleman. I can see him now, putting up the pills which poor papa was forced to take to alleviate the pangs of indigestion. But, of course, it would not do." "Of course not," said Kitty, overawed by the mental vision of Miss Fishguard in the throes of love for an apothecary's assistant. "For my revered papa, as I need scarcely remind you," said Miss Fishguard, "was, like Mr. Ratteray, in holy orders." This name aroused Kitty from her reverie, and she said with a good deal of feeling, "Do not speak to me of Hugh, I beg of you. Only fancy, Fish. He would have me believe he offered for me out of pity." Miss Fishguard, who was at once afraid of the rector and resentful of his efforts to prevail upon Mr. Pennycook to replace her with a governess able to instruct Kitty in the Italian tongue, clicked her tongue and shook her head, saying that she feared Mr. Ratteray was guilty of dissimulation. "I do not know how it is, my love," she said impressively, "but although he is excessively handsome, I can never bring myself to trust him. His manners are reserved, and although I am sure I hope he may be a man of rectitude, one cannot but reflect that instances have been known when outward piety has served but as a cloak for, well, consider Shedoni, dearest Kitty." But the thought of a comparison's being drawn between Hugh Ratteray and the villainous monk in Mrs. Radcliffe's popular romance set Kitty off into such a fit of giggling that Miss Fishguard became offended and was with difficulty mollified. Indeed, only her desire to discover what circumstance it had been that had impelled Mr. Standen so suddenly to declare himself kept her seated still beside Kitty's bed. Feeling that she could not improve upon the words she had spoken in the saloon for the benefit of her other suitors, Kitty repeated them. Miss Fishguard was at once affected by the thought of the pangs endured by Freddie while concealing his hopeless passion for Miss Charing. She was put so much in mind of all her favourite heroes that for several minutes she forgot what she could not but consider to be the superior claims of Mr. Westrother. But these presently recurred to her memory, and she ventured to inquire whether tidings had yet been received of this gentleman. "Dear me, no," replied Kitty airily. "I assure you I do not expect to see him at Arnside on this occasion." Miss Fishguard sighed. "How often one may be deceived in one's fellow creatures," she observed. "When Mr. Pennycook was so obliging as to make known to me his intentions, I must own it was Mr. Jack whom I expected to see at Arnside, ahead of all." "I had no such expectation," said Kitty, "nor had I the smallest wish to see him here." Miss Fishguard looked timidly at her, for she sounded rather fierce. Encountering a dangerous sparkle in those big eyes, which met hers full, she said doubtfully, "I have sometimes wondered, my love." "You have wondered what, dear fish?" prompted Kitty, with deceptive sweetness. "Only that such a very handsome man, and of the first style of elegance. Air and address everything that they should be," faltered Miss Fishguard, "and one cannot but recollect that it is he who has been most often at Arnside, after all." "Certainly, for he is quite Uncle Matthew's favourite," responded Kitty swiftly. "As for the rest, I believe that he is a very dashing blade, as Freddie would say. My dear fish, has he added you to his many conquests? The most shocking flirt in town, I am persuaded. He does very well for one's entertainment, but the female who receives his advances seriously will be destined, I fear, to sad disappointment. But do not let us be talking about such a rattle. The thing is, fish, that Freddie is very desirous of presenting me to his parents, and means to carry me off to London almost immediately." "But, Kitty, you are already acquainted with dear Lady Ledgerwood," objected Miss Fishguard. "And with Lord Ledgerwood, too, for now I come to think of it, he accompanied her ladyship to Arnside on the occasion of—" Yes, but that is more than a year ago," Kitty pointed out. "Lord Ledgerwood's relations, too. I believe he has many, and you must know that I have never met them. Besides, there will be all my bride clothes to order from the warehouses, and you must perceive, fish, that it will be proper for me to visit the Ledgerwoods." Miss Fishguard acknowledged this, but ventured to inquire who was to fill Kitty's place at Arnside while she went away on this visit of duty. "Why, you, to be sure," declared Kitty with a brilliant smile. Miss Fishguard had already faced with a sinking heart the prospect of being obliged, at an advanced time of life, to seek a new position, and it spoke volumes for the real benevolence of her character that she had been able to face it with fortitude, resolutely stifling every wish that her pupil might remain unwed, and thus in need of her continued chaperonage. The tidings that her services would still be needed at Arnside, so far from relieving her mind of its most pressing care, threw her into disorder and no little agitation. "Remain to keep house for Mr. Pennycook!" she almost shrieked. "Oh, I could not. Oh, Kitty, how can you think of such a thing? You know how much he dislikes me."
"Fiddle," said Kitty bracingly.
"It is only that you will let him bully and browbeat you, Fish. Depend upon it, he would be very much vexed if you left Arnside. You must be firm. Remember how much he hates to have strangers about him. If he should throw his stick at you or fly into one of his absurd rages, you have but to tell him that you mean to leave Arnside immediately, and I assure you he will mend his ways." She perceived that dismay still dwelled in Miss Fishguard's countenance, and said imploringly, "Pray, Fish, do not fail me, I beg of you. He will never let me go to London if you too desert him. It will only be for 1 month. Oh, Fish!" Much moved, Miss Fishguard shed tears, and declared that no power on earth should prevail upon her to fail her dearest Kitty. But she felt bound to add, as she wiped her reddened eyes, that she was by no means persuaded that the betrothal would find favour with Mr. Pennycook. "My love, it is my duty to utter a warning," she said, hiccuping on a sob. "I believe him to have intended from the outset to bestow you upon Mr. Jack. You cannot have failed to observe how vexed he is that Mr. Jack has not come to Arnside, how he delayed to make known his intentions for a whole day. Spittle told me tonight, not that I would have you suppose that I have been gossiping with the servants, but you know how they will talk. Well, he told me that Mr. Pennycook is in such a taking as never was, not having imagined that Mr. Jack would absent himself upon such an occasion. I have the greatest apprehension that you and dear Mr. Frederick may encounter strong opposition, and that there is little likelihood of his consenting to your proposed visit to London." But when the affianced couple obeyed a summons to Mr. Pennycook's dressing-room next morning, he surprised them both by receiving them with almost alarming affability. In what spirit he had greeted the news of the engagement obligingly conveyed to him overnight by his valet, Spittle naturally did not inform the happy pair. The night had brought counsel, and had anything further been needed to confirm the old gentleman's resolve to pursue a Machiavellian policy, it was supplied by an early visit from the Reverend Hugh Rattery, whose discourse so much enraged Mr. Pennycook that he declared himself thankful at least that his ward had not been so misguided as to become engaged to such an intolerable stick of a parson. He then indicated his burning desire to see his house rid of his great-nephews, and charged the rector with a message for his brother and for Dolphinton, that they need not put themselves to the trouble of taking formal leave of him. By the time that Kitty and Mr. Standen, no early riser, presented themselves, Mr. Pennycook had consumed a sustaining repast, and was seated in a winged chair before the fire in his dressing-room, a shawl over his knees and another round his shoulders. His sagging form and apparently palsied hand informed the initiated that his role this morning was one of senile decay, but there was nothing very senile in the needle-sharp glance he cast at his ward as she approached his chair. "Well, my dear," he said, "they tell me I'm to wish you happy, eh?" "If you please, sir," responded Kitty, dutifully bending to kiss his cheek. "I do wish you happy," said Mr. Pennycook with strong resolution. He turned his penetrating eyes towards Freddy, but instantly shut them, his countenance contorted, possibly by a twinge of gout. "I felicitate you, Frederick," he said. He opened his eyes again, took another look at the successful suitor, and averted them with a visible shudder. But this was unfair. The Honourable Frederick had done justice to the occasion by arranging his necktie in the style known as the tronc d'amour, a mode as difficult to achieve as it was beautiful to behold. Any one of a score or more aspirants to fashion would have been glad to have studied its intricacies, and several dashing blades would have had no hesitation in demanding the name of the genius who had designed his waistcoat. It was not so with Mr. Pennycook. He reached out a trembling hand for his snuff-box, recruited his forces with a large pinch of nut brown, sneezed violently, shut the box with a snap, and said, with all the air of one who has made up his mind to perform a painful duty, "Very well. You have my blessing." Kitty looked at her swain in an expectant way, but Freddie, quite unnerved by the basilisk glance he had encountered, forgot his carefully conned part and merely said that he was very much obliged. Kitty, realizing that little could be hoped for from that quarter, made the best of it, and said brightly, "Yes, sir, and Freddie wishes me to go to Mount Street, to be formally presented to his parents, if you should not object to it." Recalled to a sense of his shortcoming, Freddie made hasty amends. "Very likely to have forgotten her," he explained. "Good thing to remind them." "Imbecile," said Mr. Pennycook. His gaze rested thoughtfully on Kitty's face. There was a tense pause. "London, eh?" he said at last. "What do you mean to do there, miss?" Kitty's heart began to thump. If Lady Ledgerwood should be so obliging as to invite me, sir, I shall do whatever she desires, of course," she produced. "Don't tell me," said Mr. Pennycook. "Go raking about town, that's what you want to do?" He turned his eyes upon Freddie. "I suppose Emma, your mother, goes to all the swell places, Almack's, box at the Opera, Carlton House parties. She was dressed as fine as fivepence the last time I saw her. I dare say £50 wouldn't have paid for what she had on her back. Not that it's any concern of mine if your father chooses to let her squander a fortune on trumpery." "No," said Freddie. "What do you mean, no?" demanded Mr. Pennycook, glaring at him. "No concern of yours," said Freddie, with unimpaired amiability. "What's more, £50 wouldn't have paid for her dress, let alone her hat and her gloves and the rest of it. Dash it, sir, my mother don't buy made-up clothes in Cranbourne Alley. Never heard of such a thing." Mr. Pennycook's hand clenched on his ebony stick, and his demeanour was for a moment so alarming that Kitty feared her betrothed might flee from his presence. But as Mr. Standen had just then caught sight of a piece of fluff adhering to the lapel of his riding-coat, and was carefully removing it, he remained entirely unconscious of the danger he stood in. By the time he had leisure to turn his attention again to his great-uncle, Mr. Pennycook had regained control over his emotions and merely said, "Plump in the pocket, your father?" "Oh, very," agreed Freddie. Mr. Pennycook regarded him with narrowed eyes. "Suppose I let Kitty go to London," he said abruptly. "Think your mother will take her to the ton parties?" "Bound to," said Freddie reflectively. "Only parties my mother goes to." Grunted Mr. Pennycook, taking another pinch of snuff. He gave a sudden cackle of laughter. "Ah, you're a sly puss," he told Miss Charing. "Damn me, I'll let you go." His mirth ceased. A look of anguish entered his face. He said with a moan, "But you'll be wanting to waste my money on finery." "No, no," faltered Kitty, tightly clasping her hands. Only a very little, sir, I promise." "I can't afford it," said Mr. Pennycook, relapsing into decrepitude. "You'll ruin me." "You did say I should have £100 for my bride clothes," Kitty reminded him desperately. He shook his head sadly. "You'd want more, peacocking about the town. I know." "No, indeed I should not," she assured him. "Yes, you would," interrupted Freddie. "Told you so last night." "Oh, Freddie, do pray hold your tongue." "Dashed if I will," said Freddie, feeling himself to be on firm ground. "You can't buy a town rig for £100. Shouldn't think it would purchase more than one gown myself." "What?" screamed Mr. Pennycook. "Well, say a couple," conceded Freddie, willing to stretch a point. "Oh, Uncle Matthew, pray don't heed him," begged Kitty. Perceiving that he had dealt his aged relative a severe blow, Freddie said kindly, "No need to put yourself about, sir. Dare say my mother will buy kits and toggery. Always ready to sport the blunt." This turned out to be a lucky suggestion, for however much he disliked spending money, Mr. Pennycook disliked still more to be thought impecunious. He instantly raised his drooping head and withered Freddie with a few well-chosen words. After that, stifling another heavy groan, he desired Kitty to fetch him the box she would find in the cupboard beside his bed. This being done, he produced a key and unlocked the case. Taking care that neither she nor Freddie should obtain a glimpse into the interesting box, he searched in it, and presently produced a roll of bills tied up with tape. He regarded it wistfully for a moment, and then thrust it into Kitty's hand, turning away his head and moaning, "Take it. Put it up safely, girl. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Don't let me see it again. To think of all that money squandered." Kitty stuffed the roll into her pocket, terrified lest his feelings should overcome him and he should change his mind. She tried fittingly to express her gratitude, but he cut her short, saying that no one need accuse him of stinting her. Hardly had he spoken the words than a fresh nightmare presented itself to him, and for some agonizing minutes it seemed as though the whole scheme must fail. The problem of Kitty's transport to London appeared to be insoluble. Her suggestion that she should travel on the stage was rejected, for, as Mr. Pennycook pointed out, she had no maid to accompany her. He added that he had no doubt she expected him to engage one for her, but as such an idea had never so much as crossed her mind, she was easily able to assuage his indignation. She ventured to suggest next that one of the chambermaids might go to London with her, but the thought of being obliged to pay this damsel's coach fare to London and back again cast him into renewed fury. A further and most unwise suggestion that Kitty should hire a post-chaise and pay for it with some of the money he had given her shocked him so much that he seemed much inclined to take the bills back again. After a painful interlude, during which he reckoned up the extortionate charges of postboys, the exact number of changes which would be necessary on the journey, and every other expense she might be expected to incur, Freddie, who was getting bored, intervened with a very simple solution. "Take her to town with me," he said. This offer, which, as he instantly perceived, relieved him of all the expense of his ward's journey, found instant favour with Mr. Pennycook, and he regarded Freddie with real, if brief, approval. It was Kitty who demurred. She could not but feel that Lady Ledgerwood might wish to receive notice of the impending visit, even of her eldest son's betrothal. Both Freddie and Mr. Pennycook thought this frivolous, Mr. Pennycook being outraged by the suggestion that his niece might not welcome any ward of his into her family, and Freddie maintaining that the thing was more likely to come off right if his parents were taken by storm than if they were allowed time for reflection. This speech caused Mr. Pennycook to direct one of his penetrating looks at him, but he said nothing, merely inhaling another pinch of snuff and glancing sideways at Kitty. She still could not like the scheme, but as her fond guardian informed her that if she did not choose to go to London with Freddie, she should not go at all, she was obliged to yield. Mr. Pennycook then relapsed into profound thought. But just as the engaged couple, having exchanged speaking looks, were about to leave him, he emerged from his abstraction and said, "No need to puff it off in the newspapers yet." Freddie, who had no desire to advertise his engagement, accepted this with relief unmarred by any ulterior thought. Kitty, her mind more inquiring than his, looked suspiciously at Mr. Pennycook and demanded bluntly, "Why should we not, Uncle Matthew?" "Never mind why you should not," said Mr. Pennycook irascibly. "Good God, girl, do you take me for a fool? Think I don't know you're playing deep?" He observed with satisfaction the flush that coloured his ward's cheeks, and chuckled. "You're a good girl," he approved. "I dare say, if you were tricked out in all manner of finery, you wouldn't look so ill, either. But mind, I won't be left with that fish for more than a month." On which valedictory utterance he dismissed his visitors,
with the parting adjuration to make speedy preparations for their journey, because he had been put to enough expense already without having to provide dinner for Freddie that day. Once out of earshot, Kitty clasped Freddie's arm and said in a rush of gratitude, "Oh, Freddie, how can I thank you sufficiently? I hope you may not dislike it excessively." "No, no," said Freddie, always the soul of courtesy. "Thing was, thought it was time to give the old hunks the go-by. Never met such a cheese-paring fellow in all my life."
Chapter 6. Since Miss Charing's wardrobe was not extensive, the task of packing it was speedily accomplished, and it was not long after noon when the betrothed pair set forward upon the journey to London. Miss Charing's almost dizzy delight at having so easily won her guardian's consent to the visit was marred only by her fear that her hostess might not feel an equal degree of pleasure at the treat in store, and by the lachrymose conduct of Miss Fishguard, who wept without restraint while she helped her charge to pack, and asserted that she did not know what was to become of her, or how she was to look after Mr. Pennycook to his satisfaction. It did not console her to be reminded that no one had ever succeeded in doing this, and the prospect of being separated from Kitty for a month so wrought upon her sensibility that she suddenly declaimed between sobs, "For all that pleased in wood or lawn, while peace possessed these silent bowers, her animating smile withdrawn, has lost its beauty and its powers." Kitty, always of a more practical turn of mind than her governess, wrinkled her brow at this and said, "Well, but it is so horribly damp and cold at this season that the woods and lawns don't please at all, Fish, and peace cannot possess Arnside when Uncle Matthew's gout is so painful." "Sometimes, Kitty," said Miss Fishguard tragically, "I wonder at you. Is the pang which parts us from our weeping friends unknown to you?" This reproach made Kitty feel so guilty that for the first stage of the journey her spirits were subdued, and she replied in monosyllables to such remarks as her companion addressed to her. "Not feeling quite the thing?" inquired Freddie kindly. "Oh, yes, but I feel a wretch, Freddie," she confided. "Poor Fish asked me if I did not feel a pang at parting from her, and I do not." "I should rather think you wouldn't," said Freddie, without hesitation. "Can't make the woman out at all myself. Know what she said to me this morning? Asked me if I'd slept well, and when I told her that it beat me how anyone could sleep at all with a dashed lot of cockerels crowing their heads off, she said that rural sounds exhilarate the spirit, and do something or other to languid nature." "Cooper," said Kitty in a depressed tone, "restore the tone of languid nature." "Well, it's a bag of moonshine," said Freddie. "What's more, I always thought so. Often hear of fellows ruralising, going into the country on a repairing lease, you know, but I never could see that it did 'em a particle of good. Well, if they're kept awake the better part of the night by a lot of cockerels, stands to reason it couldn't. It's my belief, Kit, the woman's touched in her upper works." "No, she is merely addicted to poetry," explained Kitty. "Well, that just shows you," said Mr. Standen reasonably. He abandoned the topic for one of more immediate importance. "How much did the old hunks give you in that roll?" "Oh, Freddie," exclaimed Kitty, awed. £250. I'm sure I can never spend the half of it. It is the greatest anxiety to me. I have it safe here in my reticule, but only think if I should chance to be robbed." She untied the strings of this receptacle and dragged out the roll. "Pray, will you take care of it for me?" she begged. Mr. Standen was just about to decline the office when a deep and cunning thought entered his head. Having a very nice idea of the cost of feminine apparel, it did not seem to him that £250 would suffice to clothe a lady about to make her debut in the first circle of fashion.
He was a good-natured as well as an affluent young gentleman, and he now conceived a scheme whereby Miss Charing might be imposed upon entirely for her own benefit. Detaching a £50 bill from the roll, he handed it to Kitty, saying, "That's the dandy. You keep this one, and I'll give the rest to my mother. Have all the bills sent to her, and she'll stand huff." Except for a slight feeling of alarm at carrying as much as £50 in her reticule, Miss Charing had no fault to find with this arrangement. So Mr. Standen stowed the roll away in his pocket and ventured to speak of a matter which had been considerably exercising his mind. "No wish to pry into what don't concern me," he said apologetically, "but I can't help wondering. The thing is, Kit, I'm dashed if I see what your lay is." "My lay?" repeated Kitty, glancing sideways at him. He blushed and begged pardon. "Talking flash," he explained. "Forgot myself. What I mean is, good notion to come to town for a spell. I'm not saying it ain't. Only thing is, what's to come of it?" Miss Charing, having foreseen this question, replied, "One should always seize opportunity, you know. I am persuaded that once I am in London, I may easily discover an eligible situation. Or I might, if I had pretty gowns and Lady Ledgerwood is so obliging as to introduce me to her acquaintance, even receive an offer of marriage." "No, dash it," protested Mr. Standen. "Not if you're engaged to me, Kit." She became intent on smoothing the wrinkles from her gloves. Her colour considerably heightened. She said, "No, only if there did happen to be some gentleman who wished to marry me, do you think he would be deterred by that, Freddie?" "Be a cursed rum touch if he wasn't," replied Freddie unequivocally. "Yes, but if he had a partiality for me, and found I had become engaged to another," said Kitty, drawing on a knowledge of life culled from the pages of such novels as graced Miss Fishcard's bookshelf, "he might be wrought upon by jealousy." "Who?" demanded Freddie, out of his depths. "Anyone," said Kitty. "But there ain't anyone," argued Freddie. "No," agreed Kitty, damped. "It was just a passing thought, and not of the least consequence. I shall seek a situation." "No, you won't," said Freddie with unexpected firmness. "That's what you said last night. Talked a lot of stuff about becoming a chambermaid. Well, you can't, that's all." "Oh, no," she assured him. "Upon reflection, of course I perceived that wouldn't answer, and also I shouldn't wonder at it if Hugh was quite at fault, and I might not do very well as a governess. To quite young children, you know, who don't need instruction in Italian or watercolour painting." "Can't do that either," said Freddie. "Well, really, Freddie," cried Miss Charing indignantly. "Pray, what concern is it of yours?" "Good God, Kit, of course it's my concern," retorted Freddie, moved to express himself strongly. "You don't suppose I'm going to have everyone saying you'd rather go for a governess than marry me, do you? Nice gudgeon I should look." This aspect of the case had not previously occurred to Miss Charing, but she was a reasonable girl, and she at once perceived its force. "I suppose it would be disagreeable for you," she admitted. "Oh, well, I won't do it then. If all else fails, I must just return to Arnside. Whatever happens, I shall at least have had 1 month in London." "Yes, but that's just it," said Freddie, knitting his brows. "Seems to me you've got a devilish queer notion of London. What do you suppose will happen?" "Good gracious, Freddie, anything might happen. Well, at all events, much more than could ever happen to me at Arnside. You can't deny that that's so." "No, I can't," said Freddie bluntly. "That's what's worrying me. The more I talk to you, Kit, the more I wish I hadn't been such a sapskull as to let you persuade me into this business. You'll do something goosish, and I shall get the blame for it." "No, no, indeed I will not," Kitty said coaxingly.
I promise I won't do anything you think wrong."
"Dash it, Kit, I can't tell you how you should go on," protested Freddie, horrified. "I ain't in the petticoat line. Told you so at the start."
"Of course not. You forget that your mamma will take care of me. Indeed, you have no cause to be uneasy." This reminder went some way towards allaying his fears, but a rare instinct for danger prompted him to demand, "Tell me this. Have you some scheme in your head I don't know about?" "Yes," said Kitty, incurably truthful. "I have." She observed the look of a hunted wild creature in his eyes, and clasped his hand in a sustaining way. "But it is nothing you would dislike," she added. "I give you my word it is not, Freddie." She saw that this very handsome assurance had not had the desired effect, and said reproachfully, "Freddie, don't you believe me, when I have pledged you my word?"
"It ain't that I don't believe you, Kit," he explained gloomily. "Thing is, I'm dashed sure you don't know what I should dislike. Lord, I wish I were well out of it."
It was now Miss Charing's turn to change colour. "You don't mean... Oh, you cannot mean to cry off," she faltered.
"No, I don't," responded Freddie, stung. "Never hedged off in my life. Play or pay, my dear girl, play or pay. All I say is, wish I hadn't said I'd play. The next time I see that fat rascal of a landlord—"
"Pluckley," said Kitty, bewildered.
"That's the fellow," nodded Freddie, darkling. "That bowl of punch. Never ordered it. Oughtn't to have had it. No, and what's more, oughtn't to have let you have it either. No sense in wrapping it up in clean linen, Kit. Must have been bosky, both of us."
Nothing would move him from this standpoint, so Kitty, wisely abandoning the attempt, applied her energies to the task of reassuring him. It was dusk by the time the post-chaise reached the outskirts of London, but there was still light enough for Kitty's eagerly straining eyes to discern such unaccustomed sights as a sedan chair borne along by two stalwart carriers, a lamplighter mounted upon his ladder, a man with a tray of hot pies upon his head, an urchin sweeping a crossing for a portly old gentleman in a frock coat and a Joliffe shallow, carts, carriages and coaches by the score, lights illumining fascinating wares in shop windows, smart footmen sauntering on errands for their employers, beggars holding out cupped hands and dogging the footsteps of any benevolent-looking citizen. And when the chaise drew towards the more modish quarter of the town, imposing mansions lining the streets, some with a flambeau already kindled outside their doors. Everything was strange to Kitty, everything wonderful. She called upon Freddie again and again to identify some building dimly seen in the gathering darkness, or to explain the significance of a man in a scarlet coat and blue breeches. And she was so much excited and astonished by the many new sights and sounds that he tried his best to satisfy her curiosity. But although he could point out to her postmen, constables and link boys, and supply her with such interesting items of information as that nearly all chairmen were Irish, and that the unintelligible shout which had made her jump in her seat emanated from a stage-coachman warning his roof passengers to keep their heads down as his coach swept under the arch of an inn, he was not very knowledgeable about the various large buildings which caught her attention. He explained that he was not familiar with the city, but engaged himself to show her all the landmarks farther west. However, by the time the chaise drew towards the more genteel part of the town, it had become almost dark, and Kitty was feeling too much stunned by the noise and the bustle all about her to do more than blink at what seemed to her bemused gaze a myriad of dancing lights. It was not until the chaise turned into the comparative quiet of Mount Street that it occurred to Freddie that for anything he knew, he might find his parents preparing to entertain guests to dinner. He refrained from making known this fear to his companion, and was relieved, when the chaise drew up outside one of the tall houses,
to see none of the signs of projected hospitality. Nor, as he presently learned from the butler, were my lord and my lady dining out that evening. 10 minutes later, having left the shrinking Miss Charing to warm her chilled feet by the fire in one of the saloons on the entrance floor, he discovered the reason for this departure from the normal. He found his mamma reclining upon a sofa in her dressing-room, a shawl spread over her feet, and a handkerchief redolent of aromatic vinegar clutched in one hand. She had removed her cap, and her carefully curled locks were in considerable disorder. Lady Ledgerwood, the only surviving offspring of Mr. Pennycook's third sister, Charlotte, was a fair woman with more style than beauty, her large blue eyes being a little too prominent and her chin showing a tendency to recede. The punctual presentation to her lord of 6 hopeful children had slightly impaired her figure, but she was generally considered to be a pretty woman, and, since she was as good-natured as she was foolish, she was almost universally liked. She was uncritically fond of her husband, doted upon her children, and was much addicted to what her uncle would unquestionably have termed extravagant frivolity. The unexpected sight of her eldest son appeared to exercise a strange influence over her. She reared herself up on the sofa, her eyes dilating, and throwing out a repelling hand, ejaculated, "Freddie, have you had them?" "Eh?" said Freddie, startled. "Had what, ma'am?" "I cannot recall," declared his parent, pressing the hand to her heated brow. "Meg has not. I remember that, because when poor Charlie had them, we sent her to stay with Grandmamma, for it was at the very moment when I was about to present her, you know, and only think how dreadful it would have been. I have been racking my brains to try to recollect whether you have had them. Not that it signifies, I dare say, for you don't live here now, which is a thing I cannot like, for I am sure they cannot make you comfortable in those rooms of yours. Only your papa would not let me say a word against it, and no doubt he knows what is best. Only if they air the sheets properly, it is more than I would bargain for. But heaven forbid, Freddie, that I should keep you tied to my apron strings." "Yes, but what's amiss?" demanded Freddie, dutifully bending over the sofa to kiss one scented cheek. Pausing only to clasp him to her bosom, and to return his salute with fervour, Lady Ledgerwood uttered fatally, "The measles." "Oh, had 'em at Eton," said Freddie. Lady Ledgerwood shed tears of thankfulness. "Who's got 'em now?" inquired Freddie, mildly interested. "All of them," replied her ladyship dramatically. "Fanny and Caroline and poor, poor little Edmund. I am quite distracted, for although I don't doubt Fanny and Caroline will speedily recover, Edmund is so full of them that I am in constant dread. I was up with him all night, and am but now seizing a few moments upon my couch, as you see. You know how delicate Edmund has always been, my love." There were many elder brothers who might have cavilled at this statement, and certainly the Honourable Charles Standen, at present at Oxford, would have had no hesitation in giving it as his opinion that Edmund had been pampered from his cradle. But Freddie was as kind-hearted and as uncritical as his mother, and he only said, "Poor little fellow." Lady Ledgerwood squeezed his hand gratefully. "He will not suffer anyone but me to wait on him. I have been obliged to put off every engagement. We ought to be at Uxbridge House at this very moment, but I don't regret it, for I should think myself the most unnatural mother alive if I could go to parties when my beloved children were sick. But nothing could be more unfortunate, Freddie. You must know that Lord Amherst has taken Buckhaven off with him on this stupid Chinese mission, and now here is old Lady Buckhaven, and one can scarcely blame her, for I am sure Meg is so scatterbrained she should not be left alone, declaring your sister must stay with her in the country until Buckhaven returns. It may be a year or even more,
and no one need think I do not feel for Meg in this predicament. But how could I reconcile it with my conscience, Freddie? I ask you to bring her into this house of infection when I know she has never had the measles. I do not scruple to tell you, dearest, that she is expecting an interesting event in the autumn. So sad to reflect that Barkhaven must needs be from home upon the occasion, but your dear papa says it is a great honour that Amherst should have chosen to take him. So you must not wonder at it that you find me almost prostrate. My Benjamin so ill, not to mention his dear little sisters, and my eldest daughter, indeed my eldest born, for never shall I forget my disappointment when I learned I had given birth to a female. Not that your papa ever spoke a word of blame to me, and only 18 months later you were born, my dearest, so all was right. Well, as I say, my eldest daughter requiring me to save her from her mamma-in-law, an excellent female, of course, but so straight-laced, Freddie, that one's heart quite bleeds for poor Meg. And I cannot reconcile it with my conscience to uphold Meg in her determination to remain in Berkeley Square while Buckhaven is from home. If only she would consent to Cousin Amelia's going to live with her. But she will not, and I must own, my dear son, that I should not care for it myself, for you know what Cousin Amelia is. Yet what else can I suggest? Freddie made no attempt to answer this, but fastening on to the most incomprehensible part of his mother's somewhat involved speech, demanded, "Why should Buck go to China? Silly thing to do." "Oh, Freddie, if I have said so once, I have said it 100 times. But Papa tells Meg she should be gratified to see her husband singled out for the mission. Do not ask me what it is about, for I am sure I cannot tell you. It is something to do with the injustice of those horrid mandarins to our traders. But for my part, I think Buckhaven would have done better to have stayed at home. Why, he and poor Meg have not been married a year. But tell me, dearest, where have you been this age? You said you were going into Leicestershire, but I quite thought you told me you would be in town again before this." "Very good sport," explained Freddie. "As a matter of fact, did come back 2 days ago. Meant to wait on you, ma'am. But the thing was, found I had to go to Arnside." "Arnside?" exclaimed Lady Ledgerwood. "Never tell me Uncle Matthew is dead." "Oh, no, he ain't dead," said Freddie. "Pity, if you ask me. Sent for all of us." "All of you?" "Great-nephews. At least, Dolph would have it he didn't send for George, and I dare say he was right. No reason why he should have. Claude couldn't go, of course, and Jack didn't choose to." "Freddie, is my uncle making his will at last?" asked her ladyship eagerly. "That's it. Ramshackle sort of business. Leaving his fortune to Kitty, provided she marries one of us." "What?" "Thought you'd be surprised," nodded Freddie. "Poor girl didn't want to marry Dolph. Stands to reason she wouldn't. Didn't fancy Hugh, either. I wouldn't myself, prosy sort of a fellow. Long and short of it is, ma'am, she accepted me." His mother's eyes started at him. "Freddie," she said faintly, "you offered for Kitty Charing?" Mr. Standen perceived that his announcement was productive of more astonishment than delight, and blushed. "Thought you'd be pleased," he said. "Time I was getting married. Dash it, ma'am. Told me so not a month ago." "Yes, but... Oh, Freddie, I believe it is a take-in. How can you be so... Now tell me it is untrue." He shook his head resolutely, adhering to his promise made to Miss Charing not to tell his parents any such thing. Lady Ledgerwood sank back against the sofa pillows and pressed the vinegar-soaked handkerchief to her brow. "Oh, good heavens! What can have possessed you? Surely you have never—" Freddie, do not tell me you have offered for Kitty for the sake of Uncle Matthew's fortune.
No, I haven't, replied Freddie. It's what everyone else will tell you, though. Bound to.
She stared at him. But is it possible that you can have a taunt for the girl? I thought you had not been to Arnside above half a dozen times since you left school. How comes this about? I declare you have set my poor head in such a whirl. Heavens! What will your father say to this?
No reason why he should object, ma'am. Dare say he'll be glad of it. Very good sort of a girl, Kit. Always liked her.
This lover-like encomium caused her ladyship to give a gasp. A very good sort of... Freddie.
Well, ain't she? Demanded Freddie. Thought you was fond of her, ma'am. Often told me you pitied her, having to live cooped up with Uncle Matthew. Quite right. Never saw such an old curmudgeon in my life. What's more, that fish of hers seems queer in the attic to me. Shouldn't wonder at it if between the pair of them they drove Kit into Bedlam. That's why I brought her up to town with me.
Lady Ledgerwood sat up with a jerk. You did what? Freddie, you haven't brought her here.
Thought you'd like to see her, said Freddie feebly. Engaged to me. Present her to the family, show her the sights. Besides, nowhere else I could take her.
Many thoughts jostled one another in Lady Ledgerwood's bemused brain. She uttered the most immediate of them. With measles in the house?
It's a pity about that, agreed Freddie. May have had 'em, though. I'll ask her.
But it is impossible, she cried. What in heaven's name do you expect me to do with her?
First thing to do is to buy her some clothes. Can't have her going about like a dowd. Must see that, ma'am.
I am to buy clothes for her, exclaimed her ladyship.
Help her to choose 'em, amended Freddie. Won't have to pay for 'em. Fact is, the old gentleman gave her a handsome sum for the purpose. Taking care of it for her. You tell me what the figure comes to, and I'll sport the blunt.
Uncle Matthew gave her a handsome sum, exclaimed his mother, momentarily diverted. You don't mean it.
Surprised me, too, murmured Freddie. Surprised me when he said she might come to town for a month as well.
A month? No, Freddie. Indeed, I cannot have her here. I would not for the world behave shabbily towards your betrothed, even though I cannot like this engagement, for I had hoped to see you make a much better match, and indeed, I am not that signifies now. And you are not to be thinking that I do not like Kitty, for I am sure she is an excellent girl, and I should be very glad to show her any kindness in my power. But I do not mean to entertain until the children are well again. And as for devoting myself to Kitty at such a moment, it is not to be thought of. Later, perhaps. She must return to Arnside for the present. I am persuaded she will understand how it is.
Won't do at all, said Freddie firmly. Promised her she should spend a month in town. Can't break my word to her. Cruel thing to do. Set her heart on coming to London.
Oh, dear. What is to be done, then? Sighed her ladyship, abandoning all attempt to grapple with the problem. Where is she all this while?
Left her in the Blue Saloon. Said I'd break the news to you. Took a notion into her head you might not like it, and went into a quake. Wouldn't come upstairs with me.
Well, I am sure I'm not astonished at that. Poor child. I suppose she was so anxious to escape from that odious old man she was prepared to do anything to accomplish it. She must remain here for tonight, of course, and then we must consider what is best to be done. I will come down in a moment, tell her. And what your father will say when you break this news to him, Freddie, I dare not consider. But in the event, Freddie was spared the necessity of having to break the news to Lord Ledgerwood. While he was closeted with his mamma, his lordship had walked into the Blue Saloon, to find it inhabited by a damsel in an old-fashioned bonnet and a drab pelisse, who turned an apprehensive and vaguely familiar face towards the opening door, and then rose to her feet and dropped a shy curtsy. "How do you do, sir?" she said, with a valiant assumption of ease. "How do you do?" responded his lordship politely. "Perhaps," said Kitty, swallowing, "you don't remember me, sir. I'm Kitty Charing." "Of course," he responded, coming forward and shaking hands. "I thought I knew your face. But what a delightful surprise. Are you staying in London?" Well, I do hope so," Kitty said, blushing vividly. "Only I'm not expected, and perhaps it might not be quite convenient." Lord Ledgerwood's calm grey eyes took note of the blush. A twinkle came into them. "Can it be that you have come to stay with us?" he suggested. She stood considerably in awe of him, for his cool, well-bred manners were quite unlike her guardian's, and made him seem immeasurably superior. He had an air of decided fashion, too, and an occasionally satirical tongue. The twinkle, however, reassured her. She smiled confidingly up at him and said, "Yes, that is it. Freddie said you would not object to it. Only for my part, I did think we should have asked you first." "Freddie?" he said interrogatively. She became a little confused. "Yes, sir. You see, Freddie brought me. He has gone to tell Lady Ledgerwood." That sapient eye caused her blushes to rise again. "Indeed," said his lordship. "Has Freddie been visiting his great-uncle?" "Dear me, but what am I about, to be keeping you standing? Do pray sit down again, and tell me how all this comes about." She obeyed the first part of this command, for such she felt it to be, but said, "I think perhaps Freddie ought to tell you, sir. In fact, I am quite sure he should." He drew up another chair and seated himself in it. "Really? I am persuaded I shall much prefer to be told it by you. I always find it so difficult to follow Freddie when he tries to explain anything to me." "Yes, but it wouldn't be the thing for me to tell you, sir," objected Kitty. "A delicate matter, I apprehend?" She nodded. "In that case, I cannot too strongly recommend you not to entrust the task of explaining it to Freddie," he said. She drew a resolute breath. "Well, I must say it does seem hard that everything should fall on poor Freddie," she agreed. "The truth is, sir, that he has been so obliging as to offer for me." His lordship sustained this with fortitude, but there was a slight pause before he said, "This is very sudden." "I am afraid," said Miss Charing guiltily, "that it is a disagreeable surprise to you, sir." "Not at all," he replied courteously. "I own to some slight feeling of surprise, but I assure you it is not disagreeable." Much cheered, Kitty said gratefully, "Thank you. I did not think of it at first, but while I have been waiting here I began to think that you might dislike it excessively, and to wonder if perhaps—" "If perhaps?" he prompted as she broke off. We should not have done it. Only, well, sir, it was all Uncle Matthew's fault. He made an odious scheme to leave me his whole fortune if I will marry one of his great-nephews, and he sent for them to come to Arnside, so that he could tell them of it, and I might choose the one I liked the best," she added, "and however unbecoming it is in me to appear critical of one who is my benefactor, I must say that I think it was a most improper arrangement." "Most improper," he agreed. "But am I to understand that Mr. Pennycook's great-nephews all obeyed this peculiar summons?" "Jack did not," she replied. and he knew why my uncle had sent for him, which makes me excessively glad to think that he had too much delicacy of mind to come upon such an errand."
"The reflection must be of comfort to all his friends," said Lord Ledgerwood rather dryly. "May I know if they were all aware why they were sent for?"
"Dolph and Hugh seemed to know," she answered, "but Freddie had not the smallest suspicion of it. I dare say, you know, that if my uncle wrote in veiled terms he might not have understood what was intended."
"More than probable. But when the matter was made plain to him, I collect that he was not backward in offering for your hand."
No, you must not be thinking that he offered for me because of the fortune," Kitty said quickly. "I assure you it is not the case at all. You must know that he had not previously supposed that his suit would be acceptable to Uncle Matthew."
Lord Ledgerwood looked at her for a moment. Then his gaze dropped to the snuff-box he held in one hand. He flicked it open, took a delicate pinch of snuff, and said smoothly, "The attachment between you is of long standing, I apprehend."
"Yes," said Kitty, pleased to find him so quick-witted. We have always felt a decided partiality for each other, sir. So when he found that Uncle Matthew had pledged himself to give me to whichever of them I chose, he was emboldened to speak."
Lord Ledgerwood dusted his fingertips with his handkerchief and put away his snuff-box. "Really a most romantic story," he remarked. "I must own I had not thought it of Freddie. How little one knows of one's offspring, after all." She eyed him doubtfully, but was spared the necessity of answering him by the reappearance on the scene of her betrothed. Freddie came in with the news that his mother would in a few moments arrive to welcome her guest. He had prepared a glib speech, assuring Kitty of Lady Ledgerwood's pleasure in the visit, but under his father's ironic gaze he faltered a little. "Ah, Frederick," said his lordship languidly, "I learn that I must offer you my felicitations." "Oh, exactly so, sir," Freddie responded. "Thought you would be pleased. Time I was getting married. Brought Kit up to town, you see. Felt you'd wish to become acquainted with her, before we puff it off in the papers." "Oh, is the engagement not to be announced?" inquired his lordship, all polite interest.
"Uncle Matthew does not wish it to be announced quite immediately, sir," said Kitty. "There are reasons why it will be more convenient to wait for a few weeks, but I cannot well enter into these."
"No, of course you cannot," said his lordship, as though he perfectly understood. "Measles," said Freddie. "Not that the old gentleman knew about that, but it's a dashed good reason, come to think of it."
Kitty looked at once anguished and bewildered, but Lord Ledgerwood seemed not to think the remark peculiar, agreeing in the blandest way that the measles afforded an excellent excuse for postponing the announcement of the engagement. Upon his wife's entering the room just then, looking perfectly distracted, he instantly said, "Ah, my love, no doubt Frederick has broken these delightful tidings to you. You have come to welcome our prospective daughter-in-law." She cast him a puzzled, inquiring glance, but as his attitude clearly indicated his wish that she should receive Kitty with complacence, and her own kindly disposition would have made it very hard for her to have repulsed the girl, she embraced Kitty and said, "Yes, indeed. You must forgive me if I seem surprised, my dear, for I had not the least suspicion, but you will explain it all to me presently. It is so unfortunate that you find us in such a fix, but you must come upstairs directly and take off your bonnet and be comfortable. Poor child, I am sure you must be tired and horribly chilled by the journey." She again looked for guidance towards her lord, but receiving nothing more helpful than one of his more enigmatic smiles, took Kitty away to her dressing-room, murmuring quite audibly, "Oh dear, I wonder what next will befall us." A silence followed the departure of the ladies. Freddie, quite as puzzled as his mamma by Lord Ledgerwood's behaviour, stole a cautious look at him, and waited. "Quite a romance, Frederick," said his lordship, drawing out his snuff-box again. "No, no," disclaimed his blushing son. He added hurriedly, "What I mean is, shouldn't put it like that myself." Lord Ledgerwood dipped his forefinger and thumb into the box, shook away all but a minute pinch of snuff, and held this to one nostril. "It distresses me to reflect that you have been labouring under the pangs of what you believed to be a hopeless passion, and that I remained in ignorance of it," he observed. "I must be a most unnatural parent. You must try to forgive me, Frederick." Thrown into acute discomfort, Freddie stuttered, "Never thought of such a thing, sir. That is, not as bad as that. Always very fond of Kit, of course." Lord Ledgerwood, a sportsman and a gentleman, abandoned the pursuit of unworthy game, shut his snuff-box with a snap, restored it to his pocket, and said in quite another voice, "In done territory, Freddie?" "No," declared his unhappy son. "Don't be a fool, boy. If you've steered your bark off point non plus, come to me for a tow, not to a chancy heiress." "It ain't that at all," protested Freddie, much harassed. "Mind, I knew that's what everyone would think, and so I told Kit." "I perceive that I have fallen into vulgar error," said his father. "Accept my apologies. I will refrain from embarrassing you with awkward questions, but may I know for how long I am to have the honour of entertaining Miss Charing? And even, if it is permissible to ask, what I am expected to do on her behalf?" If there was a barb in this speech, it missed its mark. Relieved to find his parent in so forbearing a mood, Freddie replied gratefully, "Much obliged to you, sir. Never a dab at explaining things. Thing is, Kitty took a fancy to spend a month in London, and I promised she should. Thought my mother would take her about. Pity I didn't know about the measles. Makes it all dashed difficult." He scratched his nose reflectively. "I shall have to hatch some scheme or other," he decided. "Do you think you will?" inquired Lord Ledgerwood, regarding him with a fascinated eye. "Bound to," said Freddie. "Well, what I mean is, must." Chapter 7. It was fortunate for Miss Charing, who, from the moment of entering the Ledgerwood townhouse, had been stricken by feelings of remorse, that her hostess was so much preoccupied with the thought of her ailing children that as soon as she had installed her young guest in a comfortable bedchamber and had rapidly explained to her the unhappy state of affairs, she felt herself impelled to go up to the nursery floor to ascertain that no relapse had been suffered by any of the invalids, and that nurse had not fallen asleep in her chair, a hideous dread which was as persistent as it was unjust. Miss Charing, left alone to the unaccustomed luxury of a fire in her bedchamber, and to the terrifying knowledge that she had but to pull the bell-rope to bring a handmaiden to her assistance, reviewed her situation with feelings of guilt. It had not previously occurred to her that the plot she had hatched might involve others besides the hapless Freddie. His parents, although known to her, had seemed to be but vague figures in the background, whose existence had no bearing upon her schemes. The entrance of Lord Ledgerwood into the Blue Saloon had banished such false notions. She had been within a hair's breadth of abandoning her whole project. She was restrained partly by an agonizing reluctance to confess so foolish an exploit to such an awe-inspiring personage, and partly by an even more agonizing fear that to do so would mean her instant return to Arnside. By the time Lady Ledgerwood had joined the party, She had contrived in some measure to soothe her conscience with the reflection that since she had no intention of marrying Freddie, no lasting harm would be done by the imposture. But for all that, she looked forward with dismay to the questions Lady Ledgerwood must inevitably ask, and could only be thankful that maternal solicitude obliged her ladyship to postpone the dangerous tete-a-tete. Having assured herself that Edmund, though sadly feverish, seemed inclined to sleep, Lady Ledgerwood descended the stairs again to her dressing-room. Out of consideration for Miss Charing, whose wardrobe she knew to be scanty, she had declared that she would herself sit down to dinner in her morning dress, but she would have thought it a very odd thing not to have made some alteration in her appearance. Not even her desire to seek counsel of her lord could be allowed to take precedence over the more pressing need to change her cap and to repair possible damages to her complexion. She sent for her maid, discovered that her hair must be dressed again, and had just resigned herself to the impossibility of seeking his lordship out before the dinner bell rang, when he most providentially walked into the room. She greeted him with relief. "Oh, my love, I have been wanting to speak to you. Yes, the rose-point cap, Clara, and you need not wait. Stay, give me the orange-blossom scarf with the broad French border. No, perhaps that is a little too... The paisley shawl will do very well. You need not wait." "Charming," remarked his lordship, picking up the lace cap and looking at it through his eyeglass. "Yes, is it not? I knew you would be pleased. Not that I care a fig for such fripperies at such a moment. How can you be so provoking, Ledgerwood? What I ask you is to be done. I was never more taken aback in my life. And what must you do but stand there smiling as though you liked it?" He laughed and set the cap down. "Well, what would you have had me do? I could scarcely forbid the banns. Freddie is of age." "As though that could signify. Not that I wished you to go to such lengths as that." "I wonder if he did," said his lordship thoughtfully. Her full blue eyes stared at him. "What can you possibly mean? Freddie wish it?" A dreadful suspicion smote her. "Ledgerwood, it cannot be that she has entrapped Freddie into this engagement." "Oh, no, most unlikely, I imagine," he responded coolly. "Quite an innocent. Refreshingly so, I thought." "Of course she is, reared in such a way, but one is forced to consider whether she has not induced poor Freddie to offer for her, only to escape from Arnside. And I am very, very sorry for her, and I am sure I know nothing against her, except that her mother was a Frenchwoman, which I cannot like. But it is not the match I hoped for. I hope I may not be an odious schemer, and if I were, I should be delighted to know that my dear son was to marry a fortune, which, I assure you, I am not. For of all things I detest anything mercenary, particularly when it is not in the least necessary that he should do so. I should be very glad to think that my uncle meant to leave legacies to the younger boys, but as for Freddie, he is abundantly provided for, and I did hope to see him married to someone of consequence, and not to a little countrified girl nobody ever heard of." "Do not despair," recommended his lordship. "I will own myself astonished if anything comes of this engagement. My dear Emma, you are not such a goose-cap that you can imagine either of them to be in love with the other." Lady Ledgerwood was tying the strings of her cap, but she let her hands fall and turned in her chair to confront him. "But if she has not entrapped him, and they are not in love, in heaven's name, why have they become engaged?" "That I don't yet know," he answered. "I am not sufficiently well acquainted with Kitty even to hazard a guess. I suspect
the existence of a plot.
Not of Freddie's making, interpolated Lady Ledgerwood, ruffling up in defence of her young.
I am far too well acquainted with Freddie to make it necessary for you to tell me that, my love. Certainly not of his making. For some reason, as yet hidden from us, Kitty wishes it to be thought that she is betrothed to Freddie. An interesting feature of the engagement, or so it seems to me, is that for reasons equally mysterious, no immediate announcement is to be made.
No announcement, she cried. But why not?
Measles, he said, imperturbably.
Nonsense.
Of course. It was Freddie's offering on the altar of parental curiosity. Kitty preferred to lay the blame at the door of your deplorable uncle's eccentricity.
That might well be true, she said, considering deeply. When my uncle made this disgraceful plan, you may depend upon it, he meant Jack to benefit. I declare it serves him right to be so set down. Perhaps he hopes it will all come to nothing. He could not refuse his consent to the engagement, of course, because he will never go back on his word. It is one of the things one so particularly dislikes in him. What should we do?
Do? Why, nothing. Except, perhaps, enjoy a diverting episode.
For my part, I do not find it diverting, she said tartly. I think you should demand to know the whole.
Oh, do you? And for my part, I think I should be foolish beyond permission to do anything of the kind. Freddie's efforts to concoct suitable lies for my delectation might, I dare say, be amusing, but I think I won't put him to so much mental fatigue.
Oh, dear, I suppose he would lie to you. How very dreadful this is. And he expects me to dress Kitty, and to take her to parties with me.
No, you are mistaken. I collect that he has abandoned that scheme.
Is she to return to Onside? Asked her ladyship hopefully.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Freddie is going to hatch another scheme.
Ledgerwood, you know very well he will do no such thing. We shall be obliged to do something.
Nonsense, my love. Freddie assures me he is bound to think of something, said his lordship at his most urbane.
But no one was more surprised than he when his heir, having sat through the second course at dinner, wrapped in profound thought, announced suddenly, "Knew I should hit on something. Well, I have." Lady Ledgerwood, whose conversation during dinner had meandered between the sufferings of her younger children and the predicament in which her married daughter found herself, looked doubtfully at him. "Hit on what, dear Freddie?"
"Meg," replied Freddie succinctly. "Going to visit her."
"Are you, my love? But, oh, now you put me in mind of it, I recall that she is going to Almack's tonight, with Emily Cooper."
"Find her there," said Freddie.
"Well, of course, dear. But you are not dressed for Almack's."
"Go back to my lodgings and change. Plenty of time," said Freddie. "Must see Meg." "This brotherly devotion is most affecting," remarked Lord Ledgerwood. "May we know why it has so suddenly attacked you?" "It ain't anything of the sort, sir," said Freddie, justly indignant. "Told you I'd hit on something. Came to me with the cheesecakes." "What a tribute to the cook," said his father. He looked at Freddie with an expression of patient resignation. But Miss Charing, who had been vainly trying, ever since the news of the epidemic raging in the house had been broken to her, to think of an alternative to returning to Arnside on the morrow, said anxiously, "Is it about me, Freddie?" "Of course it is. Famous good notion. Meg don't want to stay with old Lady Buckhaven. Don't want cousin Amelia to keep her company. Can't have Fanny, because she's got the measles. Better have you." Lord Ledgerwood, in the act of raising his claret glass to his lips, lowered it again, and regarded his son almost with awe. "These unsuspected depths, Frederick. I have wronged you." "Oh, I don't know that, sir," Freddie said modestly. "I ain't clever, like Charlie, but I ain't such a sapskull as you think." "I have always known you could not be, my dear boy."
"Kitty, to stay with Meg?" Lady Ledgerwood said, considering it dubiously. "I must say... But would it answer? I am sure Lady Buckhaven wishes her to have some older female with her, and I own—"
"No need to tell her Kit's age, ma'am. Never leaves Gloucestershire, so she ain't likely to find out. Besides, couldn't kick up a dust. Affianced wife, can't stay here because of the measles. Stays with my sister instead. Quite the thing."
"Oh, Freddie," exclaimed Miss Charing, eyes and cheeks glowing, "it is a splendid scheme. Only, will your sister like it?"
"Like anything that kept her away from old Lady Buckhaven," said Freddie. Upon reflection he added, "Except Cousin Amelia. Well, stands to reason."
So, shortly after 10 o'clock, just as Miss Charing was climbing into bed, after a quiet evening spent in poring over the fashion plates in various periodicals, Mr. Standen, beautiful to behold in knee-breeches and striped stockings, a blue coat with very long tails, a white waistcoat, and a neckcloth which caused an acquaintance almost to swoon with envy, sauntered into the vestibule at Almack's assembly rooms. He handed his hat and his coat to an attendant lackey, gave a couple of twitches to his wristbands, and favoured the great Mr. Willis with a nod. Mr. Willis, according him the bow due to a pink of the ton, would not have dreamed of asking to see his voucher. Quite surprising persons might find themselves excluded from Almack's, but not the most capricious of its patronesses would have entertained for a moment the thought of excluding Mr. Standen. He was neither witty nor handsome. His disposition was retiring, and although he might be seen at any social gathering, he never, except by the excellence of his tailoring, drew attention to himself. Not for Mr. Standen the tricks and eccentricities of gentlemen seeking notoriety. He was quite a pretty whip, but no one had ever seen him take a fly off the leader's ear, or heard of his breaking a record in a racing curricle. He rode well to hounds, without earning the title of neck or nothing, and while he sometimes practised single stick in Jackson's boxing saloon, or tossed off a third of Daffy in Cribb's parlour, he was no Corinthian. Indeed, so far from aspiring to pop in a hit over Jackson's guard, or to stand up for any number of rounds with some pet of the fancy, he would have disliked either experience very much indeed. Nor could anyone have thought him an ideal cavalier savant, for he was too inarticulate to pay charming compliments, and had never been known to indulge in the mildest flirtation. But a numerous circle of male acquaintances held him in considerable affection, and with the ladies he was a prime favourite. The most sought-after beauty was pleased to stand up with so graceful a dancer. Any lady desirous of redecorating her drawing-room was anxious for his advice. No hostess considered her invitation list complete without his name. His presence did not, of course, confer on a party the distinction that Mr. Brummell's did, but he was a much more agreeable guest, never arriving long after he had been despaired of and then departing within 20 minutes, and never startling the old-fashioned by uttering calculated impertinences. He could be depended upon, too. He would not stand against the wall refusing to dance, and no hostess, presenting him to the plainest damsel in the room, had the smallest fear that he would excuse himself or abandon his partner at the earliest opportunity. He was an excellent escort for any lady deprived at the last moment of her lord's attendance, for his appearance could not but add to her consequence, and he was always nice to a fault in every attention to her comfort. Nor was the most jealous husband suspicious of him.
"Oh, Freddie Standen," said these green-eyed gentlemen. "In that case, ma'am, very well." So Mr. Willis, who did not condescend to chat with every visitor to the club, welcomed Mr. Standen affably, and frowned at the footman who was trying to present him with a quadrille card. Whoever else might need instruction in the figures of the quadrille, Mr. Standen most certainly did not. "Seen Lady Buckhaven tonight, Willis?" inquired Freddie, bestowing a final touch to his neckcloth. "Yes, indeed, sir. Her ladyship came in with my Lady Cooper half an hour ago. Mr. Westrother was one of her ladyship's party." "Oh, he's here, is he?" said Freddie. "Much of a squeeze?" "No, sir. We are a little thin of company, the season not having begun," replied Mr. Willis regretfully. "But it wants 40 minutes till 11, and no doubt we may expect to see the rooms fill up tolerably well." After this exchange, Freddie passed into the ballroom, and paused on the threshold, looking about him for his sister. "Why, there is Freddie Standen," exclaimed a bedizened matron. "I did not know he was in town again. Dear creature." She waggled a hand in a tight kid glove, but failed to attract his attention, this being claimed at that moment by a voice at his elbow. "Hello, my tulip. Didn't you ruralize, after all?" The voice was full of lazy amusement, and it made Freddie turn quickly. It belonged to a tall man whose air and bearing proclaimed the Corinthian. Coat, neckcloth, fobs, seals, and quizzing-glass all belonged to the dandy, but the shoulders, setting off the coat so admirably, and the powerful thighs, hidden by satin knee-breeches, betrayed the blood, the out-and-outer not to be beaten on any sporting suit. The face above the starched shirt-points was a handsome one, with a mouth as mocking as its owner's voice, and a pair of intensely blue eyes, which laughed into Freddie's. The sight of them might have caused Miss Charing's heart to flutter, but they awoke in Mr. Standen quite different emotions. He opened his mouth to give utterance to a few of the sentiments which had been festering in his bosom for 2 days, and recollected with a sense of bitter frustration that he was pledged to utter none of them. He shut his mouth again, swallowed, and said merely, "Oh, hello. You here, cuz?" "Yes, Freddie. Yes, I am here. Not my wraith. But what are you doing here? I thought to have heard of you at Arnside." "Got back today," said Freddie. Mr. Westrother's eyes quizzed him maddeningly. "What a short stay, cuz. Didn't they make you welcome?" Freddie had always rather admired and looked up to his splendid cousin, but he was not going to put up with this sort of thing. He replied, after only a moment's rapid consideration, "Oh, tol lol, but it's a devilish uncomfortable house, and the old gentlemen don't like me to take my man there. Besides, no need to stay longer." "No?" said Mr. Westrother, amusement quivering in his voice. It was seldom that Mr. Standen, a peace-loving young gentleman, was conscious of a wish to come to blows with his fellow men, but a wistful desire to land his cousin a facer did for an instant flicker in his mind. Several circumstances rendered the gratification of this impulse ineligible, chief amongst them being the hallowed precincts in which they both stood, and the melancholy certainty that such violence could only lead to his own discomfiture. So, instead of yielding to brutish instincts, he fell back upon finesse. Opening his snuff-box, he offered it to Jack, saying meditatively, "Queer start. Thought you were banning me, and dashed nearly didn't go. Dare say you didn't know it, but the old gentleman's going to leave his fortune to Kit, provided she marries one of us." Mr. Westrother helped himself to a pinch from the elegant gold box. "Some hint of this, I must own, cuz, had reached my ears," he said gravely. "Surprised you didn't go to Arnside, then," said Freddie. Mr. Westrother raised his brows. "But what made you think me a gazetted fortune hunter, Freddie?" "Oh, I don't know about that," said Freddie vaguely. "Dare say people took it for granted you and Kit would make a match of it. Thought myself the old gentleman meant to leave the blunt to you. Well, you did too, didn't you? Been living on the expectancy for years." Mr. Westrother said appreciatively, "Well done, Freddie. A hit. I didn't go to Arnside because I have the oddest dislike of having my hand forced. Our revered great-uncle's whims are not unamusing, but this one goes beyond the line of what may be tolerated. When I go into wedded shackles, it will be in my own time and in my own fashion." "Good notion, if the thing comes off right," agreed Freddie. "Trouble is, can't be sure it will." His cousin laughed. "I'll take my chance of that." Freddie was well aware of Mr. Westrother's many conquests. While he was far from understanding why 9 females out of 10 were so foolish as to fall in love with one who, if not a downright rake, was certainly the most accomplished flirt in town, this was not a question which had previously exercised his mind. Tonight, for the first time, he was nettled by Jack's assurance, and instead of thinking that it was rather cork-brained of Kitty to hoax Jack, along with all the rest, he suddenly realized that had he been free to tell the truth, he would not have done it. Time Jack had a set-down. A certain suspicion beginning to take shape in his mind, he said, "Wish you good fortune. Glad I met you tonight. Wanted to tell you. Devilish grateful to you, cuz. Never thought there was any chance for me in that quarter. Shouldn't have gone to Arnside if you hadn't given me a nudge." If he had hoped to have confounded his cousin, he was disappointed. There was certainly an arrested look in Mr. Westrother's face, but he only cocked an eyebrow and said, "Can it be that I am to wish you happy?" "That's it," replied Freddie. "Mind, we ain't puffing it off yet, because the old gentleman don't like it above half. But it's known in the family." He had the satisfaction of seeing Mr. Westrother's brows snap together, and the laugh quite fade from his eyes. But it was only for a second. The frown vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Mr. Westrother grinned at him and said, "No, Freddie, no. Doing it too brown." "Ain't doing it brown at all," said Freddie stolidly. "Dolph, Hugh, and I all offered for Kit. Accepted me. Well, I knew she would." "What?" "Dash it, Jack," said Freddie, stung. "Any girl would rather marry me than Dolph or Hugh. No use saying Dolph's an earl. He's run off his legs, besides being dicked in the knob. And as for Hugh, Lord." "Just so," concurred his cousin. "But, Freddie, but I still say that you are doing it too brown. I will allow that Kitty might prefer you to Dolph or Hugh, but I'm not such a green 'un that I will swallow this hum that you, sweet cuz, offered your hand and heart to Kitty Charing. It conjures up an enchanting picture. But no, Freddie, no." Freddie toyed with the idea of presenting Mr. Westrother with another picture, that of a long-standing but secret attachment, sketched by Miss Charing's reckless hand. Something told him that it would not be accepted, and he said instead, "Thought you'd be surprised. Fact is, been thinking for some time I ought to be married. Eldest son, you know. Duty." "And your father so stricken in years, besides," said Mr. Westrother helpfully. "No," said Freddie, "he ain't stricken in years, but they've got measles in the house. No saying what might happen." This flight into the realms of fancy was too much for Mr. Westrother. "Enough," he said. "This bubble was pricked before it was fully blown, cuz. I hope you mean to regale me with the true story of what happened at Arnside. Did Dolph and Hugh indeed offer for Kitty?" "Yes, they did, but anyone could have told them it wouldn't fadge. Couldn't expect Kit to like being asked only for Uncle Matthew's fortune. Knew I didn't want his blunt.
Knew I was dashed fond of her, too. So I popped the question, and there we were. Got a notion we shall suit very well." There was now a slight crease between Mr. Weststrother's brows, but he said, still in an amused tone, "Do forgive me. But how came you, in these circumstances, to tear yourself away from your, betrothed so soon, and you always polite to a point?" "Didn't tear myself away from her," replied Freddie. "Brought her up to town with me. Wanted to present her to my mother and father. She's in Mount Street." He watched his cousin to see how this piece of corroborative information was being received, and was a little puzzled. There was a gleam in Jack's eye, and the hint of a smile playing about the corners of his mouth. "I see," he said. He patted Freddie on the shoulder. "I felicitate you, coz. I am quite sure you will suit admirably. Of course, I shall call in Mount Street to pay my respects to the future Mrs. Standen, but in the meantime do, pray, assure her of my best wishes for her happiness." "Much obliged. Very likely she'll visit Meg, though. Then I shall call in Berkeley Square. What a charming surprise for Meg. Here she comes." He paused, watching Lady Buckhaven, who had been taking part in the country dance which had just ended, trip across the floor towards them. "Dearest cousin, here is Freddie with such delightful news for you. I shall leave him to tell it to you. But I give you warning that when they strike up for the waltz, you are mine, and I will by no means submit to being supplanted by him." Lady Buckhaven, a very pretty blonde, with her mamma's large, rather full eyes, and a great deal of vivacity, cried out at this. "How can you, Jack? As though I would do anything so rustic as to stand up with my own brother. Freddie, where have you been this age? What have you to tell me?" His eyes were on his cousin's retreating form. Instead of answering, he said in a disapproving tone, "What's he mean by calling you his dearest cousin?" "Why, that I am, to be sure," she retorted, laughing. "Well, it ain't much to boast of," said Freddie, having passed his family under rapid mental review. "All the same, you shouldn't encourage him." "Don't be so Gothic, Freddie. He is the most enchanting flirt, and only think how ravishing it is to set odious creatures like Charlotte Kilvington there gnawing their nails with jealousy. I declare you are as stupid as Lady Buckhaven. Oh, Freddie, the most shocking thing. That antiquated old fidget insists that I cannot remain in London while Buckhaven is away." "Yes, I know. Thought of something, too. That's why I came tonight." "Freddie, you have not. Oh, tell me this instant," she cried, clasping ecstatic hands. "Yes, but don't kick up such a dust," said her censorious brother. "You'll have everybody gaping at us. Come and sit down. And mind now, Meg, you needn't set up a screech just because I've got something to say that'll surprise you." Thus admonished, Lady Buckhaven meekly accompanied him to 2 vacant chairs placed between a pair of palms against the wall. Their progress was somewhat impeded by the determination of various acquaintances to greet them, but they arrived at their goal at last, and Lady Buckhaven said, disposing the diaphanous folds of her blue gauze overdress becomingly, "I can't conceive why you should be so mysterious. If it is all a take-in, I will never forgive you. Oh, Freddie, I must tell you the latest crim-con story. You will be in whoops. Only fancy, it is all over town that Lady Louisa Alston and young Garsdale—" "Lord, I knew that before I went to Melton," interrupted Freddie scornfully. "And you needn't tell me Johnny Appleby fathered the last Thresham brat, because I know that too." "No!" exclaimed his sister. Perceiving that he had overestimated her newfound knowledge of the world, Freddie said hastily, "All a harm, I dare say. I wish you will stop chattering and pay attention." She turned her blue orbs upon him expectantly, and, with all the air of one wearied with repeating an incredible tale, he disclosed his engagement to her. She was quite as astonished as Lady Ledgerwood had been, and much more exclamatory.
But no sooner had he propounded to her his scheme for her own salvation and Kitty's entertainment than she forgot every other consideration in wholehearted approval of a plan which bade fair to afford her with a reasonable excuse for eschewing the rural amenities of Gloucestershire. She retained the haziest memory of Miss Charing, having only once visited Arnside, and that some years previously, but she was sure she would like her excessively, and the intelligence that she would be expected, without loss of time, to superintend the purchase of a wardrobe she greeted with rapture. "And I am to introduce her into society? Oh, you may depend upon me, my dear brother."
"Well, I do," acknowledged Freddie. "But I must say I don't feel easy. Never knew anyone with such a shocking eye for colour as you, Meg. That underdress or petticoat, or whatever you call it, that you have on. No, really, my dear girl, it won't do."
"Freddie!" cried Lady Buckhaven, stunned. "How can you say such a thing? This particular shade of pink is all the crack."
"Not with this blue stuff, it ain't," said Freddie positively.
"Jack," said Lady Buckhaven, tilting her chin, "said he had never seen me look more becoming."
"Sort of thing he would say," responded Freddie, unimpressed. "Dare say you think he looks becoming in that devilish waistcoat he has on. Well, he don't, that's all. Take my word for it."
Affronted, she exclaimed, "I never knew you to be so disagreeable. I have a very good mind not to invite Kitty to visit me." But this, as Freddie knew well, was an empty threat. Hardly had Lady Ledgerwood and her young guest left the breakfast table than Meg swept in upon them, resplendent in a new pelisse of Sardinian blue velvet, and a bonnet with an audaciously curtailed poke and a forest of curled plumes, and displaying with ostentation the sables which had been her lord's parting gift to her. Between her dread that some germ of measles, wandering adventurously down from the nursery floor, might fasten upon her daughter, and her disapproval of sables and blue velvet, Lady Ledgerwood was for several moments too much occupied to present Kitty to the visitor. On the whole, it was her daughter's lack of taste which most exercised her mind, for her own eye for colour, like Freddie's, was unerring. "Ermine or chinchilla with blue, Meg," she said firmly. "Sables never show to advantage. Now, if only you had chosen to wear the merino cloth pelisse I bought for you, not the earth-coloured one, but the braided one in French green, it would have been unexceptionable." By the time this point had been fully argued, news was brought to Lady Ledgerwood that the doctor had arrived, whereupon, after hurriedly commending Kitty to her daughter's care, she hurried away, bent on convincing the worthy physician that certain unfavourable symptoms, which had manifested themselves during the night, made it advisable for him to call in Sir Henry Halford to prescribe for Edmund. As the family doctor, a rising man, was at daggers drawn with the eel-backed baronet, it did not seem probable that she would be seen again for some appreciable time. Meg, as good-natured as her mother and brother, would have been amiable to anyone for whom her kindness had been solicited. Had she found herself confronted by a dazzling blonde, she would not have spurned Kitty. But it could not be denied that the discovery that Miss Charing was a brunette immediately confirmed her in her conviction that she would like her prodigiously. Both were little women, but Kitty was built on sturdier lines than Meg, who was a wispy creature. One of her admirers had once labelled her ethereal, which so much delighted her that she ever after took great pains to live up to it, dressing her feathery curls à la Méduse, wearing gowns of the airiest materials, and cultivating a fluttering restlessness worthy almost of that still more ethereal beauty, Lady Caroline Lamb. As a debutante, she had not been remarkable, for there were many prettier damsels, and her mother's sense of propriety allowed her natural liveliness little scope. But she had made an excellent marriage, and had speedily discovered that the wedded state exactly suited her. Matched with an affluent peer, a good many years her senior, she found that the world of ton had far more to offer a dashing young matron
than ever she had suspected when she was demure Miss Standen. Her husband regarded her with doting fondness. She had as much pin money as she could spend, and she was able to gather round her a court of gentlemen who were far too wary to pay marked attentions to unmarried maidens. She had a considerable affection for her lord, and was very disconsolate to be obliged to part from him for perhaps as much as a year, even crying herself to sleep for 3 nights in succession. But since her disposition was volatile, she soon recovered from this state of despondency, and had now nothing to worry her but the dread of being obliged to live with her mother-in-law, and the certainty that her pregnancy would compel her to give up going to balls right in the middle of the London season. Most of this she poured into Kitty's ears, but as her conversation was even more inconsequent than Lady Ledgerwood's, Kitty was quite bewildered, and had great difficulty in unravelling the thread of her discourse. However, Freddie arrived in Mount Street presently, and had no hesitation in putting an end to his sister's chatter by demanding to know if all had been settled between her and Miss Charing. When he learned that the matter had not yet been touched on, he was quite indignant, for he had hoped that no further strain need be placed upon his powers of contrivance. He now perceived that since he was cursed with a rattle for a sister, he would be obliged to assume control of the affair. He spoke severely to both ladies, which drew a giggle from each, and provoked Meg into rallying him on his unlover-like behaviour. Blushing deeply, he then bestowed a chaste salute on Kitty's cheek, saying apologetically, "Forgot." Fortunately for the deception, Meg was pondering deeply, and took no note of this somewhat peculiar remark. She said suddenly, "No one must be allowed to see you until you are gowned, Kitty." Miss Charing, who had been miserably conscious of her outmoded raiment from the moment of setting eyes on Lady Ledgerwood's elegance, heartily assented to this. "We will instantly go to Vanchon's," announced Meg. "Your trunks must be sent round to Berkeley Square. Mamma's people will attend to that. Only pop on your bonnet, and we will be off directly. Freddie may come with us if he chooses." This offer being declined, Mr. Standen providentially recollecting that he had an engagement at the other end of the town, the ladies fell into enthusiastic discussion of current fashions, Miss Charing showing Lady Buckhaven the picture of a ravishing Chinese robe of lilac silk, which she had discovered in one of the numbers of La Belle Assemblée, and Lady Buckhaven arguing that a light puce would be more becoming to her new friend. Freddie then took his leave, and as soon as the doctor left the house, Kitty sought out her hostess to thank her for her hospitality and to bid her farewell. Lady Ledgerwood embraced her kindly, bestowed upon her a handsome shawl of Norwich silk, which she had never even worn, but which was going to cost her husband not a penny less than £60, and promised, as soon as she had the leisure, to find a more worthy betrothal gift for her. Kitty was thrown into dreadful confusion by this, and could only be thankful that there seemed at present to be little fear that Lady Ledgerwood would have any leisure. She was borne off by Meg in a stylish barouche, and having miscalled it a landaulet, learned her first lesson. A barouche, Meg told her, was of the first stair of fashion, but a landaulet, for inscrutable reasons, was a dowdy vehicle, only fit for old ladies to ride in. "I will remember," she said. "I shall have a great deal to learn, because I have never been to London in my life, but I mean to apply myself." "Oh, you will be on the town in less than no time," said Meg, adding naively, "particularly if you are to stay with me, because I am all the crack." "I can see that you are," said Kitty, in all sincerity. Chapter 8. It was as well for Mr. Standen that Miss Charing had been bred in the habits of the strictest economy, for his sister, entering wholeheartedly into his amiable plot to provide Kitty with a much more expensive wardrobe than had been contemplated by Mr. Pennycook, would have had no scruple in recommending the purchase of at least half a dozen of the ravishing gowns displayed by Madame Fanchon. It had not occurred to her that Miss Charing might demand to be told the prices of the dresses she looked at, for it had already been agreed between them that the dressmakers and the milliners should be instructed to send their bills to Lady Buckhaven, whom they knew so well, and nothing was more unlikely than that Madame Fanchon would of her own volition mention anything so ungenteel as a price. But from the moment of alighting from the barouche in Bruton Street and entering the portals of one of London's most renowned modistes, Kitty was suspicious. Ushered into a showroom carpeted with Aubusson and furnished with gilded, spindle-legged chairs and a multitude of tall mirrors, she felt unhappily certain that any gown exhibited in such opulent surroundings would be quite above her touch. She tried to whisper as much in Meg's ear, but Meg only laughed and said, "Fiddle." Then the great Madame Fanchon herself appeared, all smiles and curtsies, and having been informed that she was to have the privilege of supplying her ladyship's cousin with several dresses, suitable for a young lady of quality about to come out into the world, at once went into conference with my lady, while Kitty stared with round, envious eyes at a grand ball dress of lace over white satin, which was displayed upon a stand at one end of the room. She had not fully assimilated its glories when Meg rejoined her, but Meg, observing the direction of her gaze, said, "Not lace. When you are married you may wear such a dress, but Mamma would never allow me to do so when I came out." "Oh, no, I was only thinking how beautiful it is. I am sure it must be most dreadfully dear." "Well, yes," assented Meg with a tiny giggle. She had purchased just such a grand toilette herself not 3 months ago, and it had taken all the cajolery of which she was capable to reconcile the most indulgent husband alive to a staggering demand from Madame Fanchon for £300. "Lace is a little dear, but girls who are just out, you know, always wear muslins and cambrics, with perhaps 1 or 2 silken gowns for important occasions. Now, don't get into a pucker, Kitty. We shall contrive famously, I promise you. I thought it best to tell Fanchon you were my cousin, since you don't mean to advertise your engagement quite at once. And you won't take a pet. I said that you had lived very retired, with a strict and old-fashioned guardian, because I could see that she was staring to see such an outmoded bonnet and pelisse. She perfectly understands, and it is quite true. I don't mean that I wouldn't have said it had it not been true, for I hope I am not such a zany, but it gives one the most agreeable feeling to know that one really has spoken the truth." There was no time for more. Madame Fanchon, dispatching 2 underlings with certain instructions, came up to the ladies and at once began to discuss with Meg such mysteries as French bead edges, worked muslin jaconette, spider gauze, ribbon braces, and zephyr cloaks. And then Miss Charing tumbled headlong into the world of make-believe, which had for so long beguiled her leisure hours. For the underlings came back carrying dresses for every occasion, figured, embroidered, flounced and braided, adorned with blonde lace or knots of ribbon, some embellished with spangles, some with pearl rosettes, some with silver fringes. They were the garments Miss Charing had dreamed of and never thought to wear, and it was small wonder that she released her clutch on the workaday world. The season had not begun, and no other clients had invaded the showroom. Lady Buckhaven decreed that the gowns should be tried on immediately. Kitty, standing before a mirror, first in an elegant walking dress of amber crepe, then in a demi-toilette of mulled muslin, next in a satin ball dress with a pelerine of fluted velvet cast over her shoulders, saw herself transformed and lost her head. But she came to earth too soon for Lady Buckhaven. Just as her ladyship was saying, "Then we are decided, are we not, love, on the sea green, and the Berlin silk with the floss trimming, and the merino pelisse with the round cape," she turned her head towards Madame, and said in a voice of strong resolution, "What, if you please, is the price of this dress I have on?" "Madame,
unaware of Lady Buckhaven's frantic attempt to catch her eye, told her. The make-believe world collapsed in ruins. One last glance Kitty allowed herself at the mirrored vision of a modish young lady in rose-pink gauze. Then she turned away and said, with a quivering lip, "I am afraid it is too dear." Madame, looking towards Lady Buckhaven too late, realized that she had vexed one of her more valued patronesses, read the message in those dagger-darting blue eyes, and exerted herself to make a recover. Gently turning Miss Charing to face the mirror again, she pointed out to her the many excellencies of the gown, and, in a spate of volubility, contrived to say that it was more economical to purchase one expensive dress than 3 cheaper ones, that the sight of Mademoiselle in such a toilette must infallibly strike the beholder like a coup de foudre, that she believed she had confused its price with that of the cerulean blue satin, which had not become Mademoiselle, and, finally, that to oblige so good a customer as Milady, she would make a reduction. Kitty allowed herself to be persuaded, though she must rigorously curtail further expenditure. She could not bring herself to spare one person at least this clap of thunder. If she went in rags for the rest of her days, Mr. Westrother should see this lovely vision in rose-pink, and know what he had allowed to slip through his careless, cruel fingers. And after that it seemed as though perhaps she could afford to buy the sea-green walking dress, and the merino pelisse to wear over it, neither as expensive as she had feared they must be. But she retained enough sanity to shake her head when it was pointed out to her that she would bitterly regret it if she neglected to buy a half-dress of Italian crepe. "Kitty," said Lady Buckhaven, struck by a brilliant idea, "if you do not mean to buy it, I will, because it is just what will suit me. Only I thought perhaps I ought not, because only last week I purchased one in bronze green, which Mamma says is a colour I should never wear. So, of course, I shan't, because no one knows better than Mamma what truly becomes one. But I have just had the most famous notion. I will give you the bronze green and buy this one for myself, and that will make everything right." In this very reasonable way the problem was solved to everyone's satisfaction. Madame promised to deliver the hand-boxes in Berkeley Square that very day, and the ladies, each feeling that she had practised a piece of clever economy, sallied forth to visit a series of milliners and haberdashers. Kitty, who had been thinking deeply, astonished her hostess by saying that if she might be put in the way of visiting a linen-draper, she would buy such materials as she liked, and contrive to make herself gowns in imitation of what she had seen at Fanchon's. Like any other young lady of gentle breeding, Meg could embroider prettily, and had even been known to hem a seam, but the idea of making gowns for herself had never so much as occurred to her. When she learned that Kitty had been in the habit of doing so for years, she began to think that life at Arnside must be bleak indeed, and in a rush of warm-heartedness said, "Well, you shan't do so in my house, you poor thing. Mallow, my dresser, you know, shall find a sewing-woman to do it for you. The cost will be trifling, I know, because Mamma employs one to make up dresses for Caroline and Fanny." "Good gracious, she would be the very person. I will dash off a note to her directly we return home. Should you like to drive immediately to a linen-draper's, or are you tired? There is Leighton and Shears or Newton's in Leicester Square, which I believe is tolerably good. Or stay, let us go to Grafton House. Emily Calderbeck told me that you would scarcely credit the things one may purchase there for the merest song. Poor creature, she is forced to embrace the most shocking expediencies, for Calderbeck, you know, is quite run off his legs. And the miserable thing is that he sets it down to Emily's want of management and economy, when all the town knows he has lost thousands at play. I must own that I am glad Buckhaven is not a gamester. Only think how uncomfortable it would be never to know whether you were rich or ruined. I tell Jack that if ever he is married, I shall pity his wife. Just rallying him, you know."
Is Jack a gamester? Asked Kitty. I didn't know. That is, Freddie said so, but...
Oh, yes, I don't mean to say that he is forever in some horrid hell, like Calderbeck, but he plays at Watier's, where the stakes are shockingly high, and he bets on all the races. In fact, he is what Freddie calls a go amongst the goers. Shall we tell my coachman to drive to Grafton House? Oh, yes, please, if you should not dislike it. Kitty waited until the order had been given, and then said in a disinterested voice, "Is Jack in London? I have not set eyes on him this age." "Of course, you must know him better than you know any of us," said Meg. "He is forever visiting my great-uncle, isn't he? Do you like him? I hope you may, for he is often in Berkeley Square. Only pray don't say so to Mamma. She would not like it above half, because he has such a shocking reputation. It is all nonsense, of course, and Buckhaven makes no objection. Naturally, one knows where to draw the line, and besides, it is perfectly proper to have one's cousin to visit one." Miss Charing was still digesting this when the barouche drew up outside Grafton House. It had been one of Meg's school-day amusements to visit the Pantheon Bazaar under the careful chaperonage of her governess, and to spend her weekly pin money in that astonishing mart. But ladies of high fashion did not commonly do their shopping at Grafton House, and she had never before entered its portals. She was inclined to be suspicious of an emporium patronized by such unfortunates as poor Emily Calderbeck. But after a very few minutes spent in looking at the wares for sale in the building, she succumbed to the eternal feminine passion for bargains, and became quite as enthusiastic as Kitty over silk stockings at only 12 shillings the pair, muslins at 3 shillings and sixpence the yard, and really elegant bugle trimming at the ridiculously low figure of 2 shillings and 4pence. The only drawback to the shop was its popularity. It was crowded, customers being obliged to wait at the various counters for as much, sometimes, as 20 minutes before receiving attention. An overheard interchange between two women desirous of buying black sarsenet informed Lady Buckhaven and Miss Charing that more knowledgeable persons made a point of visiting Grafton House before breakfast. By 11 o'clock, it appeared, the emporium was always as full as it could hold. "Shall we do that?" Meg whispered. "Only I don't think I could. Perhaps we had better stay now we are here. My dear, look! Irish poplin at 6 shillings the yard. Not that I should want poplin, but still." It was while they were awaiting their turn to be served at one of the counters that Kitty's eyes alighted on the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. She could not help staring, for such gleaming golden ringlets, such deep blue eyes, so exquisite a complexion, seemed to belong rather to a fairy tale than to a stuffy and overcrowded shop. The child, for she did not look to be much more, was very elegantly dressed in a swansdown-trimmed bonnet and pelisse of blue velvet that almost exactly matched her big eyes. From the wide, upstanding brim of her bonnet to the heels of her velvet half-boots, all was perfection, except her expression. This was disconsolate, even a little scared. A stylishly gowned woman, who was turning over a pile of muslins on the counter, spoke to her, and when she did not hear, spoke again, sharply, causing her to give a nervous start. "For heaven's sake, Olivia, can you not pay attention?" the elder woman said in a scolding tone. "How many times am I to tell you that these dawdling and languid airs of yours will not do? I am sure I may wear myself out buying dresses for you, for anything you care, or any thanks I may get for it. Nothing is so disagreeable in a girl as that stupid sort of indifference, and so you will find." The girl flushed and murmured something Kitty could not hear. She bent over the muslins, but apparently the choice she would have made did not suit her companion's notions, for Kitty heard the sharp voice say, "Nonsense, quite unsuitable. You have not the least notion. You put me out of all patience with you." The girl stepped back again, and, making room for a stout matron to pass, brushed against Kitty. She looked round, begging pardon in a shy, childish voice, and Kitty said at once, "It is dreadfully crowded, isn't it? Is it always so?" "Oh, yes," sighed the girl, "and Bedford House is worse." "I haven't been there. This is my first visit to London. Do you live here?" "Yes. No. I mean, we used not to do so. I am just out, you see, so Mamma has brought me to town." "Why, it is the same, almost, in my own case. I have been shopping all the morning, and my head is in a whirl. It is all so big, and there is so much to see." "Do you dislike shopping?" asked the girl sympathetically. "Gracious, no. I never enjoyed myself so much in my life, I think. Do you dislike it?" "I liked it at first, having pretty dresses and hats, but it is so tiring, standing still for hours while they pin things round me, and being scolded for fidgeting, or tearing a flounce, or letting my best hat be spoilt in the rain." The older woman, hearing her voice, had turned her head, and was keenly scrutinizing Kitty, in an appraising way which made Kitty feel that the cost of her clothing was being assessed to a halfpenny. She summoned the girl back to her side, but just at that moment Meg, who had been inspecting some Indian muslin handkerchiefs, looked round and said, "My dear Kitty, do you think these pretty? Only 3 shillings and 6pence each. I have a very good mind to buy some." The stylish woman stared very hard at her for an instant, and then, suddenly smiling with the utmost affability, spoke to the fair beauty in quite another voice, saying, "I did not perceive that you were engaged, my love. I only wished you to say whether you like this sprig muslin." She then bestowed the smile upon Kitty and added archly, "Has my daughter been telling you that she thinks shopping a dead bore? Such a naughty puss as she is, aren't you, pet?" She glanced at Meg as she spoke. Meg was looking inquiringly from Olivia to Kitty, and was considerably taken aback to find herself suddenly addressed. "Good gracious! Lady Buckhaven, is it not? How do you do? I dare not hope that your ladyship recollects. Mrs. Broughty. I had the honour of meeting you at... Lord, I shall forget my own name next, I dare say. I fancy you are acquainted with my cousin, Lady Batterstown. Dear Albinia, the sweetest creature. Your ladyship must allow me to present my daughter." This was uttered with such a gush of friendliness that Meg, not quite so well experienced in the ways of the world as she thought herself, was rather overwhelmed. She was certainly acquainted with Lady Batterstown, but she felt sure that she had never before encountered Mrs. Broughty. But although she felt that Lady Ledgerwood, easy-going though she was, would unhesitatingly have depressed Mrs. Broughty's pretensions, she found herself quite unable to do so. It seemed, moreover, that Kitty was acquainted with Miss Broughty. She had certainly been chatting to her, and it appeared that she regarded her with approval. Mrs. Broughty, voluble and wonderfully assured, was talking of Kitty as though she knew her well, dexterously coupling her with Olivia, rallying both girls on their lack of interest in humdrum shopping, and saying that they must not be allowed to chatter to one another now, but might perhaps meet one day soon. She contrived to tell Meg that she was staying in Hans Crescent, quite out of the world, dear Lady Buckhaven would say, and even to extort from Meg, stunned by this ruthless eloquence, the expression of a hope that they might become better acquainted. By this time her parcel had been made up, and she was obliged to move away from the counter. While she was taking leave of Meg, at much greater length than the circumstances warranted, Olivia, who had been standing all the time with downcast eyes and heightened colour, glanced fleetingly into Kitty's face, and said in a low, unhappy voice, "Pray forgive. I dare say we shan't meet again. I should not wish—" Kitty interrupted impulsively. "Indeed, I hope we may."
Miss Broughty clasped her hand gratefully. "Thank you. You are very good. I wish very much... You see, I have not any friends in London, not female friends. Oh, Mamma is waiting for me. I must go. Goodbye. So happy to..." The sentence was left in mid-air, a tiny curtsy was dropped to Meg, and Olivia followed her mother towards the door. "Well," said Meg, "Kitty, who in the world are they? How do you come to know them?" "But I don't," Kitty replied. "I fell into conversation with Miss Broughty, but it was the merest nothing." "Good God! I thought they must be friends of yours. Odious, pushing woman. I wish I had given her a set down. Depend upon it, if I see her again she will claim me as a friend of long standing. I can't conceive how Lady Batterstown comes to have such a vulgar cousin, and I am positive she never introduced her to me." "Oh, dear, I'm very sorry if I've got you into a scrape," Kitty said penitently. "But I felt so much pity for Miss Broughty. I had been watching her, you know, thinking how beautiful she was, and that horrid woman spoke to her in such a way, and she looked frightened and unhappy. And then I could see she was so much mortified by her mother's manners that I could not but assure her that I should be happy to meet her again. Meg, did you ever behold a lovelier girl? She was like a fairy princess." "I suppose she was very pretty," acknowledged Meg. "If her hair is naturally that colour, which Mrs. Broughty's is not." Kitty could not allow the colour of Miss Broughty's hair to be called in question, and was about to defend it when the assistant behind the counter providentially intervened, desiring to be told Meg's pleasure. The Broughties were forgotten in the more absorbing business of deciding between a figured and a checked muslin. Both ladies were considerably fatigued by the time they reached Berkeley Square, but there were so many parcels and bandboxes piled on the seat before them that it was to be supposed that their labours had been successful. The footman carried them all into the house, and if Skelton, the austere butler, was surprised at his mistress's returning to her home with bandboxes bearing the name of a far-from-modish shop on their lids, he was much too well trained to betray it. The Buckhaven mansion was a large one, and furnished with a mixture of old and new taste, Meg having been unable so far to persuade her lord to replace all the antiquated chairs and tables which her predecessors had acquired. She conducted Kitty at once to a comfortable bedchamber, where a fire burned brightly in a modern grate, and a sofa, drawn up before it, invited repose. Someone had unpacked Kitty's trunk, and had laid out her dressing-gown. Meg recommended her to lie down upon the sofa for an hour, begged her to ring the bell if she desired anything to be brought to her, and tripped away to rest on her bed, in accordance, she told Kitty, with her doctor's advice. Remembering that she was in a delicate situation, Kitty hoped very much that the day's shopping had not dangerously exhausted her. She herself was quite tired out, and had no sooner leaned her head back against the sofa cushions than she fell asleep. She awoke to a room lit only by the glow from the fire, and started up, wondering how long she had been asleep. A knock on the door was followed by the cautious entrance of her hostess, who exclaimed in the voice of one by no means exhausted, "Oh, you have not rung the candles. Were you asleep? Did I wake you? I beg your pardon. But pray come to my dressing-room, Kitty. Mallow is there, and we have been looking out some things which I never wear, and perhaps you might like. You won't be offended. We shall be sisters, you know, and how stupid to stand upon ceremony. Do come." Kitty could only thank her, and be glad that there was not light enough in the room for Meg to perceive her blushes. Almost she wished that the Standons had repulsed her, rather than have sunk her so deep in conscious guilt by their kindness. But the complications attaching to a belated confession were too numerous to be faced. Lingering only long enough to allow her cheeks to cool, she followed Meg down one pair of stairs to her dressing-room, and here she found so many elegant things laid out for her inspection that she could scarcely be blamed for forgetting that she was an impostor.
Meg's dresser, a middle-aged woman who had for many years been employed in the Stanton family, knew all about Mr. Pennycook, and so saw nothing remarkable or worthy of her contempt in Miss Charing's straitened circumstances. A little to Meg's surprise, she had thrown herself heart and soul into the task of deciding which of her mistress's gowns and hats and shawls could best be spared from her overflowing wardrobe. The modish Lady Buckhaven was not to know that her dresser, deep in Lady Ledgerwood's confidence, was at her wit's end to know how to restrain her dashing but inexperienced employer from appearing in public in garments which, however fashionable they might be, were quite unsuited to her fair prettiness. One glance at Miss Charing was enough to assure her that the greens and the ambers and the rich reds which Lady Buckhaven had so recklessly bought would admirably become this dark damsel. In her anxiety to be rid of garments the wearing of which by Meg would surely draw down upon her dresser's head reproaches from Lady Ledgerwood, she even offered to make such slight alterations as might be necessary to adapt them to Miss Charing's fuller figure. When Miss Charing shrank from accepting an opulent evening cloak of cherry-red velvet, ruched and braided and lined with satin, she contrived to draw her a little aside and to whisper in her ear, "Take it, miss. My Lady Ledgerwood, I mean, will be so very much obliged to you. Miss Margaret, Lady Buckhaven, I should say, should never wear cherry." Kitty, who had a very fair eye for colour, was obliged to acknowledge the justice of this. In the end, she returned to her own chamber to dress for dinner, the dazed possessor of a costly evening cloak, a bronze-green half-dress, an amber rope of satin and lace, a round dress of lilac cambric, a bunch of curled ostrich plumes, dyed gold, and several scarves, reticules, and tippets. On the following day, Meg's own hairdresser came to Berkeley Square, and, much hindered by the conflicting instructions from Lady Buckhaven and Miss Mallow, achieved a style for the hapless Miss Charing which succeeded in satisfying all parties. Miss Charing, staring wide-eyed into the mirror, saw reflected therein a stranger, a beautiful brunette, whose dusky curls, twisted into a knot on the top of her head, were allowed at the sides to fall on either side of her face in carefully careless ringlets. Meg being engaged with a party of friends, the rest of the day was spent by Miss Charing in judicious shopping under the aegis of Miss Mallow. A large hole was dug into the £50 bill handed to her by Freddie, but she felt that the money had been well spent, and was able to present herself that evening in Meg's drawing-room, complete to a shade in the bronze-green robe bestowed upon her by her hostess, slippers of Denmark satin on her feet, a reticule of embroidered silk dangling from one wrist, Lady Ledgerwood's handsome shawl draped negligently over her elbows, and the whole set off by the topaz set which, with a short necklace of pearls, were the only trinkets she had inherited from her French mother. Mr. Pennycook, at the last moment, had disclosed the existence of these gauds, and had bestowed them upon her, bidding her to take care not to lose them. She had shown them to Meg that very morning, with the result that when her betrothed arrived in Berkeley Square to dine with the two ladies, he brought with him a neat package from Jeffreys, jeweller to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, which, when opened, revealed a very pretty pair of pearl earrings. "If you were wondering what to give Kitty as an engagement present, Freddie, I can tell you what she chiefly needs," had said Meg, encountering her brother in Bond Street, and unwittingly putting him in mind of his obligations. "Oh, Freddie!" gasped Miss Charing, gazing in mingled dismay and delight at these treasures. "Oh, no, no, no!" "Kitty, how absurd you are!" Meg exclaimed, much entertained, "as though Freddie would not give you a present to commemorate your betrothal. It is such a pity that the circumstances of your not yet announcing it should make it ineligible for him to give you a ring. What do you mean to choose for her, Freddie? Diamonds, I suppose." "You must not. Indeed you must not," Kitty said earnestly, her countenance becomingly flushed. "No, really, Kit," protested Mr. Standen, equally embarrassed. The veriest trumpery, assure you. He then turned to his sister, revolted by her suggestion that she was so lacking in taste as to choose an insipid diamond for a lady who should clearly be decked in rubies or emeralds. By the time the rival merits of these two stones had been argued out, Skelton had announced that dinner awaited her ladyship, and Kitty seized the opportunity afforded by Meg's leading the way to the dining-room to whisper agitatedly into Freddie's ear. "When it is at an end, I shall give them back to you." "Good God, no," Freddie said, shocked. "They ain't heirlooms, Kit. Sort of things anyone might give you." She was unable to accept this, but there was no time to say more. They had reached the dining-room, and Meg, as she took her seat at the table, was explaining that she had invited no guests because she believed that the engaged couple would prefer to be alone. "Eh?" said Freddie. "Oh, just so. Got something to say, now I come to think of it. Important."
He was naturally pressed to continue, but he only shook his head, looking so portentous that Kitty was alarmed, imagining various disasters, from a recall to Arnside to the loss of that precious roll of bills.
However, when they went back to the drawing-room, Freddie explained himself, saying apologetically, "No sense in puffing off the business to the servants. Looked in at Almack's last night. Put me in mind of it. Can you dance, Kit?" "Only country dances," Kitty replied anxiously. "Fish taught me the steps, but she does not know the waltz or the quadrille, of course." Freddie nodded at his sister. "Caper merchant," he said. "Thought as much." "Do you mean that she must hire a dancing-master?" demanded Meg. "Well, I think it is a great piece of nonsense, besides being a waste of time, for you know how much engaged Monsieur Dupont always is at this season. Depend upon it, Kitty would be obliged to wait for days and days before he could find the time to come to her. Why don't you teach her yourself? For this I will say, Freddie, however stupid you may be, you are by far the best dancer in London, and that, let me tell you, is what Lady Jersey says." "Does she, though?" said Freddie, moved by this tribute. "By Jove!" Doubt shook him. "Yes, but I couldn't teach Kit, dash it all." "Oh, Freddie, please do," begged Kitty, by no means anxious to spend any of her fast-dwindling substance on the services of a dancing-master. "He shall do so," declared Meg. "He shall teach you the waltz this very evening." The unfortunate Mr. Standen protested in vain. He was no match for two determined females. Chairs and tables were thrust against the wall, and when, in a last despairing effort to save himself, he pleaded that although he could do the thing, he was dashed if he could explain it, Meg jumped up from the piano-stool and very obligingly said that she would do it with him, so that Kitty might learn by observation. As Kitty could hardly be expected to watch the steps and to play the piano at the same time, Meg provided the necessary music by humming one of her favourite waltz airs, a performance which so lacerated the sensitive Mr. Standen's nerves that he very soon declared that anything was better than to have such a devilish noise in his ear, and offered to give his betrothed a turn. Since Kitty had a natural aptitude, and Meg was able to come to the rescue when his verbal instructions became too incoherent to do more than bewilder his pupil, the lesson was very successful. In a remarkably short space of time, Freddie decided that she was sufficiently advanced to put his tuition into practice. He bade his sister play one of his favourite airs, took Miss Charing in his arm, and made her dance round the room with him. She was at first so much embarrassed that she made a great many false steps, for to stand so close to a man, and to feel his arm about her waist, positively constraining her to move in whatever direction he wished, was an unprecedented and rather alarming experience, and one, moreover, which she knew would have been violently disapproved of by her guardian and her governess. She kept her eyes shyly lowered, and could not help blushing a little. But as there was nothing in the least amorous in Freddie's light, firm clasp, and such remarks as he addressed to her were of an admonitory nature, She soon recovered her countenance, began to move with much more assurance, and even, presently, dared to raise her eyes. "You know what?" Freddie said, when he at last released her. "You ain't a bad dancer at all, Kit. Dashed if I don't think you'll shine 'em all down." "Oh," cried Kitty, a little out of breath, but triumphant. "Do you think so indeed, Freddie?" "Shouldn't be at all surprised. What I mean is, when you've rid yourself of this devilish trick you have of treading on me every now and then." "You are a great deal too severe, Freddie," said Meg, beginning to put the chairs back into their places. "She dances very gracefully. I am sure I should never have guessed she had never waltzed before." Freddie shook his head. "Would if you'd been dancing with her," he said simply. "Well," exclaimed Meg, "what an odious thing to say! And you have been engaged to her for only 3 days." "Keep forgetting," murmured Freddie, with a conscience-stricken glance at Miss Charing. Thinking that she could not have heard aright, Meg was just about to ask him to repeat his remark when the door was opened, and Skelton ushered Mr. Westrother into the room. Chapter 9. Lady Buckhaven greeted this late-coming visitor with unaffected pleasure. Mr. Westrother, raising her hand to his lips, said, "My dear Meg, I can't express to you my delight at finding you at home, or my surprise. No sudden indisposition, I do trust?" He released her hand and glanced in his mocking way at her companions. It would have been too much to have said that he did not recognize Miss Charing in her elegant apparel, but she had the satisfaction of knowing that he was certainly surprised. His brows went up. He stood looking keenly at her for several moments before he spoke, and then he crossed the room towards her and said laughingly, "Accept my sincerest felicitations, Kitty. Upon my word, I had almost made my most formal bow to my cousin's unknown, fashionable guest. What a fortunate dog you are, Freddie. Really, I can't feel that I congratulated you sufficiently." Freddie, who had regarded his entrance with marked disfavour, said, "Well, it don't signify. Devilish queer times you choose to go paying visits." "Don't I?" agreed Mr. Westrother, possessing himself of Kitty's hands and holding them so that he could look her up and down. "Charming, Kitty. You are as fine as fivepence. Were you guided by Freddie's exquisite taste, or is this new touch all of your own devising?" This bantering tone filled Miss Charing with a strong desire to slap him. Repressing so ungenteel an impulse, she replied affably, "Do you think I look well? I am so glad. But you should rather compliment Meg than Freddie." "Then I do compliment Meg," he said, letting go her hands and turning towards Lady Buckhaven. "Here you are, my little gamester. You came off all right." She took the slim packet he held out to her and gave a delighted crow of triumph. "I knew it must win. I am very much obliged to you. Have I ruined you quite?" "Oh, run me off my legs. I must be rolled up or put a pistol to my head. I can't decide which fate to choose." She laughed. "How sorry I am. Freddie, only fancy, there was a horse running today called Mandarin, and Jack laid me odds it would not win. So absurd of him, for how could it help but win, with my dear Buckhaven on his way to China?" Freddie, who was inclined to view her sudden interest in the turf with disapprobation, was just about to state his opinion in a few simple brotherly words, when he was interrupted by Miss Charing, who said, with a great deal of vivacity, "Oh, Jack, I must show you what Freddie has given me. See, are they not pretty? The very ornaments above all others I so much wished for." Mr. Westrother put up his glass to look at the earrings. Nothing could have been blander than the tone he used to express his admiration of the trinkets. But Kitty was quick to perceive a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and was satisfied that whatever suspicions he might nourish, she had at least puzzled him. The tea-tray was brought in just then. Meg pressed Mr. Westrother to stay long enough to drink a cup with them, and Mr. Westrother, at his most provoking, said, "Do you think I dare? I have the oddest feeling that Freddie wishes me to go away. I had no notion of his being so strict a brother. My dear coz, I do trust that the queer times I choose for paying visits have not misled you into thinking that my intentions are dishonourable." "Good gracious!" cried Miss Charing, much diverted, as though he could be so stupid. "I am persuaded you might visit at any hour you pleased, and the only thing anyone would say is, 'Oh, it is only Jack.'" She then wished that she had held her tongue, for Mr. Westrother smiled approvingly at her and said, "Well done, Kitty." He then proceeded, to her discomfiture, to inquire when he must set about the task of buying his wedding gift, and when she told him that the date of the ceremony was not yet decided, said, "Ah, exactly so. I was forgetting. The engagement is not immediately to be announced, is it? I wish you will tell me why you are keeping it a secret. I have been racking my brain to hit upon the reason without the smallest success." Mr. Stanton, somewhat to Kitty's surprise, came unexpectedly to the rescue. "Measles," he said. "My mother means to give a dress party for Kit. Can't do it now. Better to wait a few weeks." "Of course," said Mr. Westrother. "How could I be so bird-witted? And where do you mean to spend the honeymoon?" We have not made up our minds," said Kitty. "Yes, we have," interpolated Freddie. "Going to Paris." He thought for a moment and added, "Kit wishes to meet her French relations." "My dear Kitty, why did you not tell me so?" said Mr. Westrother, quite shocked. "Had I had the least suspicion of this very natural desire. But it is not too late, I believe, to rectify my omissions. I have reason to think that one of your French relations is even now in London. Let me assure you that I shall lose no time in bringing him to visit you. You will like him excessively, a man of the first rank and character, I am persuaded. Dearest Meg, I must tear myself away from you. Positively I must. Past 10 o'clock, and I pledged to present myself at the Rockcliffs not an instant later than 9:30. I must obviously make haste, or I shall be guilty of unpunctuality. I kiss your hands, my charmer, and Kitty's cheek. Oh, you have no occasion to blush, absurd child. Recollect that I was your first love, in your nursery days, of course, so Freddie must not take umbrage." Her colour was indeed heightened, but she said, stammering a little, "Yes, indeed, you were, but Freddie won't take umbrage at that, for you are precisely a schoolgirl's notion of what a romantic hero should be, Jack." The laughter was back in his eyes. "A doubler," he said. Her own gaze fell. She said hurriedly, "But tell me, who is this relation of mine, pray?" "The Chevalier d'Evron. Rely upon me to make him known to you." A friendly nod to Freddie, and he was gone. Kitty said doubtfully, "Who can it be? I never heard of such a person, you know." "If you ask me," said Freddie in a mood of dark scepticism, "it's a hum, playing off his tricks. That's what I thought." "Why, whatever can you mean?" cried Meg. "He said the Chevalier was a man of the first rank and character." "Heard him," replied Freddie. "Might not have thought it was a bubble if he hadn't said that. Dashed smoky, that's what it is. I know Jack. If this Chevalier of his is one of Kit's relations, willing to lay you a monkey, he turns out to be a dirty dish." He saw that he had alarmed and slightly offended Miss Charing, and added kindly, "No need to take a pet. Very likely thing to happen. Everyone has 'em in the family. We have. Well, you ask Meg if it ain't so." "Yes, very true," corroborated his sister. "And they always arrive without the least warning to spend a long visit just when one is giving a ton party." "Under a cloud, and telling you there's an execution in the house," nodded Freddie.
Oh, you are thinking of Alfred Standen and poor Papa having to pay all his debts. But what is much worse, Freddie, is people like Cousin Maria, really delighting in being shabby genteel. But there is not the least reason to suppose that the Chevalier is not perfectly respectable.
Lay you a monkey, he ain't, repeated Freddie obstinately.
Neither lady accepted the wager, which, in the event, was a fortunate circumstance for him. Nothing was seen in Berkeley Square of Mr. Westrother during the succeeding 2 days. A defection on his part, which would have troubled Miss Charing much more, had she not been so sunk in dissipation as scarcely to notice it. Lady Buckhaven might say that London in March was as dull as could be, but in Miss Charing's eyes all was wonderful, from Carlton House to an itinerant vendor of hot pies. She was determined to see all the sights, and to Mr. Standen fell the task of escorting her on an extensive and exhausting tour of the town. His dismay at learning what was expected of him held him speechless for a full minute, a space of time occupied by Miss Charing in reciting a list of the historic edifices she wished to see, which made his eyes start from his head with horror. He managed to utter an inarticulate protest, which made her pause and look inquiringly at him.
"No, dash it, Kit," he said. "You can't think I'm going to totter all over London looking at a lot of buildings I don't want to see. Very happy to take you driving in the park, but that's coming it too strong, my dear girl."
Her face fell. "Meg thought you would take me," she faltered. "She says there can be no objection."
"Oh, she does she?" said Freddie, justly incensed. "Well, if that's what she thinks, why don't she take you herself? Tell me that."
"But, Freddie, indeed, I think she should not in her situation. Might she not find it too fatiguing?"
"I should rather think she would. Anyone would," said Freddie. "For the Lord's sake, Kit, don't make such a goose of yourself. You'd be knocked into horse-nails."
No, I'm persuaded I should not."
"Well, I should," said Freddie bluntly. "Besides, I don't know anything about these cursed places you want to see. Couldn't tell you anything about 'em."
"Oh, but that need not signify. Look, I purchased this book at Hatchard's shop this morning, and it tells one everything. It is called The Picture of London, and it says here that it is a correct guide to all the curiosities, amusements, exhibitions, public establishments, and remarkable objects in and near London, made for the use of strangers, foreigners, and all persons who are not intimately acquainted with the metropolis." Freddie regarded the fat little volume with an eye of fascinated abhorrence.
"Kit," he ejaculated. "No, really, Kit. Not yourself. Can't be. Nice pair of flats we should look, going all over town with a dashed guidebook."
She looked wistfully at him. "Would you dislike it so very much? I won't tease you, only I have longed all my life to see St. Paul's and Westminster Abbey and the Waxworks and the Guildhall and London Bridge and the Tower, and perhaps I may never have the opportunity again." Her voice broke on an unmistakable sob, but she swallowed resolutely and laid the guidebook aside, saying with an uncertain smile, "I won't think of it any more, I promise you. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I had had the least notion it would be disagreeable to you, for indeed, Freddie, I am not unmindful of how deep I am in your debt."
"Now, my dear girl," expostulated Freddie. "Kit, for the Lord's sake." "Oh, very well." A radiant face was turned towards him.
"You will, Freddie," Miss Charing cried joyfully. "You will take me? Oh, Freddie, how very good you are. I can never be sufficiently obliged to you." So Miss Charing, squired by Mr. Standen and armed with The Picture of London, price 5 shillings, bound in red, set forth on a tour of the metropolis in Lady Ledgerwood's town carriage, borrowed for the occasion by Mr. Standen, who doubted his ability to discover the locality of the various places of interest his betrothed was desirous of visiting, and so, with rare acumen, decided to entrust this task to his mother's coachman rather than to attempt to find the way in his own natty Tilbury. Their first port of call was, naturally, Westminster Abbey. Had Mr. Standen had his way, it would also have been their last. Fresh as paint and full of enthusiasm, Miss Charing was determined to miss nothing, even dragging Freddie to the 12 chapels, where an attendant verger took them in charge and imparted a great deal of information to them in a way that caused Freddie to whisper in Miss Charing's ear that he couldn't stand much more of this sort of thing, because it made him feel he was back at Eton. He conducted himself very creditably at Shakespeare's grave, saying that at all events he knew who he was, and adding a further touch of erudition by telling Kitty an interesting anecdote of having escorted his mother to the theatre once to see Kean in Hamlet, and of having dreamt, during this memorable performance, that he walked smash into a fellow he hadn't set eyes on for years. "And, by Jove, that's just what I did do, the very next day," he said. "Not that I wanted to, mind you, but there it was." He admitted that he was glad to have seen the coronation chair, but the dilapidated effigies in the Henry VII chapel, in particular the ghoulish countenance of Queen Elizabeth, proved to be his breaking point. He said that he had never seen such a set of rum touches in his life, and represented to Miss Charing in the strongest terms that another 5 minutes spent in the chapel would make them both feel as blue as Megrim. Miss Charing agreed that the effigies were horrid, and said that she believed that Madame Tussaud's figures were superior. But when they reached the Hanover Square rooms, where Miss Fishguard had once seen this famous collection, the luck favoured Freddie. Madame Tussaud's exhibition had been removed to Blackheath years ago, and was now thought to be touring the country. Kitty was disappointed, but she bore up well, saying that they would instead visit the British Museum. However, reference to the picture of London presented her with a piece of quelling information. "Spectators," stated this invaluable handbook, "are allowed 3 hours for visiting the whole, 1 hour for each of the 3 departments." "Do you mean to tell me that if we go inside the place we shall have to stay for 3 hours?" demanded Freddie. "Why, I dare say we could do the thing in 3 minutes. What have we got to see there?" "Well," said Kitty in a daunted voice, "I must say it doesn't sound very interesting. The book says that there is one department devoted to manuscripts and medals, and one to natural and artificial products, and the third is printed books." "You don't mean it," Freddie ejaculated. "The things are dashed taken. A pretty set of bubble merchants they must be, the fellows that look after that place. I'll tell you what, Kit, it's a fortunate thing you brought that book. Why, if we hadn't had it, we should have been done brown as a pair of berries. Wonder if my father knows about it." "Well, I don't think we need visit it," said Kitty. She flicked over the pages of the guidebook, but suddenly bethought her of her hostess's parting admonition. "Oh, Meg said I must go to see the marbles which Lord Elgin brought from Greece. She says everyone has seen them. They are at Burlington House, she told me." Freddie said severely that it was a pity she had not remembered the marbles before they came to Hanover Square, but he gave the direction to the coachman, and confided, as the carriage wended its way southward again, that he would not object to taking a look at them. "Deuce of a dust kicked up about 'em," he said. "Seem to be all the crack, though." But when, having, as he put it, dropped the blunt for 2 tickets of admission and a catalogue, he confronted these treasures of ancient Greece, he was quite dumbfounded, and only recovered his voice when he was called upon to admire the 3 Fates from the Eastern Pediment. "Dash it, they've got no heads," he protested. "No, but you see, Freddie, they are so very old. They have been damaged," explained Miss Charing. "Damaged? I should rather think so. They haven't got any arms either. Well, if this don't beat the Dutch."
And just look at this, Kit. Birth of Athene from the brain of Zeus, said Kitty, consulting the catalogue. Birth of Athene from what? The central groups, which are the most important features of the composition, are missing, said Kitty in propitiating accents, and the catalogue says that the metopes are not in good preservation either, so perhaps we should just study the frieze, which is excessively beautiful. But the disclosure that he had been maced of his blunt by a set of persons whom he freely characterized as hell-kites, only to see a collection of marbles of which the main parts were missing, so worked upon him that he could not be brought to recognize the merits of the frieze, but seemed instead to be so much inclined to seek out the author of this attempt to gull the public, that Kitty hastily announced her wish to visit St. Paul's Cathedral, and coaxed him out of the building. During the drive to the city, Kitty diligently studied her handbook. She was conscious of a slight feeling of fatigue, so when she discovered that the guide thought poorly of the interior of St. Paul's, likening it, in fact, to a vast vault, she fell in with Freddie's suggestion that they should content themselves with a view of the exterior. After this, she thought, they ought to drive to Cornhill to look at the Bank of England and the Royal Exchange. But here again the picture of London came to Freddie's rescue. It is unnecessary to describe minutely such architecture as that of the Royal Exchange, stated the guide austerely. It is of a mixed kind, in bad taste. Well, there's no sense in going to look at that, said Freddie, relieved. What's it say about the Bank of England? One of the wonders of commerce, and one of the abortions of art, read out Miss Charing. Is it, though? Well, that settles it. We needn't go to Cornhill at all. You know, Kit, that's a dashed good book. We can go home now. Yes, for we should scarcely have time to visit the tower, I suppose, agreed Kitty. Only, do you think we should see some of the prisons? See the prisons? Exclaimed Freddie. Why? Well, I don't precisely know, but the book says that no stranger who visits London should omit to view these mansions of misery. But Freddie decided that they had had enough misery for one day, and bade the coachman drive back to Berkeley Square, reminding Miss Charing, when she suggested that they ought, perhaps, to pause at the Temple on the way, that since she was accompanying Meg to an informal party that evening, it would not do for her to be late in returning home. She agreed to this, consoling herself with the reflection that the Temple might easily be visited on their way to the Tower on the morrow. Freddie groaned, but attempted no remonstrance. Any hope that he might have cherished that Miss Charing would be too weary to embark upon a second voyage of exploration was slain by her appearance on the following morning, dressed in a very smart habit, and obviously in fine fettle. She took her place beside him in the carriage, drew the Picture of London from her muff, and proved to him, by reading aloud from this book, that it clearly behoved her to see the Guildhall on the way to the Tower. This ordeal behind them, the rest of the day was spent more agreeably than Freddie had expected. He would not have chosen to waste his time in such a fashion, and he could only deprecate Miss Charing's determination to omit no corner of the various buildings from her tour. But he was pleasantly surprised to find that the Tower housed a fine collection of wild beasts, and he was even roused to real interest in the Mint, where they were allowed to watch the stamping of various coins. A tendency on Miss Charing's part to brood over the sufferings of such former visitors to the Tower as Lady Jane Grey and Sir Walter Raleigh he quelled, saying that there was no sense in falling into a fit of the Dismals about things which had happened in the Middle Ages, and a moving account of the behaviour of the Princess Elizabeth at Traitor's Gate quite failed to impress him. "Silly thing to do," he remarked. "Shouldn't wonder at it if she caught a chill. I had an uncle who got soaked to the skin once. He had inflammation of the lungs. Dead as a herring within the week. Come along. Let us take a look at this ladies' line they talk about.
It was upon their return from this expedition, and while Kitty was still describing to Meg some of the things she had seen, that Mr. Jack Westrother paid a formal call in Berkeley Square, and brought with him the Chevalier d'Evron. Any apprehensions engendered by Freddy's gloomy forebodings were put to flight on the instant. The Chevalier was a handsome young man, with a lively, intelligent pair of eyes, beautifully glossy locks of a light brown, cut and curled à la cherubim, and an air and deportment worthy of the first circles. His long-tailed coat of bottle green had obviously been fashioned for him by a master. His fawn pantaloons admirably became a pair of really excellent legs. His linen was meticulously starched, and his Hessian boots would have furnished anyone with a very tolerable mirror. If Mr. Westrother, a careless beau, thought those cherubim ringlets a trifle effeminate, and Mr. Standen, a high stickler, considered that the Chevalier's waistcoat to be rather too florid, these were faults of style which the ladies were easily able to overlook. The Chevalier's bow almost put Freddy's to shame. Air and address were alike distinguished, and when, to the advantages of a handsome face and a good figure, he was found to add a very slight foreign accent to his speech, his success with the fair sex was assured. Kitty, who had been staring at him while he bowed over Meg's hand, exclaimed suddenly, "But you are Camille!" He turned towards her, smiling. "But yes, I am Camille, little cousin. I did not dare to think that I could hold a place in your memory. Tell me, I beg of you, did she long survive my surgery, that blonde beauty? Alas, that I should have forgotten her name." She laughed, warmly shaking hands with him. "Rosabelle, and indeed she survived for many years. I am so happy to see you again. I hope my uncle and your brother are both well." "I thank you, very well. And your amiable guardian?" "Yes, indeed. Are you upon a visit to England? Where do you stay?" He told her that he was lodging in Duke Street, which, however little it might convey to country-bred Kitty, served to convince Meg that his domicile was as unimpeachable as his manners. Very well pleased to add so personable a young man to her circle, she extended to him an invitation to a small rout party she was holding 3 days later. He accepted with just the right degree of gratitude, and took his leave, after a visit lasting for a correct half-hour, in an atmosphere of general approval, even Freddy acknowledging that he seemed to be a tolerable fellow. It had transpired during the course of conversation that he, like Lady Buckhaven and the engaged couple, meant to be present at the Nonpareil Theatre that evening to see a new play which was being put on there. He begged to be allowed to visit her ladyship's box during the interval, was accorded a gracious permission, and bowed himself out in a manner which led Meg to say that only a man accustomed to move in the world of ton could get himself out of a room with such ease and grace. Kitty was so much delighted to have met again one of whom she cherished the kindest memories that her transports might have been expected to have cast her betrothed into agonies of jealousy. Mr. Standen managed without effort to preserve his equanimity, a fact of which his cousin's amused eyes took due note.
"Seems a good enough sort of fellow," Freddy said cautiously. "Mind, I didn't like his waistcoat. But then, I don't like yours either, coz, so I dare say it don't signify. Where did you meet him? I haven't seen him before." "But you have been in Leicestershire, Freddy," Jack reminded him. "I fancy the Chevalier has not long been amongst us, though I am told that he was reared in England."
"Yes, that is quite true," Kitty said. "I think my uncle came to England on account of the troubles in France, but Uncle Matthew so much dislikes French people that he would never invite my relations to Arnside, and so I never saw Camille more than once in my life, and that was when I was quite a little girl. But I never forgot him, or how kind he was in mending the doll Claude sent to the guillotine. "I cannot tell you, my dear Kitty, how happy I am that it has been my privilege to bring you together again," said Jack, rising from his chair. "I must tear myself from you, Meg. How unkind it was of you, by the way, not to have invited me to go with you tonight. Our dear Kitty's first visit to the theatre. It is an event, one which I would give much to witness. But you will tell me all about it, Kitty, won't you?" "You would find that a great bore, I am persuaded," she retorted. "No, no. When have I ever been bored by your confidences?" he said, quizzing her. "But, Jack, I will not be so wronged," Meg cried. "It is Freddie's party, you must know, not mine." "Then it was very unkind of Freddie," he said, raising her hand to his lips. "Thought you was promised to Stitchell tonight," said Freddie. "I am, of course," admitted Mr. Westrother, "but it was still very unkind in you not to have invited me." He then took an unconventional leave of Kitty, pinching her chin and bidding her enjoy herself, and went away. "Never knew such a complete hand," said Freddie. "I must say I'm glad he ain't coming. For one thing, he's very likely to cut the piece up, and for another, 5's an awkward number. Stonehouse is going along with us, and we'll have supper afterwards at the piazza. You'll like that, Kit." There could be no doubt of this. Her eyes were sparkling already in anticipation of the treat. Mr. Standen, returning to his lodging in Ryder Street to change his dress for the evening's entertainment, nourished a faint hope that a visit to the theatre might give her thoughts a new turn. He was perfectly willing to escort her to any place of amusement frequented by ladies of quality, but he was much inclined to think that any more expeditions such as those which had rendered the last 2 days hideous would send him into Leicestershire on a repairing lease. The success of the evening was assured from the moment that Mr. Stonehouse, a shy young man afflicted with a slight stammer, made his bow, and showed plainly by his demeanour that he very much admired Miss Charing's style of beauty. To a girl who, besides having lived in rural seclusion, had never been used to think herself even tolerably handsome, the appreciative gleam in Mr. Stonehouse's eye was as exhilarating to the spirits as a glass of champagne. When they took their seats in the box, they attracted some attention, and several persons who had exchanged bows and smiles with Meg looked very hard at Kitty. One foppish man even going so far as to level his quizzing glass in her direction. She thought this very rude, but she was not altogether displeased until Freddie, observing the interest of the dandy, said in a resigned tone, "There's that fellow Luss. Thought he was out of town. Pity he ain't. Never knew anyone more inquisitive. Lay you odds we shall have him here in the first interval, trying to nose out who you are, Kit."
"Is he staring so because I am a stranger?" asked Kitty, a trifle dashed.
"That's it. No need to put yourself about," Freddie said reassuringly. "It ain't that there's anything amiss. In fact, you look very becomingly." This temperate praise exercised a rather damping effect upon her spirits. But these soon rose again, for Mr. Stonehouse showed unmistakable signs of wishing to engage her attention. While Freddie and his sister exchanged desultory remarks about their various acquaintances in the audience, he drew his chair rather closer to Kitty's, and politely inquired if she was enjoying her visit to the metropolis. He seemed surprised to learn that it was her first, and when she told him innocently that Freddie had been so obliging as to take her to Westminster Abbey and to the Tower, looked quite stunned.
Freddie, he repeated. Did you say Westminster Abbey?
Yes, and also the Tower. We meant to go into St. Paul's as well, but the guidebook seemed not to think highly of the interior, so we did no more than look at the outside. But we saw the Elgin marbles.
Not Freddie, he said incredulously.
Yes, indeed he did.
though I am bound to own that he did not care much for them.
"I shouldn't think he would," said Mr. Stonehouse. "I can't imagine how he was prevailed upon to go."
He coloured and added apologetically,
"No, I don't mean that. I can, of course, but it's very surprising. The best of good fellows, you know, but—"
His voice broke.
"Elgin marbles," he uttered. "Oh, Lord!"
Freddie, overhearing, said severely,
"Yes, but there's no need for you to spread it all over town, Jasper." "I couldn't resist it," said Mr. Stonehouse frankly. "Didn't you admire him, Freddie?"
Since Mr. Standen felt strongly on the subject, it was fortunate that his sister created a diversion at that moment by calling Kitty's attention to a box on the opposite side of the house. "Look, Kitty, there is the Chevalier, just come in with Lady Maria Yelding and her sister. Freddie, if she has not brought Drakemeyer with her. Well." Kitty, following the direction of her eyes, saw a party of 4 people in the box. A stout woman, very fashionably dressed, but neither beautiful nor in quite the first blush of youth, was disposing herself in her chair, assisted by the Chevalier, who held her fan and her reticule for her, and carefully arranged her elaborately trimmed cloak over the back of the chair. A thinner edition of herself, who bore more the appearance of a hired companion than of a sister, sat down beside her, somewhat perfunctorily attended by the 4th member of the party, a desiccated man with a misogynistic expression. "Lady Maria is the fat one, and that's her elder sister, Lady Jane," explained Meg. "Annawick's daughters, you know. He has 5, and all as plain as puddings. No fortune, of course. Mamma says that old Lord Annawick ran through £30,000 before he was 25 years old even." "Good gracious," said Kitty, looking in surprise towards Lady Maria's box. "I had supposed her to be very rich indeed. She wears so many jewels and feathers." "Oh, yes, for by the luckiest chance Mr. Yelding wished to marry her, and although he was quite an ungenteel person, I believe, in fact, a merchant, the Annawicks could not but be thankful."
"Didn't want to marry her," interpolated Freddie. "Wanted to be in the ton. Offered for the Calderbank girl first, but he smelled too much of the shop for Calderbank. Queer old fellow. Didn't do him much good, either. Nailed up a couple of years ago."
No, but it
did Lady Maria good," said Mr. Stonehouse. "He left his whole fortune to her. She's sort of that. Dragon of a female."
He glanced across the house.
"Stupid, too. Who's the young blade making—"
He stopped abruptly, his question cut short by a nip from Meg's fingers. But Freddie, who had moved beyond the reach of his sister's hand, answered it.
"Cousin of Miss Charing's, French fellow. Think he's dangling after her, Kit?"
"Oh, Freddie! Surely he would not do so," exclaimed Kitty, shocked.
"Might," said Freddie. "Wouldn't myself, but plenty of fellows have. Well, bound to. Worth 100,000, they say. Trouble is, she's a dashed queer-tempered woman. Our Paul made a push to fix his interest with her. She'd have had him, too, but he couldn't bring himself up to scratch. Told me he'd sooner be rolled up. Says it ain't so bad in a sponging house once you get used to it." "Good God! For the Lord's sake, don't look to the left, Meg. Aunt Dolphinton." With great presence of mind, Meg unfurled her fan and plied it so that it hid her profile. "Has she seen us?" she hissed. "Don't know, and I'm dashed well not going to look. She's got Dolph with her, that's all I can tell you. We shall have to take a stroll outside after the act, or she'll stop beckoning to us. You know what she is."
Just then the curtain rose, and although Freddie's enjoyment of the drama was marred by what he felt to be the urgent necessity to evolve a scheme that would enable them all to escape a compulsory visit to Lady Dolphinton's box, Kitty instantly forgot the ordeal ahead, and sat throughout the act in a trance of rapt interest, her lips just parted, her gaze riveted, and her hands tightly clasping her fan. At the fall of the curtain, Freddie made a creditable attempt to hustle the ladies out of the box before his redoubtable relative had had time to observe them. But owing to Meg's having lost her handkerchief, and to Kitty's having to be roused from her lingering trance, this failed. Before he could achieve his end, a knock fell on the door, and the Chevalier entered, so that the project had to be abandoned. Kitty could not but be glad. That her handsome cousin should dangle after a fortune was a suggestion that distressed her. His prompt appearance in Freddie's box seemed to give the lie to it, and nothing in his demeanour betrayed the least desire on his part to return to Lady Maria's side. In full view of his hostess, he stayed chatting, very gay and debonair, and when Kitty, rendered quite uncomfortable by a fixed stare from the opposite box, told him that she feared he might be offending Lady Maria, his brows flew up in surprise, and he exclaimed, "But no, how should it be possible? I've informed her that my cousin is present. My cousin, whom for so many years I have not seen." "Well, she looks very cross," said Kitty. "I am not very well acquainted with Lady Maria, but it seems that she suffers from bad humours," he said, with a droll look. "But I should not say so. I am, in effect, an ingrate. She has been most kind to one who is without friends in London, and, you understand, my lips are sealed." "Oh, very well," said Mr. Stonehouse, when, by tacit consent, he and Mr. Standen withdrew from the box to take an airing in the corridor. But if he hasn't any friends in London, why did he come here? Not one of the embassy people, is he?" he added hastily. I don't mean to say he isn't perfectly respectable. It just struck me that it was odd." He became aware of a lanky figure in his path, and put up his glass. "Oh, Dolphinton, how do you do?" Lord Dolphinton addressed himself to his cousin, briefly and to the point. "Mamma says you are to bring Kitty to her box," he stated. "Freddie, I didn't know you were going to bring Kitty to town, did I?" Mr. Standen, though irritated by this peremptory command, was not deaf to the note of appeal in Lord Dolphinton's voice. No, he said soothingly. "At least I don't know what you knew, Dolph, but no need to get into a taking, old fellow. Too late to bring Kit along to see my aunt now. You go back and tell her so. Bring her after the next act." He then turned his relative gently round and gave him an encouraging thrust, remarking to Mr. Stonehouse, as Dolphinton ambled away, 7 months, child, you know. Dare say it accounts for it. Better go back and warn Kit." "Freddie," said Mr. Stonehouse, detaining him, "what is this? I mean, Elgin Marbles, Westminster Abbey? Are you going to be married?" No, Freddie said involuntarily. Recollecting himself, he added, "What I mean is, only betrothed. Keeping it a secret, Jasper. Family reasons." "Oh," said Mr. Stonehouse, much mystified. "Of course, if you don't want it known, I shan't say anything. But why—" "Curtains going up," interrupted Freddie desperately, retreating into his box, much in the fashion of a rabbit hotly pursued by a terrier. Chapter 10. Considerably to their surprise, and not a little to their relief, Lady Dolphinton received the engaged couple later in the evening with a degree of affability which was as rare as it was unexpected. She was a hard-featured woman, with a predatory mouth, a smile that never reached her eyes, and an air of consequence. At no time had she been popular with her deceased husband's relations, for she was both proud and ill-natured, insolent to persons whom she considered to be her social inferiors, tyrannical to her son, and ruthless in the methods she employed to achieve her ends. Even Lady Ledgerwood, always prone to take the kindliest view of everyone, could not like Augusta. In her eyes, Augusta was a bad mother whose treatment of her dull-witted son had, she maintained, done much to increase his imbecility. She could say no worse of anyone. The younger members of the family were frightened of her when children, and avoided her when they grew up. Mr. Pennycook detested her. He made very little secret of his belief that his nephew's untimely decease might be laid at her door, and none at all of his conviction that his great-nephew's peculiarities were directly inherited from her. He said that all the Skirlings were loose screws, adding darkly that he didn't blame them for setting it about that old James Skirling had been drowned while fishing on a Scottish loch. No one, he said, could be expected to advertise the fact that a member of the family had to be confined in a room at the top of the house with a couple of attendants to see that he came to no harm. Knowing how much she must have angered the Countess by rejecting Dolphinton's suit, Kitty went to her box in considerable trepidation, clutching Freddie's arm tightly enough to draw from him a remonstrance. She begged pardon, and expressed the hope that her ladyship would not say anything very dreadful. He seemed surprised, and said, "Lord, Kit, you ain't afraid of her?" "No. At least, yes, I am a little. I think she is an evil person, and she can say such cruel things." "Go away if she does," said Freddie. "Oh, Freddie, would you dare?" she asked, laughing a little. "No question of daring. Easy thing to do." "Freddie, she would be as mad as fire," said Kitty, awed by the very thought. But the practical Mr. Standen refused to be intimidated. "Wouldn't make any odds to us if she was. Shouldn't be there to see it," he pointed out. "No need to be in a quake. I won't let her frighten you." This unexpected sang-froid greatly impressed Miss Charing, but she could not be sorry that it was not put to the test. They found the Countess wreathed in smiles, arch felicitations to Freddie and broad compliments to Kitty issuing smoothly from between her thin, painted lips. Kitty was even permitted to kiss her ladyship's cheek, and learned, with incredulity, that nothing had more pleased the Countess than the news of her engagement. While his mother was overwhelming Kitty with her goodwill, Dolphinton, having acquired a grip on Freddie's coat, was subjecting it to a series of tugs. Freddie, a wary eye on his aunt, was at first unconscious of this attempt to attract his attention, but when the tugs became imperative, they attracted it to rather more purpose than Lord Dolphinton desired. "Stop it, Dolph," he said indignantly. "First time I've had this coat on, and between the pair of you, you and Kit—" He paused, meeting his cousin's anguished look of entreaty, and said, "Oh, very well. What's the matter, old fellow?" "Never told me you was bringing Kitty to town," said Dolphinton imploringly. "Of course I didn't. Why should I?" replied Freddie. "He never told me," said Dolphinton, addressing his parent. She laughed, but in a way, as Miss Charing later told Mr. Standen, that boded ill for him. "Good God, Foster, what is that to the purpose? I wish you will strive to be a little less foolish. And so you are staying with dear Margaret, Kitty. Such a sweet creature, but perhaps not quite the person to take care of you. Naughty girl. Why did you not come to me? I am sure if I have begged poor Uncle Matthew once to send you to me for a season, I have done so 50 times. I promise you I grudge you to Margaret. It was always the wish of my heart to bring out a daughter." She rattled on in this style until it became time for them to return to their own box, her eyes flickering all the while from Kitty's face to Freddie's and back again. She inquired solicitously after Mr. Pennycook, after the Ledgerwoods, after Mr. Westrother, whom she had not seen for an age. Could it be that he was still out of town? She wanted to know if Kitty was being tolerably well entertained in London. Did Meg mean to procure a voucher for her, admitting her to Almack's? Had Freddie taken her driving in Hyde Park? But this was something Kitty must grant Dolphinton the pleasure of doing. She must know that he was an excellent whip, drove the prettiest turnout. "You must take Kitty up beside you one afternoon, Foster. You will like to do that, I know." "Like to do that," he repeated obediently, but looking so miserable that Kitty was hard put to it to refrain from laughing. "And I must say," she told Freddie, once they were out of earshot, "I hope he does not offer to take me, for I am persuaded he would overturn me."
"No, there you're wrong," replied Freddie. "Wouldn't think it, but he's a first-rate fiddler, bruising rider, too, if ever he had the chance. She don't let him hunt, but we had him down to stay in Leicestershire once. Never saw the poor fellow so happy. Dashed if he didn't lay his leg over the ugliest customer my father ever had in his stables. Brute went like a lamb with him, what's more. You'd be quite safe. Not that I think he'll take you. Looked devilish blue, didn't he?"
She agreed, but, knowing the Countess, she was not surprised when he came to pay a morning call in Berkeley Square the following day, escorting that determined lady. The Countess, graciously embracing her niece, had come to congratulate her on her situation. She had been calling in Mount Street to inquire after the invalids, and had learnt from her dearest sister that Meg was increasing. But her ungrateful niece, observing with amazement the affability she showed towards Miss Charing, thought that she had come rather to ingratiate herself with a girl whose adoption by Mr. Pennycook she had deplored for years. She heard Dolphinton, acting under his mother's goad, make an assignation to take Kitty for a drive in the park that very afternoon, and was quite at a loss to understand the meaning of these strange tactics. For what, she argued, when these unwelcome visitors had left the house, can she hope to achieve when she is apprised of your engagement to Freddie? I perfectly understand how greatly she must have wished you to marry Dolph when my uncle made you his heiress, for Mamma says his estates are much embarrassed, and she, you know, is shockingly expensive. Did you remark the furs she was wearing? I could not but stare, and wonder how she contrived to rig herself out so handsomely on a jointure which Mamma says cannot have been large. Well, she does not, said Kitty. Poor Dolph is so foolish that you may depend upon it that it is she who still holds his purse strings. That is what Uncle Matthew says, at all events. And also there is nothing amiss but what a little management and economy might well set to rights. Though I am bound to own, she added conscientiously, that is just what Uncle Matthew would say. Meg laughed, but said, It may be so, yet still I don't see why she should think it worthwhile to encourage Dolph to take you driving. Encourage? Poor Dolph! She compelled him, exclaimed Kitty, unable to suppress a giggle. Well, I know she did, but I was never more surprised in my life than when I heard you say you would go with him. Why, Kitty? Oh, Freddie assures me he won't overturn this phaeton of his, said Kitty blithely. I could not refuse when I knew that odious woman would be so cross to him if I did. Besides, I mean to discover why she made him invite me. What should I wear, Meg, to go out driving in a phaeton? To go out driving with Dolph? Anything. No, don't be provoking. Do pray tell me. I will rather tell my poor brother how he is betrayed. The hair-brown pelisse, you goose, and the hat with the gold feathers. Lord Dolphinton arrived punctually in Berkeley Square, but Kitty's hopes of inducing him to explain his mother's odd conduct seemed likely to be blighted by the presence of a wooden-faced groom who stood perched up behind them, well able to hear every word that was spoken, Indeed, when she ventured to suggest to Dolphinton that he was out of spirits, he shot a scared look at her, and followed this up by a series of grimaces which she correctly interpreted to be intended to convey a warning. She at once began to talk of trivialities, taking a great interest in everything about her, and trying to hit upon some means of detaching him from his guardian angel. It was a bright day, and a week of such spring-like weather had caused many buds to open. A glimpse of a path leading between flower-beds provided Kitty with the excuse she needed. She cried out in delight and said, "Primroses! Oh, how pretty! How much I should like to explore that path!" The hint failed. Lord Dolphinton shook his head. "Not a carriage-way," he said. "No, but do pray stop for a minute, Dolph. Would you object to it if I were to run back, just to walk a very little way down the path?"
"No," said his lordship, drawing his pair to a standstill. "Can't see why you want to look at primroses, but I don't object. I won't keep the bays standing more than 10 minutes, though. Not disobliging, but won't do that. Bad for them."
The groom, who had jumped down from the phaeton and stood waiting to assist Miss Charing to alight, gave a discreet cough, and said, touching his cockaded hat, "I could walk the horses, my lord, if you should wish to accompany Miss." "Oh, yes," instantly said Kitty. "Pray allow him to do so, Dolph. I would dearly love to walk for a little while in this beautiful park." Dolphinton appeared to be much struck by this suggestion. He said, with the first sign of animation he had shown that day,
"That's what I'll do. That's a good notion. You think it's a good notion, don't you, Kitty? Females don't walk alone in London. Finglass shall walk the horses, and I'll go with you."
A fair-minded girl, Miss Charing realized that Lady Dolphinton was not altogether to be blamed for treating her only child with impatience. She curbed her own impatience, however, and waited until Dolphinton should have finished issuing his painstaking and somewhat repetitive instructions to his groom. But exasperation nearly got the better of her when his lordship said, as they walked away together,
"I'll tell you why I said it was a good notion. I don't want to look at primroses. Don't want to look at anything. Want to say something Finglass can't hear."
"Well, of course," Kitty said. "That is why I said I should like to walk down this path."
"You want to say something he can't hear?" asked his lordship, surprised. "Well, of all things, it's a... well, I forget the word, but there is one. Both of us wanting the same thing."
"Yes, Dolph, but never mind that," said Kitty, taking his arm and pressing it in a motherly fashion. "Tell me what it was you wished to say to me."
"Wanted to say you mustn't say anything with Finglass up behind. Tells my mother," explained his lordship.
Once again Miss Charing was obliged to exert considerable self-control. "Dolph, does that creature spy on you?" she demanded.
"Tells my mother where I've been. Tells her what I do."
"Why don't you turn him off?" she said hotly.
"She wouldn't."